The various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea were in an uproar. The Tao realm patriarchs had bright gleams in their eyes, and their expressions were extremely serious as they looked over at Planet East Victory, and the middle-aged man emerging from the medicine Immortal sect. Fang Yanxiu. It's Fang Yanxiu. He forsook the Fang clan and started his own school of thought. He established the medicine Immortal sect. So he's actually reached the Tao realm. I remember that back in the day he was an ancient realm cultivator. So this is the Fang clan, huh? Their hidden resources are so profound. The medicine Immortal sect is something that everyone knew about, and yet their allegiance went as unnoticed as a shadow in the lamplight. Up in the starry sky, a slight smile could be seen on Fang Shoudao's face, and there was a profound gleam of meaning in his eyes. Ji Xiufang, who was still locked in combat with him, suddenly felt her eyes go wide. Fang Yanxiu. So he's your trump card. I can't believe you were able to hold off on allowing a Tao realm expert like that to make an appearance. More than half of the members of your clan have died, and you even waited for us to unleash our secret weapon before making your move. But then, Ji Xiufang looked at Fang Shoudao and smiled. Unfortunately for you, she said, when the Ji clan makes a move, we don't lose. This is your final trump card, right? She smiled, a smile as cold as ice. Then, just as suddenly, she felt her heart sinking. That was because Fang Shoudao actually was not just calm. No, he was looking into her eyes with a profound look. The sight of it once again filled Ji Xiufang with alarm. You're bluffing, she declared. 1,000 thoughts ran through her head, but she couldn't think of any area where something had been overlooked in their plan. She was certain that the Fang clan did not have any more trump cards, and therefore, she smiled coldly at Fang Shoudao and began to fight once again. Booms echoed out in the starry sky, and down on Planet East Victory, the members of the Fang clan were extremely excited. Meng Hao looked over at the middle-aged man approaching from off in the distance, and could clearly sense the Tao realm essence fluctuations. The faces of the 3 old men from the Ji clan instantly fell. Although their longevity was rapidly withering away, they still had decades of life left to live. Now that they were up against a Tao realm expert, someone who was qualified to kill them in an instant, roaring filled their minds, and they instantly fell into retreat. In that moment, however, Fang Yanxiu of the medicine Immortal sect laughed and closed in. He waved his right hand, and an enormous power surged toward the retreating men. Booms shook everything as essence power exploded out. The 3 men let out shrill cries, and blood sprayed from their mouths as they retreated at top speed. As for all of the other traitorous clan members in the ancestral mansion, they began trembling, and likewise fell into frenzied retreat. All of this seemed to be a complete reversal of the previous events. From the look of things, the rebellion was about to conclude. However, for some reason, Meng Hao felt his heartbeat increasing. It was as if something was about to occur that would cause a monumental change in all of the upheaval in the clan. This feeling came completely unexpectedly, and only continued to grow more intense. Up in midair, the 3 Quasi-Dao experts bellowed in rage. Realizing that flight was not an option, their madness overwhelmed them and they turned and shot toward Fang Yanxiu. Rumbling echoed out, and the air was shattered. Wild winds screamed, and cracks appeared in the surface of the ground. The attacks launched by the terracotta soldier and Pill Elder added hail to snow. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the 3 men, and they howled miserably. One of them lost his right arm, which exploded and vanished into a haze of blood. They lashed out with extreme power, but it was all contained and blocked. Their faces filled with despair as the shadow of death spread out to cover their hearts. Down on the ground, the traitorous clan members were being chased down and killed. More blood spread out and countless people died. Even those who chose to flee ended up finding no place to flee to. Elders fought viciously. Immortal Realm clan members battled. Spirit Realm clan members went equally wild. Everything seemed to be turning around for the loyal clan members, and yet Meng Hao's nervous sensation continued to grow more intense. It was as if some eruption was about to occur. As the patriarchs of the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea watched the battle, Their feelings, although not as intense as Meng Hao's, did cause them to hesitate. The resources of the Fang clan are extremely profound. They definitely deserve to be one of the 4 great clans. However, when the Ji clan attacks, could it really be resolved so simply? The Fang clan has unleashed all of their secret weapons. Does the Ji clan have anything left in reserve? Could it be that the 3 Dao realm experts outside the Sealing Shield will join in the battle? Not likely. The 3 great Daoist societies have already quelled the uprisings in their respective organizations. If those 3 dared to enter the fight, the 3 great Daoist societies would definitely seize the opportunity to make a move. So, what trick does the Ji clan have up its sleeve? The Dao realm patriarchs all watched closely. Something's off. As Meng Hao looked around, he realized that apparently, nobody else had the same feeling as him. He seemed to be the only one in the entire clan who thought something fishy was going on. Up in midair, booms rang out from the battles going on. Fang Yanxu was in a position of complete superiority, and when he attacked, massive explosions resulted. The 3 quasi-Dao old men were already injured, and could just barely fight back. Blood spurted out from their wounds constantly, and they were clearly on the verge of being eradicated in spirit and body. Down below, the traitorous clan members were suffering successive defeats. They were suffering gruesome and severe casualties, and it appeared to be impossible for them to ever again seize the upper hand. Despite that, the sense of imminent disaster continued to grow stronger in Meng Hao. He wasn't sure why, but subconsciously, he found himself looking around at the members of the Fang clan in the ancestral mansion. His gaze swept about, and just when he was about to give up, his eyes suddenly went wide and fixed upon a single person. That was Fang Donghan. Back on planet South Heaven, he had helped Meng Hao escape from an ambush. After Meng Hao returned to the Fang clan, he had not acted with any sort of hostility. Apparently, his main goal was to incite Meng Hao and Fang Wei into fighting each other. After they were both injured, then he would be able to rise to prominence. That was what Meng Hao had always assumed. Now, as he looked over at Fang Donghan, his heart began to pound. That was because Fang Donghan's lips were suddenly twisted into a smile of derision. Apparently, he was not among the traitors, yet no fighting had occurred in his vicinity. He stood there, apparently able to remain concealed from the views of all others, completely overlooked by everyone around him. Perhaps you could even say that he had been forgotten. It was impossible to say what method he had used to make all of the other clan members forget his existence. He was visible, but anyone that looked at him couldn't remember who he was. It was a strange sensation indeed. When Meng Hao looked at him, he could apparently sense it, and looked back. Their gazes locked onto each other, and Meng Hao's mind filled with roaring. His face flickered as an unprecedented sensation of crisis exploded out within him. Even as that happened, Meng Hao's vision swam, and he suddenly felt as if he were entering another world. It was a world where everything was as crimson as blood. The ground was like a mass of gore, and roaring sounds filled the air. All of a sudden, countless iron chains snaked up from the ground. They were red, as if they had been stained by unimaginable amounts of blood, and they flew out in Meng Hao's direction, instantly wrapping around him to bind him up. He was absolutely powerless to resist, almost as if he had turned into a mortal. Even more terrifying to Meng Hao was the fact that he was incredibly sleepy, as if he couldn't even keep his eyelids open. No matter how alarmed he became, he was incapable of controlling his own body, and was clearly on the verge of falling fast asleep. As the chains closed in on him, all of a sudden, the first-generation patriarch's nirvana fruit suddenly began to vibrate inside of his bag of holding. A tremor ran through him, and then he began to quiver all over. He suddenly woke up, and his eyes widened. The vision he had been experiencing shattered into fragments, which then turned into a windstorm that swept about in all directions. It was as if some massive power had reached out, grabbed a hold of him, and wrenched him forcibly out of that world. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his vision returned to normal. He was still on planet East Victory in the Fang clan. He could see Fang Donghan smiling at him, a cold, deviant smile. The sensation Meng Hao got was that of unspeakable fear and terror. It was as if there was something hiding inside of Fang Donghan, some sort of towering immortal divinity that could crush even the Tao realm. Fang Donghan looked deeply at Meng Hao, as if he were somewhat surprised that Meng Hao had been able to extricate himself from that strange world. He's not Fang Donghan. Rumbling filled Meng Hao's mind. A single glance had thrown him into a terrifying, blood-colored world, and Meng Hao got the feeling that if he didn't possess that nirvana fruit, then he would certainly have perished. Even after having been pulled out, he still coughed up blood, and his chest ached, almost as if his heart had been tugged at by invisible hands. His face was ashen as he backed up, and without the slightest hesitation, he called out to the terracotta soldier with divine will. "Get back here." The terracotta soldier was currently fighting alongside Fang Yanxu against the 3 quasi-Dao experts. However, it didn't hesitate for even a moment. As soon as it sensed the divine will, it stopped attacking and shot back toward Meng Hao. Even as the terracotta soldier started moving, Fang Donghan tilted his head. An icy smile plastered on his face. Then, he extended his right hand and gently waved it through the air. That movement caused Fang Danyun's expression to fall. Rumbling sounds filled him, and blood sprayed from his mouth. He tried to retreat, but before he could move very far, blood spurted out all over his body. Cracking sounds could be heard as numerous rips and tears opened up. It happened 10 times in a row, and in the blink of an eye he was drastically weakened, and even began to emanate a boundless death aura. From the look of it, even a quasi-Dao paragon could be severely wounded by a single handwave of Fang Donghan. At the same time, Fang Yanxu let out a powerful roar as he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Essence power exploded out, the essence of plants and vegetation. Countless plants appeared in his vicinity, but they immediately withered up. Fang Yanxu coughed up a mouthful of blood as he tumbled backward. Apparently, even his cultivation base was forced back by the attack. The wave of a hand seriously injured Pill Elder and forced Fang Yanxu back. This turn of events was too sudden, and if the terracotta soldier had not been moving toward Meng Hao, it would have fallen apart. "You?" said Fang Yanxu, his eyes wide with disbelief and astonishment. He looked down into the crowd from up in midair, at the person who everyone had overlooked and forgotten. "Fang Donghan. The Ji clan is more useless than I thought," Fang Donghan said softly. He stepped up into the air, rising up, his hair floating around him. His appearance gradually changed, and as everyone watched, he became someone else, not Fang Donghan, but rather, a middle-aged man. Were it not for me awakening just in the nick of time, I'm afraid all of the Ji clan's preparations would have been in vain. Fang Donghan shook his head as he hovered there in midair, his body emanating boundless cultivation base ripples. He looked like a paragon of heaven and earth. The sensation of bloodline ripples emanated out from him, making it clear that he was a member of the Fang clan, filling all hearts with rumbling. "Is there anyone left in the Fang clan who recognizes me?" Fang Donghan said, his voice soft but boundlessly ancient. Because of the bloodline aura that emanated off of him, everyone in the Fang clan, including Meng Hao, could sense that he was definitely not from the Ji clan. He was definitely a member of the Fang clan. Furthermore, the bloodline sense they felt indicated that he was older than almost all of the other clan members. He was incredibly ancient. Meng Hao was shaken inwardly. This was the same type of feeling he had gotten from the corpse of the first-generation patriarch in the necropolis. The entire ancestral mansion was completely quiet, and all clan members stared in shock. Out in the 9th mountain and sea, the Tao realm patriarchs of the various sects and clans were shaken. Their eyes opened wide, and expressions of shock could be seen on their faces. The feeling they got when looking at Fang Donghan was one of complete terror and fright. "Who?" The Tao realm patriarchs all felt their faces flickering, and they began to pant. Actually, none of them had the slightest impression of Fang Donghan. "Who are you?" Fang Yanxu's face was pale, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His body was almost entirely black, as if some sort of cursed power was spreading inside of him. "Who am I?" asked Fang Donghan. Somehow, his expression exuded incredible archaicness. "I'm Fang Daozi. I am the eldest son of the first-generation patriarch. Have all you younglings of the Fang clan forgotten about me?" The voice was like thunder striking against all of the heavens. His single statement shook all of the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. All who heard him, all of the cultivators who were watching, felt their minds battered by waves of shock. He's the eldest son of the Fang clan's first-generation patriarch? That's not possible. The Fang clan's first-generation patriarch was of the same era as Lord Ji. He died a long time ago, and his son couldn't possibly have lived for so long. Fang Daozi. Fang Daozi. Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've read about that name in the ancient records of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. The cultivators were in an uproar. As for the Dao realm patriarchs, they looked on in wide-eyed shock. However, it didn't take long for them to place the name. Fang Daozi. I remember that in the earliest generation there was someone by that name who was personally killed by the first-generation patriarch. The reason was never made clear. That person existed in an age far, far removed from our own? Is he really still alive? What level has his cultivation base reached? Everyone outside the clan was shocked. Strangely, however, the members of the Fang clan stared blankly. None of them had ever even heard of this eldest son of the first-generation patriarch. It was almost as if there were no record of him in any of the clan's histories at all. And yet, because of the bloodline sensation they got from him, they were certain about one thing. This Fang Daozi was absolutely, positively a member of the Fang clan. Furthermore, he had an ancient bloodline that was completely terrifying. The three great Taoist societies were shocked by this turn of events. They could never have imagined that a powerful expert like this would be hiding in the Fang clan. Furthermore, his identity was shocking to the extreme. On top of all of that, he was colluding with the Ji clan. As Fang Daozi made his appearance on planet East Victory, the Fang clan's Dao Bell began to materialize in midair over the ancestral mansion. Then it started to emit boundless light and to toll. That was the tolling that could be heard when a clan member appeared with a very strong bloodline. After their identity was recorded in the bell, the resonance that formed caused the bell's tolling to ring out. The sound shocked all of the members of the Fang clan to the core, and confirmed that Fang Daozi was definitely a member of the Fang clan. "What an annoying sound," said Fang Daozi, sighing. "It reminds me of that damned old man." "Shut up." His eyes flickered with an intense light, and as he spoke, the Dao bell suddenly stopped tolling. It went completely silent. Meng Hao stood there in the crowd, panting. He looked up at Fang Daozi up in midair, and his heart trembled. There was really no possible way he could ever have imagined that there would be such drastic upheavals and momentous events within the Fang clan. Obviously, these upheavals were closely connected to Fang Daozi. The fighting between the clan members in the ancestral mansion had come to a halt. Everyone was completely shocked as they looked up into the air. Even the traitorous clan members weren't really sure what was happening. Pill Elder's face was pale white, and he fell back. Fang Yanxu wiped the blood from his face and glared down at Fang Daozi. The three Quasi-Dao experts sighed in relief. After glancing fearfully at Fang Daozi, their eyes once again filled with the mad desire for destruction, and they glanced coldly at the hosts of cultivators in the Fang clan. "There really isn't anyone who remembers me?" Fang Daozi said with a sigh, his voice incredibly ancient. He then waved his hand and pointed up into the air. His finger caused the sky to shatter. A huge boom echoed out as a massive vortex appeared. It began to spin, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as something became visible in the vortex. Shockingly, everyone could see Ji Xiufang and Fang Shoudao fighting each other. Ji Xiufang then started to laugh. She quickly moved, stepping into the vortex and then appearing in midair above planet East Victory. "Xiufang offers greetings, senior," she said with a sweet smile, bowing to Fang Daozi. Fang Shoudao's face went very dark, and he pursued her into the vortex. After emerging from it, He turned to look at Fang Daozi, his eyes icy. Fang Shoudao, Ji Shifang said, smiling. Instead of looking at this as the Ji clan attacking the Fang clan, it would be better to say that the Ji clan is just paying back a favor to a senior member of the Fang clan. Fang Shoudao didn't respond. He clasped hands and bowed to Fang Daozi. Shoudao offers greetings, Patriarch Daozi. Fang Daozi looked over at Fang Shoudao and smiled. You're a descendant from Old Third's bloodline, right? He said coolly. You know, I'm very disappointed by the Fang clan. After all these years, you only have 2 Dao realm experts. Well, since that's the case, I'm just going to have to disband the current Fang clan starting today. A new Fang clan will begin on planet East Victory, and I will lead it on a different path. With that, he waved his right hand, causing miserable screams to rise up from the members of the Fang clan. Only the traitorous members were unaffected. Everyone else felt their blood begin to boil, as if it were literally burning. It was the same with Meng Hao. His blood began to boil, as if it wanted to explode out of him. Fang Danyun, Fang Yenshu, and even Fang Shoudao all experienced the same thing. Because of Fang Daozi, the entire clan instantly changed. Meng Hao trembled, but endured the pain, his eyes shining with a strange light. Father definitely knew all of this was going to happen. He sent me here to planet East Victory. Therefore, there must not be any real danger. The Fang clan must still have one more move left. Fang Shoudao was trembling. Considering the level of his cultivation base, he was incapable of stopping his blood from burning. From the feeling he got, Fang Daozi was in the Dao realm just like him. However, there was something completely unfathomable about him. Fang Shoudao knew that in the Dao realm, every additional essence caused your cultivation base to experience drastic changes. A difference of 1 level was enormous. And yet, despite all this, Fang Shoudao's expression didn't reveal the slightest bit of alarm or shock. All he did was close his eyes. That reaction caused Ji Shifang to stare in shock. The alarm she felt in her heart continued to grow. For him to be so calm indicates that the Fang clan hasn't played all of their trump cards. Why is he so calm even when poised on the brink of destruction? Even as shock filled Ji Shifang's heart, Fang Daozi caught sight of Fang Shoudao's calmness, and his heart thumped. Gradually, an idea was forming within his mind that even he didn't dare to think was possible. As soon as the idea flared up, he pushed it down. He was just about to wave his hand, when his body began to tremble. His face then flickered rapidly, and his eyes flashed as they sought out Meng Hao from within the crowds. When he looked over, Meng Hao's mind trembled. However, he clenched his jaw and looked back at Fang Daozi. Next to Thim, the terracotta soldier's eyes flickered, and it moved to stand in front of Meng Hao, exploding out with power to help protect Meng Hao. It raised its great sword, seemingly ready to pay any price, even be crushed into dust, to keep Meng Hao safe. It was at this point that Fang Daozi's face fell. No. He's not here. He's... All of a sudden, he turned to look toward the rift from which the terracotta soldier had emerged. He was looking through the rift into the ancestral land. Impossible! Fang Daozi's eyes widened as if he was looking at something completely and utterly unbelievable. He began to pant, his casual attitude disappeared, and his ancientness suddenly seemed to vanish. Without even thinking about it, he stepped backward a few paces, his eyes turning crimson. Impossible! This is completely impossible! He seemed to be going mad. He roared and extended his right hand, pointing toward the rift. It was at this point that, all of a sudden, 3 streams of essence chi shot out from Fang Daozi, causing everything to shake. Planet East Victory trembled so violently it seemed as though it might collapse. One of those streams was just like Fang Yenshu's essence of plants and vegetation. It was an essence of boundless life force, and as soon as it appeared, the sky dimmed and a huge wind kicked up. The origin and source of all things is essence. A thorough understanding of essence, mastery, and control of the control of essence, that is the Tao realm. In addition to the essence of plants and vegetation, there was a stream of flickering lightning that emitted rumbling sounds. That was the essence of lightning, an indestructible lightning that could eternally destroy everything in heaven and earth. When it appeared, the lightning bolt seemed to replace all the light in the world. The third of Feng Daozi's essence streams was, shockingly, an incredibly strong aura of death. It was the will of the underworld and the yellow springs, a magic of reincarnation. It was the essence of reincarnation. These terrifying Dao realm essences shot toward the rift, as if to completely destroy it. However, even as the three streams of essence neared the rift, a hand slowly stretched out from within. It waved a finger, and all of the essences vanished. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The hand was incredibly withered, as if it didn't contain an ounce of blood within it. It looked like an old, dead tree, and yet power appeared within that finger. It was a power that could shock heaven and earth, and shook the minds of the Dao realm experts of the ninth mountain and sea. Furthermore, unprecedented ripples spread out from the ninth mountain in that instant. It was as if there was someone in the Ji clan who slept eternally, but had been awoken by the sudden appearance of that hand. Feng Daozi's body trembled, and his face went ashen. A wild look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. The withered tree blooms in spring incantation too. Impossible. He's dead. I saw it happen with my own eyes. I felt him die. His essence vanished, and his soul doesn't exist anywhere in heaven and earth. He was never reborn into the ninth mountain and sea. I'm absolutely certain that he really did die that year. He couldn't possibly be alive. Who are you? Who are you? Feng Daozi's heart was pounding, and he was filled with indescribable fear as he yelled, raving madly. There had been many twists and turns during these upheavals in the Feng clan. Feng Daozi had awakened. However, even that was not as astounding to the ninth mountain and sea as this current scene. The Dao realm patriarchs of all the sects and clans looked on with pale faces and trembling minds. When the hand stretched out of the vortex from the Feng clan's ancestral land, their minds went completely blank. The first-generation patriarch of the Feng clan was a person from the history of the ninth mountain and sea that could never be forgotten. Long ago, when chaos reigned, he followed the mysterious Lord Li on a long campaign to vanquish all the powers of the ninth mountain and sea. He started out as nothing, yet rose to a level of prominence that placed him higher than all the heavens. He carried out a slaughter which caused all to dread him. His mad valiance stained every corner of the starry sky as red as blood. It was during that time that they also came to know Lord Ji. They were three stunning, outstanding figures in history, paragons of the ninth mountain and sea, people who became the nightmares of an era. They eventually gathered a following of 3 archdemons, as well as numerous other powerful experts who joined them for the purpose of unifying the ninth mountain and sea. In the end, there were 9 great doyens. When the chaos of the ninth mountain and sea was finally brought to an end, the demon Immortal sect was founded. It was the most powerful sect in the ninth mountain and sea, a force that all other powers and sects had no choice but to pay obeisance to. During feasts and other occasions, people would often say that without the first-generation patriarch of the Feng clan, perhaps, Lord Li's war for the heavens would have been much more difficult. That was because there were numerous occasions on which the first-generation patriarch of the Feng clan risked his own life to save Lord Li. Because of all of that, the first-generation patriarch of the Feng clan rocked the entire ninth mountain and sea. Even though he had passed away in meditation long ago, the one withered hand that appeared now filled the entire ninth mountain and sea with shock. The 3 great Taoist societies were astonished, and a huge commotion rose from the Ji clan on the ninth mountain. In fact, the will of the eternally slumbering first-generation patriarch of the Ji clan, who had become undying by fusing with the heavens, suddenly awoke and looked in the direction of his old friend. In the moment that he awoke, all of the natural laws in the entire ninth mountain and sea grew calm. It was as if, in that moment, there was nothing left in the whole ninth mountain and sea other than the hand that had emerged from that rift. As the essence power dispersed, a figure appeared, clad in a long green robe. He stepped slowly out of the vortex to become the center of all attention. All members of the Feng clan who saw him felt their minds rumbling, as if they were being struck by 100,000 lightning bolts. This person was very familiar to them. How could they not know who he was? There wasn't a single clan member who hadn't seen his picture in the past and bowed in worship to it. It was the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan. Meng Hao felt as if his scalp was about to explode. The shock felt by everyone else was nothing compared to how he felt. That was because Meng Hao instantly realized that this man was the same corpse he had seen sitting cross-legged in the necropolis. He's actually alive, thought Meng Hao, panting. Then he thought back to how he had practiced cultivation in the necropolis, presumably under this man's observation, and he suddenly felt cold sweat dripping down his back. As soon as the man stepped out of the vortex, Fang Shoudao's eyes went wide with excitement and reverence. "Greetings, first-generation patriarch," he said, immediately dropping to his knees to kowtow. Fang Yanxu's expression was calm. His injuries from moments ago were still there, but the alarm on his face before had been an act. Now, a look of pious zealotry could be seen as he dropped down to offer worship. Fang Danyun similarly dropped to his knees. All members of the Fang clan dropped to their knees, their hearts trembling. As for the traitorous clan members, they stood there for a moment, quivering. Then one of them, it was hard to say who, dropped down to kowtow, and they all followed suit. Suddenly, the earth began to crumble, and a huge hole appeared, which stretched all the way down to reveal the seventh patriarch, and all of the other patriarchs with him, all of whom ceased fighting and dropped down in worship. Meng Hao's eyes were wide as he followed along with everyone else to offer formal greetings to the first-generation patriarch. His mind was spinning as he suddenly thought about the things his father had told him before he had left for Planet East Victory. He had seemed very certain that Meng Hao would not be in any danger on Planet East Victory. The Nirvana fruits were just bait to get me to come here, he thought in a sudden moment of realization. Ji Xiufang stared, dazed, and her entire body trembled violently as the green-robed man walked out of the vortex. She began to pant, and her mind was reeling. She had also seen depictions of the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan, and had heard many of the terrifying legends about him. He was a person who had struck even Lord Ji with terror back in the days when the two of them were contending for control of the heavens. It took Ji Xiufang only a split second to understand everything. So this is Fang Shoudao's trump card, she thought. He knew all along that the first-generation patriarch was still alive. The whole time their goal had nothing to do with the Ji clan. It was all for Fang Daozi. When she saw the first-generation patriarch walking out, her face drained of blood. She suddenly realized that from the very, very beginning, she herself had been nothing more than a clown. She had been completely confident that victory was already in her grasp, that all contingencies had been planned for with nothing overlooked. However, she had completely miscalculated the most important thing. The first-generation patriarch was actually still alive. How could this be? The Fang clan's first-generation patriarch died. Even the essence of the ninth mountain and sea confirmed it. There is no way that he could still be alive. The essence of the ninth mountain and sea belongs to Patriarch Ji. How could he possibly have made a mistake? As Ji Xiufang felt shock rolling through her, Fang Daozi gazed at the figure walking out of the rift and mentally collapsed. Impossible. This is simply impossible. Fang Daozi was shaking hard. The person he had most feared in his entire life was none other than his father, the first-generation patriarch. That terror was so great that, in the years during which Lord Ji fought for control of the heavens, he had chosen to sever his own fear. That fear was his inner devil, and without severing it, he would have found it very difficult to advance his cultivation base ever again. That inner devil was actually a fetter that he had shackled himself with. During the war, he had sided with the Ji clan, and when it came time for the Ji clan and the Fang clan to fight each other, he was the first person in the history of the Fang clan to ever betray his clan. He would never forget the look of disappointment in his father's eyes, that expression of sadness and guilt that covered his face. When Fang Daozi saw that, he was incredibly happy, and even started to laugh out loud. You founded the Fang clan? Well, I'm going to destroy it. That's because I'm going to make a new Fang clan, My Fang clan. Those were the words Fang Daozi had spoken when his father had suppressed him. He had even laughed. The Fang clan lost that war. The Ji clan won, gaining control of the heavens and securing lordship of the ninth mountain and sea. The reason for their victory wasn't solely because of the traitor Fang Daozi, but his betrayal had played a significant role. As for Fang Daozi, he was eventually put down by the first-generation patriarch. Despite his grave crimes, the patriarch couldn't bear to kill him. He destroyed his body, letting his soul remain behind to be reborn as a new member of the Fang clan. By the time the first-generation patriarch passed away into meditation, Fang Daozi had been reborn numerous times into the Fang clan. Were it not for Ji Tian's use of karma magic after the passing away of the first-generation patriarch, then perhaps Fang Daozi would have remained in that cycle of rebirth for all time. Life after life, never remembering who he was. However, because of the magic of karma, he awoke. Then, he remembered everything that had happened, and that wild desire for the destruction of the clan burned in him once again. He remained deeply hidden, restoring his cultivation base, not letting even a single hint out about his true identity. Eventually, he died and was reborn again. From then on, though, he awoke every time he experienced rebirth. Each time, he would continue to practice his cultivation, and gradually grew stronger and stronger. However, he never dared to make a move. Although he had heard his father died, he wasn't absolutely positively certain he was dead. He also wasn't sure whether his father had left behind any precautions before dying. However, he was patient. He waited and watched, never making a move, waiting until he was sure that he would succeed. However, when Fang Hashan crushed that jade slip, the plan went into motion early. Fang Daozi's hand was forced. Of course, even if the plan been carried out at some later time, the Fang clan would still have been thrown into complete chaos because of the preparations made by the Ji clan. Their willingness to put the plan into action was due to the matter of the legacy of Lord Li, a legacy that even Lord Ji had not been able to acquire. The Ji clan had suddenly calculated that destiny related to that legacy was on planet East Victory. Fang Daozi had waited until he was sure the Fang clan had shown its entire hand and was on its last legs. He was made even more confident when Meng Hao absorbed the first-generation patriarch's nirvana fruit. Because of the bloodline sensation that Fang Daozi experienced, he was finally fully convinced that his father really was dead. Therefore, he finally chose to reveal himself and step into the light. He had never imagined that after all of his analyses, after all of his preparations, in the moment when he was just about to succeed, all of a sudden he would find out that his father wasn't actually dead. This is impossible. If you weren't really dead, why didn't you kill me earlier? Cried Fang Daozi, trembling. The person to answer was not the first-generation patriarch, but rather Fang Shoudao. We were aware of the identities of all of the traitorous members of the Fang clan, he said softly. Except for you. We could have killed them at any time. However, that wouldn't have done any good. As long as you remained alive, wiping them out would only be postponing the calamity. As for you, we really couldn't figure out who you were. Only Ji Tian could possibly pick up clues regarding the first-generation patriarch's magical technique. Even I couldn't determine who you had been reborn as. Only your death can ensure that the roots of the Fang clan's catastrophe would be severed. Therefore, we set up this elaborate scheme, the purpose of which was to lure you out. As he spoke, his eyes shifted over to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's face flickered. His heart was filled with complicated emotions as he looked at the rivers of blood staining the grounds of the ancestral mansion. When the second patriarch, fourth patriarch and sixth patriarch heard Fang Shoudao's words, their faces went pale white. Well, who cares if you're still alive? Growled Fang Daozi. I might not have succeeded this time, but at least I get to take a lot of members of the Fang clan to the grave with me. That's good enough. Fang Daozi threw his head back and laughed, his expression vicious. The instant he saw his father walk out, he knew that he was defeated. However, what he said is true. More than half of the entire clan had been killed. Rivers of blood and mounds of corpses could be seen everywhere. Fang Shoudao didn't reply. He looked at Fang Daozi, his expression complex. As the Fang clan's Earth Patriarch, he was aware of Fang Daozi's whole story. He also knew that Fang Daozi wasn't aware of the whole truth of the matter, which caused him to sigh. "Senior Daozi," he said quietly, "this planet is not the same planet East Victory it used to be." In response, Fang Daozi gaped, and his face fell. It was as if he had suddenly remembered something which caused his jaw to drop in shock. It was in that moment that Fang Shoudao turned to the first-generation patriarch and bowed deeply. The green-robed first-generation patriarch, who hadn't said a single word so far, extended his hand towards the lands around him. "Withered tree, blossoms in spring." Withered tree, blossoms in spring contained two meanings. One meaning was that in the conclusion of all things that was death, there would often appear a bit of life. It was just like reincarnation, which connected life and death. It was a cycle, an endless, never-ending cycle. Another meaning of the expression was not that of reincarnation. It was a meaning that pertained to a type of cycle but not the blooming of spring. Yet it was equally about life. Meng Hao looked on in astonishment as the first-generation patriarch waved his hand. Then, he watched wide-eyed as one of the most shocking things he had ever before witnessed played out in front of his very eyes. What he saw was time suddenly come to a stop both inside and outside the ancestral mansion. Then, everything began to move backward. Breath by breath, moment by moment, everything began to go in reverse. Blood that had sprayed out was returned to the body. Severed heads returned to the necks that they had left. Everyone who had toppled over in death once again stood in place. People running forward began to speed backward. Adversaries locked in deadly fighting split apart. Meng Hao panted as this happened to everyone in the entire Fang clan, with the exception of himself and 5 other people. None of those 5 people seemed very surprised by what was happening. They were the first-generation patriarch, Fang Shoudao, Fang Yanxu, Fang Danyun, and Fang Daozi. Everyone else, including Ji Xiufang and the 3 Quasi-Dao experts, as well as everyone else in the Fang clan, was affected by the magic. Meng Hao panted as he saw fighting clan members separate and move back in time to their original positions. Even more shocking to Meng Hao was that he could actually see himself. He saw the entire fight with Fang Wei. He saw the deaths of Fang Wei, Fang Shoshan, and Fang Hashan, all playing in reverse. Everyone who should have been dead was now alive. To be able to watch such things happening led to an indescribable feeling. Meng Hao was completely rattled. Throughout the entire Fang clan, time flowed in reverse. The blood that stained the ground vanished, and everyone who had died appeared alive once again. Until finally, everyone was watching Meng Hao and Fang Wei fighting up in midair. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, everything went motionless. Meng Hao stood there, expression blank as he stared. It was at this point that the first-generation patriarch waved his hand again, causing all of the members of the Fang clan who had died to all vanish. The loyal ones disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only the traitorous clan members. Even Fang Wei disappeared. Next, the first-generation patriarch clenched his hand into a fist. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the world in front of him collapsed. As it did, numerous dots of light could be seen falling down to the ground. Back in the ancestral mansion, the loyal clan members who had died could now be seen, their expressions blank but tinged with disbelief. What just happened? I remember dying. What is this place? Is this still the Fang clan? Just what exactly is going on? The resurrected members of the Fang clan looked around in shock. The surrounding traitorous clan members began to tremble violently. Then, blood sprayed out of their mouths and their gazes went dark as they toppled dead to the ground. The second patriarch died. The 4th and 6th patriarchs died. They all died. There was not a single exception. Anyone who had betrayed the clan instantly died. It was as if their deaths were the price that had to be paid to return the dead clan members to life. Meng Hao looked out into the crowds and saw a young man who was none other than Fang Wei. As Fang Wei looked around, his expression was at first blank. However, his eyes quickly grew clear, and eventually, he found himself looking back at Meng Hao. His expression was a complex one as he sighed inwardly. The cultivators of the various sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea watched with spinning minds. Even the Tao realm patriarchs were trembling and looked terrified. A transformation between life and death? I can't believe that the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan has actually reached such a realm. But how come I feel that this isn't transformation, but rather that he actually reached back in time, grabbed those dead people, and then pulled them here? What kind of cultivator is he? To be able to do something like that is absolutely terrifying. How enigmatic. The Fang clan's first-generation patriarch is impossible to predict. As of this moment, Meng Hao finally realized why his father had been so certain that he was completely safe. Also, he was now completely sure that his father had played a part in this plan regarding the first-generation patriarch. Fudge, he thought. Of course I was completely safe. Even if I died, the first-generation patriarch could bring me back. But a magical technique like that is simply too heaven-defying. How could a Tao like that even exist? His heart still surged with waves of shock. For some reason, he had the feeling that the terrifying first-generation patriarch's magical technique was something that could only be used a limited number of times. Also, it must surely come with some sort of backlash effect as well as other limitations. Otherwise, the Fang clan couldn't possibly have lost their war with the Ji clan. Could it be that it only works on Planet East Victory? He thought, his eyes narrowing. Then he thought back to something Fang Shoudao had said. Planet East Victory is not the same Planet East Victory it used to be. Meng Hao's heart trembled, and an idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He thought about how the ultimate form of one-thought stellar transformation was to transform into a planet. His eyes went wide as he looked down at the ground beneath his feet. He almost couldn't believe that it was true. So this is the Fang clan? He thought, his mind reeling. Almost in the same moment that the members of the Fang clan were resurrected, Ji Xiufang's heart filled with waves of astonishment. A critical sensation of life and death danger filled her. Without any further hesitation, she tried to flee, flying up into the air toward the starry sky. Whether or not she could succeed in escaping was irrelevant. She had no choice but to try. She had never before seen a Taoist magic like this one, and seeing all of the members of the Fang clan being resurrected filled her with intense fear. It was the same with the three quasi-Tao old men. Although they were insane, they were still capable of feeling fear. Scalps numb, faces pale, they turned and fled. Fang Daozi stared blankly as the other clan members were resurrected, and slowly, a look of bitterness appeared in his eyes. It was all just a play, Fang Shoudao said softly, looking at Fang Daozi with a look that contained both empathy and pity. A play. A play in which even the Ji clan had become nothing but actors. Actors come to participate in a grand performance. The fact that the first-generation patriarch could be so domineering as to plot out such an enormous play caused Meng Hao to inhale deeply in shock. However, he still had a strange feeling. Why did the first-generation patriarch seem to completely lack any sort of expression? Considering that father managed to reach the point of being able to transform into a planet, said Fang Daozi, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. If he had wanted to find me, it would have been a simple matter. He looked hesitatingly toward Fang Shoudao. Because your father didn't want that, Fang Shoudao explained. When Fang Daozi heard that, he began to shake. Then he threw his head back and burst out with bitter, uproarious laughter. He turned to look at the first-generation patriarch in his green robe, his expression one of grief, fury, and countless other emotions. Considering who he was, and the level of his cultivation base, how could he not understand the situation? The first-generation patriarch in front of him was not his father's true self. His father was really and truly dead. What had appeared right now was not really a clone but actually his father incarnated as a planet, then left behind as a trump card for the Fang clan. He was the soul of the planet. It was the soul of his father in a different state of existence. Despite being dead, despite being the soul of a planet, he still complied with the dying wishes of the first-generation patriarch and did not seek out the reincarnated version of Fang Daozi, who harbored such evil intentions toward the clan. After the first-generation patriarch passed away into meditation, he left behind some dying words that I came to hear after I became the Earth Patriarch. Only recently did I come to understand that those words were actually meant for you. He believed that eventually, the day would come in some particular generation that you would become the Fang clan's Earth Patriarch, and thus, he left those words behind for you. Fang Shoudao looked at Fang Daozi with a complicated expression. Those words were, "Everything I told you the year that I suppressed you was true. True. True." Fang Daozi began to laugh with even greater bitterness. He looked over again at the figure of his father, a middle-aged man in a green robe. He would never forget the year that his father suppressed him, and what he had said. Back when he and the G-Clan both followed Lord Li on the campaign trail, the G-Clan had sown karma onto the newly born Fang Daozi. That karma was very deep, and required the expenditure of almost all of Lord Ji's cultivation base, such that even the first-generation patriarch couldn't detect it. By the time he did, it was too late. He went to war with the G-Clan not for rulership of the Ninth Mountain and Sea, but rather for revenge. Fang Daozi laughed bitterly, then flew up into the air, his thoughts in chaos. He no longer wished to remain on planet East Victory, nor to see the other members of the Fang clan. His head hurt, and madness filled him as he shot up into the starry sky. Meng Hao felt torn as he watched Fang Daozi. Then he turned to look at the first-generation patriarch, and couldn't help but think about Kuyunhai and Kujusi. He also thought about his own father. Fang Xiufeng, he sighed. The more he thought about the situation, the angrier Meng Hao got. Are you really my dad? You were willing to throw your own son into a perilous situation like this? Well, you're my dad, so I can't say anything. But is Mom going to let you off the hook? Fang Shoudao did nothing to stop Fang Daozi. He watched him attempting to leave, then clasped hands and bowed deeply toward the first-generation patriarch. Patriarch, please execute those who have offended our clan. The first-generation patriarch's expression was the same as ever as he extended his right hand and pointed up into the sky. Rumbling could be heard, and a monstrous killing aura could be sensed. Shockingly, that aura did not come from the first-generation patriarch, but rather, it exploded out from the planet itself. In that moment, all of the plants and trees on planet East Victory, all of the numerous buildings, all of the living things, exploded with the desire to kill. This was the wrath of an entire planet. The intense killing intent surged up into the sky, passing Fang Daozi without hurting him in the least. However, when it slammed into the Quasi-Dao experts, the three old men were instantly killed. Wiping them out was as easy as crushing dried weeds. They weren't even qualified to fight back. Booms could be heard as they were transformed directly into ash. Then, the killing intent spread out further into the starry sky, where it caught up to Ji Xiufeng. Her level of terror couldn't have been any higher as the killing intent slashed toward her. "Patriarch, save me!" she screamed, scared out of her mind. Despite being a Dao realm expert compared to the killing intent of an entire planet, she was weak beyond compare. As of this moment, all of the powers in the Ninth Mountain and Sea were being given a demonstration of the supremely domineering power that the Fang clan had kept hidden for so long. They were using actions to tell everyone that the Fang clan was just as powerful as it had always been. Anyone who offended the Fang clan would be executed no matter how far they tried to run. As the killing intent of virtually the entire planet began to envelop Ji Xiufeng, an ancient voice calmly spoke out from the Ninth Mountain, echoing out to fill the entire Ninth Mountain and Sea. "Elder Brother Fang," said the voice, seemingly filling the entire starry sky of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Planets trembled, and innumerable ripples shrank down into the form of an eye. Within that eye, an old man sat cross-legged. He had white hair and looked very ancient, and as he spoke, he lifted his right hand and pointed toward planet East Victory. As he pointed, boundless ripples spread out through the starry sky, covering planet East Victory as if to prevent the first-generation patriarch from attacking. Up to now, the first-generation patriarch hadn't spoken a single word. Now, his hoarse voice echoed out, speaking a single sentence that caused the ripples in the starry sky to suddenly stop in place. "I demand rectification." At the same time, Ji Shufang screamed miserably. The sound echoed out as her head was separated from her body. Her body was then crushed into nothing but fragments, as if by a gigantic hand. She was annihilated, destroyed in both spirit and body. Even an almighty Dao realm expert couldn't stand up to a single blow from the killing intent of the first-generation patriarch. In the moment that Ji Shufang died, a boom could be heard as the killing intent slammed violently into the ceiling shield surrounding Planet East Victory. Cracking sounds could be heard as the spell, being maintained by the combined forces of 3 of the Ji clan's Dao realm experts, collapsed into pieces. It shattered into countless tiny pieces that were swept up by a massive wind, which then blew them away from Planet East Victory. Innumerable fissures then opened up in the void, spreading out in a way that resembled a spider web. The 3 Dao realm experts were scared witless, and their minds filled with roaring. Their faces fell as they did everything they could think of to escape, even to the point of unleashing essence power. However, the killing intent from Planet East Victory was as intense as ever, enough to shake all of the 9th mountain and sea. "Patriarch, save us!" The 3 Dao realm experts were so scared they felt as if their scalps were about to explode. An intense sensation of deadly crisis filled them, a feeling of fear that they had not experienced for a long, long time. It was as if the killing intent from Planet East Victory wanted to wipe them clean away from the 9th mountain and sea. Any one of these people could set foot onto any planet in the 9th mountain and sea and make it tremble. A mere glance from them could send a sect rising to the top, or could destroy it. But now, they were so terrified that their hearts were trembling. They knew that the killing intent of the Fang clan's first-generation patriarch could prevent them from entering reincarnation. They would never be reborn, and would truly be erased from the world. They could only watch as the killing intent bore down on them, 3 Dao realm patriarchs of the Ji clan. It was at this point that more ripples spread out through the starry sky, as if some power were forcefully interposing itself between the killing intent and the 3 old men. The ripples formed together into a huge, illusory eye. The eye appeared to be ancient, and as soon as it appeared, it stared fixedly at the killing intent. "Elder brother Fang, enough! You're not a match for me." The killing intent came to a stop in front of the eye. Scintillating light spread out as it formed into the shape of a person. It was the first-generation patriarch, who hovered there, formed from countless motes of shining light that made his visage somewhat blurry. At the same time, the old man sitting cross-legged within the eye looked over calmly at the first-generation patriarch. "I might not be able to seal the heavens, but I can shatter the heavens of the 9th mountain and sea," the first-generation patriarch said coolly. As his voice echoed out, Meng Hao was standing down on Planet East Victory. Even with the level of his cultivation base, he was able to see what was happening. He looked up into the sky and saw the killing intent of the first-generation patriarch. He watched him slaughter a Dao realm expert, and then cause the other 3 Dao realm cultivators to flee for their lives. All of this caused Meng Hao's eyes to gleam with a strange light. "One of these days, I'm going to be just as powerful as him," he thought, panting. When he heard the first-generation patriarch's words, an even stranger expression rose up on his face. How come it seems like these 2 guys are playing chess? One of them knows he can't outplay the other, but he still gives the impression that if he gets pissed off enough, he could just flip over the game board. Meng Hao cleared his throat. For some reason, he suddenly realized that he quite liked the style of the first-generation patriarch. Up in the starry sky, the old man in the giant eye didn't respond to the Fang clan's first-generation patriarch. "The Ji clan is not permitted to step half a pace into the starry sky surrounding Planet East Victory," the first-generation patriarch said slowly. The old man in the giant eye looked deeply at the first-generation patriarch, then slowly nodded. Finally, the eye flew backward, enveloped the 3 Dao realm experts, and then vanished. The matter of Ji Shufang and the 3 quasi-Dao old men wasn't brought up. Apparently, the Ji clan was willing to give them up as the price to pay to the Fang clan to end the situation. When the giant eye faded away, the image of the first-generation patriarch also disappeared. No figure was visible and the killing intent vanished. Everything went back to normal. However, the ninth mountain and sea was only beginning to be shaken. All of the sects and clans of the ninth mountain and sea witnessed the rise of the Fang clan that day. They personally watched as the Fang clan of former glory, which had remained quiet and silent for so many years, once again became one of the most domineering forces in the entire ninth mountain and sea. Even the Ji clan had to pay the price, which caused all cultivators to gasp. Now, they looked toward the Fang clan with expressions of shock and fear. The Fang clan had remained quiet for a long time, leading many people in the ninth mountain and sea to believe that their strength was just for show. Now, such notions were shattered. The Fang clan made it very clear to everyone that they were just as domineering as they always had been. The reappearance of the first-generation patriarch, despite him being a clone, or more accurately, the soul of Planet East Victory, caused everyone who witnessed the event to be thoroughly shaken. Furthermore, it became known that, in addition to the first-generation patriarch, the Fang clan had two Dao realm experts. In the end, though, it was the first-generation patriarch himself that was the most shocking deterrent. Considering the Ji clan was incapable of exterminating the Fang clan, how could any of the other sects and clans possibly be qualified to be on an equal footing with them? The ninth mountain and sea was completely and utterly shaken. The Dao realm patriarchs of the various sects and clans mused on the matter silently. It was now with great caution and fear that they looked toward Planet East Victory and the Fang clan. The first-generation patriarch had slaughtered Dao realm experts, instilling such fear that they could only gasp in response. Considering the Fang clan is like this, they fully deserve to be called the despots of the ninth mountain and sea. When the Fang clan revealed all their trump cards in that battle, and allowed everyone to see, you would think that would remove some of their air of mystery. And yet, that final trump card is simply too astonishing. After much thought, the Dao realm experts sighed and returned to their various organizations. It was in this manner that the upheavals of the Fang clan ended. The Fang clan was the clear winner. The fangs bared by the Ji clan were shorn clean, and they were forced to pay the price of one Dao realm expert and 3 quasi-Dao cultivators. At the same time, the problem of the traitors within the Fang clan was handled perfectly. After the baptism of blood, the Fang clan was more stable than ever. In addition to the presence of the first-generation patriarch, the Fang clan also had a worthy successor. First was Meng Hao, who was already stunning beyond compare, a person the ninth mountain and sea would never forget. Joining Meng Hao was Fang Wei. The fact that Fang Wei was focused on defending the clan to the death was something that many people had noted. Meng Hao and Fang Wei were now objects of admiration and envy on the part of the other sects and clans. First they have Meng Hao, who stifled all of the members of his generation. His path will definitely stretch far and wide. And then there's Fang Wei. He might be a bit weaker than Meng Hao, but he's strong enough to defend the clan. One will wage battle outside the clan, the other will remain inside to defend it. With the two of them, the Fang clan will only achieve greater heights of glory. No wonder the Ji clan attacked the Fang clan. It won't be too long before the Fang clan might be strong enough to contend with Lord Ji for control of the heavens again. After all, they're the Fang clan, you know? They used to be just like the Ji clan, a powerful clan of warriors. The Ji clan has their karma, and the Fang clan has their reincarnation. Two warrior clans who caused a rain of blood to fall upon the ninth mountain and sea back in the day. The war of the Fang clan ended. However, it didn't take long before the various sects and clans of the ninth mountain and sea sprang into action. Various patriarchs prepared to personally take their chosen to Planet East Victory to offer congratulatory gifts due to the appearance of the first-generation patriarch. After the Ji clan left, Planet East Victory returned to normal. The only thing that remained of the traitorous clan members was their blood that stained the ground, and the reek of gore that filled the air. The resurrected clan members were filled with complex feelings. Under the direction of the Grand Elder, the recovery work began. Fang Wei stood there silently. After looking around, bitterness rose up in his heart, and he bowed his head. The first-generation patriarch did not stay. The whole clan bowed deeply in respect as he re-entered the rift to the ancestral land. In the moment before he disappeared, he turned and looked at Meng Hao for a moment. In that moment, a tremor ran through Meng Hao, and the first-generation patriarch's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. You have signs of the legacy of Lord Li on you. The legacy of Lord Li is connected to East Victory. At the same time, it is no longer on planet East Victory. It has already been acquired by a cultivator from this planet. As for the Ji clan sowing chaos here in the Fang clan, that also had to do with the legacy. Actually, the legacy was used simply to draw out the Ji clan. A strategy, that's all. However, when the time comes to activate it, if it is connected to you by destiny, then you should be able to do so. One thought: stellar transformation. Without a bloodline clone, it's impossible to cultivate it to the final degree. Nirvana fruits. Use them well. The members of the Fang clan have 4 lives. If you combine them together at the right time, then you can open the door to the ancient realm. You and I are connected by destiny, drawn together by blood. The ancient realm begins with Tao fruit, but if you begin with Nirvana fruit, then you can accomplish something completely unheard of and shake the entire 9 mountains and seas. The ancient voice echoed in Meng Hao's ears before fading away. Meng Hao trembled as he watched the first-generation patriarch step into the rift and then vanish. After hearing the patriarch's words, Meng Hao's eyes began to shine. Gradually he came to a new understanding. Before, he had been confused as to the role played by the Nirvana fruits in the whole matter. How effective would they have been if Fang Heshan had been able to resist the urge to spring into action? If that had happened, wouldn't it mean that the entire series of events simply wouldn't have occurred? Meng Hao now understood that the core element of the plan hadn't been his Nirvana fruits, but rather, the revelation regarding the legacy of Lord Li. That was why the Ji clan had made their move. One thought: stellar transformation, a Taoist magic that, when cultivated to the ultimate degree, can be used to incarnate into a planet. The starstone in his left eye glittered, causing his heart to pound even faster. According to what the first-generation patriarch had said, the ancient realm was not too far away for him. I have 2 Nirvana fruits from the first-generation patriarch, and 2 of my own. Nirvana fruits can allow members of the Fang clan bloodline to live 4 lives. For Nirvana fruits, when I can absorb all of them with no time limit, that is when I will step into the ancient realm. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a bright light. The sight of the first-generation patriarch slaughtering members of the Tao realm once again flashed in his mind. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with a brilliant light. After a moment, he sent some divine will into the terracotta soldier. The terracotta soldier could not stay outside of the ancestral land for a long time. After receiving Meng Hao's instructions via divine will, it faced him, then clasped hands and bowed. Meng Hao didn't feel like parting with it, and yet could only watch as it entered the rift and turned into a statue once again. One day I'll do the same thing as the first-generation patriarch. I'll use a piece of the ruins of immortality to take you away. That way you can accompany me as I wage war among the heavens. Meng Hao made this promise to the terracotta soldier deep in his heart. It was a promise, a guarantee, much the same as the one he had made to Han Shan that year in the realm of the bridge ruins. He would never forget such promises. After the terracotta soldier entered the ancestral land, the rift closed and then vanished. The sky above the Fang clan returned to its normal state. However, the land itself seemed wasted. Signs of withering could be seen on countless plants and trees, and the spiritual energy of the entire planet had apparently been reduced. Although the upheavals in the clan had not resulted in any overt losses, in reality, the entire planet had been weakened, not to mention the loss of all the traitorous clan members. Meng Hao stood there thoughtfully for a moment before coming to the conclusion that the weakening of planet East Victory must have something to do with the first-generation patriarch's awakening. An intensely powerful entity like that, a person willing to flip the game board over rather than continue playing, who could strike fear into the heart of Lord Ji himself, could obviously not be awakened easily. By now it was evening and, off in the distance, the sun was scattering its twilight rays over the land. The resurrected clan members were lost in reminiscence, thinking about the many people who had once existed around them. No wild joy broke out because of the resolution of the chaos in the clan. In contrast, heavy sighs existed in the hearts of all the clan members. The ordinary clan members felt this way, and Feng Wei even more so. It was the same with Feng Shoudao, Feng Yanxu, and Feng Danyun, who hovered silently in midair. "It's over," Feng Shoudao said softly, looking out over the entire Feng clan. His voice was deep and archaic, and as it echoed out, all of the clan members looked up into the sky. Mortal bodies can sometimes contract vile ailments. If sicknesses like that are not expunged, they can lead to death. Clans can also be infected with ailments. Yesterday, a foul disease lurked deep within the Feng clan. If it were to explode out, it would definitely affect the entire clan. Today, that ailment was rooted out. Although our Feng clan is now grieving and in pain, at least we now have a new lease on life. Tomorrow will be a new day for us. We will cause all cultivators of the 9th mountain and sea to recall the glory of the Feng clan. I will no longer remain in secluded meditation. From now on, I will assume the office of clan chief. I will lead the Feng clan to unparalleled heights of glory. As Feng Shoudao's words echoed out, it caused flames to ignite in the eyes of all of the members of the Feng clan down below. It was as if his voice carried some mysterious power that entered the clan members' hearts and caused them to burn with determination. Feng Wei stood there silently, completely alone, with no clan members even willing to approach him. He had no friends left. His father, his grandfather, and all of the other members of his bloodline were all dead. He was the only one who had been resurrected. Feng Yanxu hovered in midair, looking at Feng Wei immersed in his bitterness, and sighed inwardly. He waved his finger down toward Feng Wei, causing him to shudder, and then suddenly lurch up into the air. All members of the clan watched as he flew over toward Feng Yanxu. As Meng Hao watched what was happening, he suddenly realized that Feng Wei's corpse had long since vanished from within his bag of holding. "Are you still willing to defend the Feng clan?" Feng Yanxu asked calmly. Feng Wei began to tremble. After a long moment of silence, he looked down at the other members of the Feng clan, and at Meng Hao. Finally, he turned back to Feng Yanxu, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. "To defend the Feng clan has been my primary aspiration in life." By this point, all of the members of the Feng clan were staring silently at Feng Wei. All of them remembered the tragic scene in which he had died. Those images were engraved deeply on their hearts. Feng Yanxu looked at Feng Wei for a long moment, and it almost seemed as if he were looking into the young man's heart. After a long moment, a slight smile appeared on his face. "Henceforth you will follow me. In the future, you must live up to your name and protect the clan. You will not be the sword of the clan. Instead, you will become its shield." Feng Wei was shaking, and tears streamed down his face as he clasped hands and bowed toward Feng Yanxu. Feng Yanxu sighed, then turned and bowed to Feng Shoudao. Then he waved his hand and departed with Feng Wei, the two of them turning into beams of colorful light that shot away from the Feng clan in the direction of the medicine Immortal sect. Feng Danyun and Feng Shoudao watched them leave and sighed inwardly. Feng Yanxu was the current generation's shield, and also its shadow. Feng Shoudao was the clan's sword, as well as its glory, boundless and supreme. In every generation of the clan, there would be a blazing sun who shone with boundless light, and behind that person, there would be a shadow. That shadow was there to assist the blazing sun, to help that person accomplish many things they themselves could not, to endure more than was possible, to deal with things that could not be touched by the other. Such persons were not shining swords that garnered mass attention. Instead, they became shields that others would eventually overlook. A person like that had to be willing to remain silent and unobtrusive. They had to shrink from the light, give up all their status and position, abandon all glory. They were a shadow and the shield of the clan. In this generation, Feng Yanxu picked Feng Wei as his future successor. It was a path that ordinary clan members might not understand. However, Meng Hao understood everything, and it caused him to tremble. His expression was a complex one as he stared at Feng Wei, recalling what he looked like as a child, and the resolute words he had spoken in his tender, young voice. "My name is Feng Wei. I want to become a powerful expert because I'm going to defend my clan for my whole life." The 7th Patriarch, the 5th Patriarch, and the 3rd Patriarch, the ancient realm experts, also watched Feng Yanxiu and Feng Wei leaving, their expressions gradually flickering with understanding. This was the Feng clan, a place where clan rules ensured the continued glory of the clan. In each generation, there were two important people, one who existed in the light, the other in darkness. One was the sword, the other was the shield. One basked in glory, the other was like a shadow. Meng Hao now also understood why, although the first-generation patriarch had passed away into meditation, his clone had transformed into a planet to defend the clan. It was because the first-generation patriarch's true self had been the clan's sword, whereas his clone was the shield. Even though his true self ended up dying, his clone could continue to defend the clan throughout all eternity. "The Feng clan," he murmured. Gradually, he was beginning to approve of the clan much more than he had before. Feng Danyun bowed to Feng Shoudao, then looked down at Meng Hao with a smile. It was a smile of encouragement, praise, and even more, anticipation that he could accomplish something momentous that was far different than what Feng Wei had done. Smiling, he turned and left, heading back to his home in the Tao of Alchemy division. His longevity was reaching its end, and even given the fact that he could split with his unicorn immortals, it would be hard for him to hold on for much longer. Yet he was without any regrets. He hoped to use the rest of his life to once again lead the clan's Tao of Alchemy division into glory. Much about the Medicine Immortal sect, the shield of the clan, were merely stories that had been purposefully created by the Feng clan. However, one thing was true. Of the clan's 3 holy medicinal pills, the Medicine Immortal sect really could concoct 2, something that the Tao of Alchemy division was incapable of. The clan members down on the ground below now burned with determination to see the clan rise to prominence. They began to reconstruct the many areas of the ancestral mansion that were in ruins, and wash away the blood that soaked the ground. It wouldn't take long to restore them. Perhaps by the following morning, the Feng clan would not look very different than it had before, at least not to any outsider. Feng Shoudao watched Feng Yanxiu and Feng Danyun leave, then began to leave himself. The 7th Patriarch and the others all joined him. Meng Hao blinked, then cleared his throat. The sound wasn't very loud, but it was enough to echo out in the air and be heard by Feng Shoudao and the others. However, Feng Shoudao pretended that he didn't hear it and continued off into the distance. Meng Hao was now starting to get the sense that something fishy was going on. Although the Ji clan had come because of the legacy of Lord Li, and would likely still have caused a disturbance even if things had not played out the way they had regarding Meng Hao. In Meng Hao's opinion, he had been part of the plan all along, and although he didn't mind being used by the clan, what he did mind was being used and not getting anything out of it. "Hey, they should give me some money," he thought. "I sacrificed a lot to help out. I was scared to death on multiple occasions and suffered serious mental trauma. At the very least, they have to give me some sort of explanation, right?" Feeling very wronged, he stared at Feng Shoudao and the others receding into the distance, and then called out in a loud voice, "Patriarchs, hold on a moment." As soon as the words left his mouth, Feng Shoudao and the others' faces flickered. However, they waved their sleeves, and their bodies began to fade as they teleported away. Meng Hao was now getting very anxious. "Patriarchs, wait. Don't run away. Hey, you old fogies. Stop right there." Feng Shoudao and the others were about half faded away when Meng Hao suddenly burst out in anger. When the other clan members in the ancestral mansion heard his words, their hearts began to pound. Feng Shoudao suddenly stopped in place, and his vanishing form rapidly grew clear. Realizing that he had no way to get out of the situation, he turned and glared sternly at Meng Hao. "You little hoodlum. I'm your grandfather's grandfather. Do you really dare to call me an old fogey?" Thinking about how irritated he was, Meng Hao braced himself and retorted loudly, "Why wouldn't I dare? I didn't do anything wrong. I performed some heroic services for the clan just now." Fang Shoudao stared at him wide-eyed, then suddenly swished his sleeve. In a flash, Meng Hao vanished from his position in midair to reappear inside of a building. He glanced around cautiously, then backed up a few paces. Fang Shoudao laughed in spite of himself as he sat there off to the side, looking expectantly at Meng Hao. "You feel wronged, huh?" he said. "Go ahead and explain yourself." "During the clan upheavals, I spilled blood for the clan," replied Meng Hao instantly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Shoudao waved his hand, causing a softly glowing light to wash over Meng Hao. Instantly, all of his wounds were healed. Actually, his wounds had already recovered by more than half, but now they were completely recovered, and even the pores of his entire body had opened up. In fact, his cultivation base was now even more stable than before. "There you go, all healed up," Fang Shoudao said with a slight smile. As he looked at Meng Hao with that smile, he looked like nothing more than a wily old fox. "During the battle, I ate a ton of medicinal pills," Meng Hao continued carefully. "I even had to absorb quite a bit of immortal jade and spirit stones." After he finished speaking, Fang Shoudao waved his hand again. This time, no softly glowing light appeared, but instead, a bright screen. Visible on the screen was a detailed accounting of everything that had happened from the moment Meng Hao had transcended his tribulation to the end of the battle. During that time, he had not consumed any medicinal pills, nor had he absorbed any immortal jade, let alone spirit stones. Meng Hao's heart trembled, but his expression was unprecedentedly solemn as he looked at fox-like Fang Shoudao. All of a sudden, he realized that he was up against a formidable opponent. "When I was fighting those chosen, I was fighting for the glory of the clan. I made the Fang clan the center of attention of the whole 9th Mountain and Sea," Meng Hao said, staring Fang Shoudao in the eye. He had finally realized that the old man's aura was actually very similar to his own. "Oh, that's a good point. Very well. Henceforth, you are the number 1 chosen of the Fang clan, both to those inside the clan and toward outsiders. You now represent the clan itself." Fang Shoudao waved his hand, causing a golden medallion to fly out in a beam of light and then hover in front of Meng Hao. It was inscribed with the character Fang Fang on one side, and on the other side, the word chosen Tenjiao. Meng Hao stared at the medallion in shock, then glared back at Fang Shoudao. He suddenly had the feeling that he was being toyed with, a serious provocation in the area which he cared most about. "My heart grows cold with disappointment to be manipulated by the clan like this," Meng Hao said, gnashing his teeth. Fang Shoudao waved his finger at Meng Hao, causing a warm feeling to spread across his chest and over his heart. "Feel a bit warmer now?" he said coolly. Meng Hao was about to flip his lid. He had never, ever met someone as shameless as this old fogey. He had already explained himself quite thoroughly, and yet had been sidestepped 3 times in a row. "During the clan upheavals, I single-handedly stopped the possessed Feng Wei," he cried. "I saved a bunch of fellow clan members. I even managed to kill Fang Xiushan. I was the one who summoned the Dao Guardsmen to fight against the 3 quasi-Dao experts. I helped make sure that your plan succeeded. I also killed Fang Heshan. In fact, the spark that lit the whole fuse was my nirvana fruits. I've done a lot for the clan and I demand a reward." "Very well, you want cultivation resources, right?" Fang Shoudao said with a sigh. "It seems that about half of your personality is exactly the same as your grandfather." Feeling a bit guilty, he cleared his throat. He waved his right hand, causing Meng Hao's eyes to gleam with anticipation. Immediately, a strip of paper appeared in front of Fang Shoudao. A few swishing sounds could be heard as Fang Shoudao then wrote his name down on the piece of paper. "I know you're fond of getting promissory notes," Fang Shoudao said with a smile. "So I've prepared one for you. However much you think the clan owes you, go ahead and write it down yourself." Meng Hao gaped at the piece of paper. When he looked up, his eyes were bloodshot. He was about to continue fighting back when Fang Shoudao's expression suddenly turned serious. He took a deep breath and stared gravely at Meng Hao. "Meng Hao, who had just been on the verge of losing his temper, suddenly couldn't help but rein it in. "Fang Hao," Fang Shoudao said, his voice sounding deep and extremely dignified. "I know of everything you've done for the clan, and I understand that you feel wronged," he continued, his voice now soft and archaic. "I'm even more aware of all the meritorious service you've provided. There's no need to even mention anything else. The simple achievement of opening your immortal meridians to the pinnacle has shaken the entire ninth mountain and sea. Anyone who did that in any sect or clan would definitely be gifted with a precious treasure. It's the same here. You are just as important to our clan as someone of the Dao realm. Feng Wei will be the shield of the clan, and you will be the sword. Henceforth, he will be the shadow, your shadow. While you bask in glory, he will remain obscure and unknown. That is because you are the true future hope of the clan. Do you really think that the clan is being stingy, withholding a reward from you? You're wrong. Let me tell you, the clan would never treat a blazing sun like you with the slightest bit of stinginess. However, are you aware of the price that had to be paid to awaken the first-generation patriarch? The first-generation patriarch passed away in meditation long ago. What you saw earlier was only his clone, or perhaps you could say, the spirit of Planet East Victory. Normally speaking, he remains in slumber. Awakening him causes Planet East Victory to be withered up for 1,000 years. In order to ensure that Planet East Victory will continue to rotate normally for the next 1,000 years, the clan has to pay an indescribable amount of resources. Right now the clan really has no reward to give you. Furthermore, there is no reward valuable enough to represent how important you are to the clan. Therefore, I have already made an important decision regarding this matter. Fang Shoudao rose to his feet and looked calmly at Meng Hao. I already discussed the matter with your father as well as Fang Yenshu and Pill Elder, and the decision has been made final. From now on you will be the crown prince of the Fang clan. As soon as the words left Fang Shoudao's mouth, Meng Hao's mind began to reel. Crown prince. Meng Hao gaped for a moment. To virtually any other member of the Fang clan, a title like that represented supreme glory. However, to Meng Hao, it represented a future of endless amounts of spirit stones and immortal jade. That's right, Fang Shoudao continued, his expression somewhat wistful. Currently, your cultivation base is weak. However, once you reach the Dao realm, you will be the clan chief of the Fang clan. As you know, it has been many, many years since a true clan chief has arisen. Fang Shoudao looked at Meng Hao, his expression one of anticipation and love as he extended his hand, causing a command medallion to appear. It was violet-colored and glowed with a strange light. Although it was merely a command medallion, it was clearly a rare ancient realm treasure. This object is the official symbol of your status as Crown Prince. Once you reach the ancient realm, you can refine it into a true precious treasure. Fang Shoudao waved his hand, causing the command medallion to fly over toward Meng Hao, where it settled down into his palm. That small command medallion felt as heavy as a whole mountain. If Meng Hao didn't possess a true immortal fleshly body, then he wouldn't even be able to hold it. This is your home, and you are a young lord here. In the future, you will be in a position of leadership, and therefore all of the wealth here will eventually belong to you. If the clan is facing difficulties now, such as being extremely poor, then would it really be the right thing for you to take away the resources of the clan? As a young lord of the clan, you should actually be thinking of ways to increase the clan's wealth. Fang Shoudao let out a long sigh, and a pained expression appeared on his face. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see for yourself. Fang Shoudao waved his hand, causing both Meng Hao and himself to vanish. When they reappeared, they were inside of an enormous tower. Over here is where we used to have a mountain-like collection of immortal jade. Look at it now. This used to be filled with an indescribable amount of spirit stones. Now look at it. This area used to be packed tight with all sorts of magical items. Fang Shoudao led Meng Hao through the clan's treasure houses, and although they weren't completely empty, they were depressingly bare. After finishing the tour, Meng Hao felt somewhat deflated. He almost couldn't believe that the Fang clan was actually destitute. Now do you understand? In addition to all this, the clan also bestowed you with that bloodline dragon. It was formed from the blood of the patriarch himself. Fang Shoudao sighed. Meng Hao stood there silently for a long moment, then also sighed. Finally, he gave up on any plans of trying to get a reward from the clan. As Fang Shoudao continued to stand there, sighing, Meng Hao turned to leave. Moments ago, he had even taken the time to peruse the treasure house records, and knew that everything he had seen was the reality of the situation. He had also gone so far as to scan the lands with divine sense, and could see how withered planet East Victory was. The places that once flourished with spiritual energy were now dried up. He also closed his eyes and, based on his bloodline, could sense something that no outsider would be able to sense. Planet East Victory was very weak. However, in the following days, as the sects and clans of the Ninth Mountain and Sea came to visit Planet East Victory and offered congratulations, everything that he had just seen began to change. He personally watched as all of the organizations which came to visit Planet East Victory brought significant gifts. If only one sect or clan came to visit, it wouldn't matter. But the 3 churches and 6 sects, the 5 great holy lands, and even the other 3 great clans, as well as other smaller organizations, all arrived. Meng Hao couldn't help but stare in shock. After doing a bit of calculating, he realized that if you added up the value of all the gifts brought by the various sects and clans, it reached a staggering total. Although it wouldn't be enough to fill the clan's treasure houses, it was enough to replenish them by about 30 to 40%. As Meng Hao watched Fang Shoudao smilingly receive the various guests, he was increasingly struck with the impression that Fang Shoudao was a crafty, wily fox. The old man had easily conned him, and there was nothing he could do about it. After all, everything the man had said earlier made complete sense. Meng Hao sighed, and decided just to turn a blind eye to the matter. That was the only way to prevent himself from being incredibly irritated. However, he did not participate in the receiving of the guests, and instead stayed in his residence practicing cultivation, attempting to properly absorb his nirvana fruits. If it was just a simple matter of being conned this once, Meng Hao could deal with it. After all, he was now the crown prince, a status which he was very satisfied with. Several days later, however, the 3 great Taoist societies also arrived, and he heard that they had prepared an even more terrifying amount of congratulatory gifts. Each one of their gifts were comparable to the combined offerings from several smaller clans put together. This caused Meng Hao to think that something very fishy was going on. Elder brother Shoudao Hauer is both crown prince of the Fang clan, as well as a conclave disciple of the Nine Seas God world. Please accept these meager offerings as the gifts of introduction we would have presented upon his joining the sect. When the cultivators from the Nine Seas God world arrived, Fang Shi immediately hustled over to Meng Hao's residence, where Meng Hao was meditating, to break the news. Meng Hao was instantly enraged, and his eyes went totally bloodshot. As of now, he thoroughly understood how crafty Fang Shoudao was. He had definitely conned Meng Hao big time. If Meng Hao weren't the crown prince, the 3 great Taoist societies would never have prepared such gifts. It was all because of his new status that the gifts the clan was receiving were so valuable. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and rose to his feet, then flew up into the air toward the main temple hall of the ancestral mansion, to the location where the welcoming feast was being held. Meng Hao didn't mind the fact that Fang Shoudao had made him crown prince in order to get more gifts from the 3 great Taoist societies. What he did mind was that in such an important matter as this, Fang Shoudao, that wily old fox, had actually not given him any share of it. Not even a lousy 10%. Unacceptable. Both the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto and the Immortal Ancient Taoist Rite also sent representatives with extravagant gifts. However, in comparison with the gifts offered by the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto and the Nine Seas God world, those given by the Immortal Ancient Taoist Rite seemed much more simple. In the main hall of the Fang clan ancestral mansion, the patriarchs of the various sects and clans were all gathered around a long banquet table, where a grand feast was spread out. Elder brother Shoudao, members of any clan or sect may join the 3 great Taoist societies. That is because the 3 great Taoist societies are fundamentally quite liberal when dealing with outsiders. That is how we groom generations of chosen in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. Elder Brother Shoudao, the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto focuses on the sword as our Dao. Haoer's father Fang Shufeng is also known for his Dao of the sword. I truly think that Haoer would have the most success if he joined the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. The patriarchs continued to chat and laugh as the three great Taoist societies began to argue and debate amongst themselves over who would get Meng Hao. Fang Yanxu and Fang Shoudao sat in the middle of everyone. Fang Shoudao was smiling and nodding, and anyone who didn't know him would think that he looked very kind and gentle. However, when Meng Hao looked at him, he looked like nothing more than the ultimate wily fox. Meng Hao had risen to the top among the true immortals, and was the immortal realm paragon. After absorbing the nirvana fruits, he could leap into the legendary and ancient immortal emperor realm, in which he could slaughter ancient realm cultivators with 2 extinguished soul lamps. He had long since shaken the entire 9th mountain and sea. When you added in his performance as Fang Mu in the 3 great Taoist societies trial by fire, he was clearly the most prominent figure in the immortal realm. As a result, each of the 3 great Taoist societies was determined to have him. It wasn't just the 3 great Taoist societies. The 5 great holy lands and the 3 churches and 6 sects were all extremely interested in Meng Hao. If it weren't for the 3 great Taoist societies, whose positions were proud and lofty, and the fact that Meng Hao was now the crown prince of the Fang clan, meaning he couldn't join any other sect but one of the 3 great Taoist societies, then all of the other groups would definitely have started fighting over him. In addition to the Tao realm patriarchs from the other sects, Meng Hao saw various chosen with whom he had fought earlier. All of them stood there silently, complex emotions swirling in their hearts. His father might cultivate the Tao of the sword, but Haoer's path is different. He's already become a conclave disciple of the 9 Seas God world. How could he possibly join the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto? In addition to Fan Donger's master, the old woman, the other person who had come from the 9 Seas God world was none other than the man who had presided over the trial by fire, the same one who had eventually come to praise Meng Hao so much, Ling Yunzi. "Who cares about that?" said the representative from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto, his tone harsh. He never formally joined the 9 Seas God world. He was a middle-aged man, or at least he looked middle-aged. In reality, his cultivation base was in the Tao realm, and he looked as dangerous as an unsheathed sword. Seeing that both the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto and the 9 Seas God world were not budging an inch, the old man who was the representative from the immortal ancient Taoist rite smiled slightly. "Fellow Taoist Fang," he said, "why don't you summon Meng Hao and ask him his opinion?" Fang Shoudao laughed heartily, but before he could say anything, the main door to the temple hall echoed with the sound of a cold harumph. Meng Hao stalked in, instantly drawing the attention of all gazes inside the hall. As for the Tao realm patriarchs, this was their first time seeing Meng Hao in person, as opposed to his illusory image on a screen. It was also the first time anyone from the 3 great Taoist societies had personally seen Meng Hao after he had reached true immortal ascension. Other than the various members of the junior generation, all the other people in the hall were Tao realm patriarchs. It looked like more than half of all the Tao realm experts in the entire 9th mountain and sea were present. All of their eyes fell upon Meng Hao, causing him to feel enormous pressure. However, his expression didn't change at all as he entered the hall. He glared coldly at Fang Shoudao, who cleared his throat a bit guiltily. Fang Yanxu sat off to the side, looking a bit helpless. He coughed dryly a few times. Everyone was looking at Meng Hao as he stated, "I will join." However, before he could finish speaking, the faces of the 3 patriarchs from the 3 great Taoist societies flickered. Intense gleams appeared in their eyes, especially the white-haired old man from the immortal ancient Taoist rite. Normally, he looked kind and amiable, but as of this moment, his eyes shone with an extreme brightness. When the members of the other sects saw this, they stared in shock. The old man from the immortal ancient Taoist rite sucked in a deep breath. His expression was very serious as he exchanged a glance with the old woman from the 9 Seas God world and the middle-aged man from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto. Then he turned back to Fang Shoudao and spoke gravely, "Elder Brother Fang, permit us the use of a private chamber." Fang Shoudao's eyes narrowed. He could tell something strange was going on, but after a moment of consideration, he nodded. Meng Hao was a bit astonished, and quickly swallowed the words he had been about to utter. Fang Shoudao waved his hand, and immediately he, along with Meng Hao and the 3 old-timers from the 3 great Taoist societies, all vanished from the main hall. Fang Yanxu was also disconcerted, but this was the Fang clan after all, so he wasn't worried. Instead, he smiled and began to chat with some of the others who remained behind. It didn't take long for the sound of conversation and laughter to fill the main hall once again. However, suspicions now filled the hearts of all the Dao realm experts, even though it didn't show on their faces. Fang Shoudao and the others reappeared within a hidden chamber in the Fang clan. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed, and his heart filled with misgivings. He immediately stepped back a few paces. "Fellow Taoists," said Fang Shoudao, "please explain why we need to use this private chamber." Fang Shoudao might be an old fox and he might have conned Meng Hao, but as he stepped forward, he placed himself very close to Meng Hao. If anything untoward happened, he would go all out with his cultivation base to make sure Meng Hao stayed safe. Despite the previous con, everything he had said was actually true. Meng Hao really was as important to the Fang clan as a Dao realm expert. Furthermore, appointing Meng Hao to be the crown prince had not been a joke. He really and truly did have that status in the clan. Seeing Fang Shoudao act in this way finally caused Meng Hao to have the feeling that the man really was the clan's Earth Patriarch. "Elder brother Fang, this is our first time seeing Meng Hao in person," said the old man from the Immortal ancient Taoist rite. "On previous occasions we only saw him on illusory screens and could not feel the ripples which are emanating off of him." The old man looked excited and breathed heavily when he looked at Meng Hao. The old woman from the 9 Seas God world and the middle-aged cultivator from the Sublime Flow Sword Grotto looked equally moved. Fang Shoudao frowned, taking a few more steps forward to stand directly next to Meng Hao, whereupon he stared coldly at the other 3. For Hao to reach this point means he definitely has his destiny. He is the crown prince of the Fang clan, and if anybody tries to steal his destiny, that person will be crossing the line and provoking the Fang clan's wrath. Fang Shoudao's expression was extremely serious, and his tone was icy. Meng Hao stood behind him, staring in shock. All of a sudden, he came to the realization that the true use of being the crown prince was a sort of protection. His rise to true immortality had attracted the attention of the entire 9th mountain and sea, and now that he was the crown prince, anyone who harbored untoward thoughts would definitely be stricken with fear. Meng Hao could sense the care and concern of the senior generation of the clan, and his heart softened quite a bit. It even caused his perception of Fang Shoudao as a wily fox to lessen quite a bit. "Elder brother Fang, you misunderstand," said the old man from the Immortal ancient Taoist rite, looking over at Meng Hao. "Meng Hao, back when you disappeared into the ruins of immortality, did you by any chance encounter a white-robed woman?" It was impossible for the old man to conceal the nervousness in his voice as he asked his question. The old woman and the middle-aged cultivator wore equally nervous expressions. Meng Hao gaped. After a long moment of silence, he slowly nodded his head in response. "I knew it!" exclaimed the old man, sounded very excited. Strange gleams appeared in the eyes of the old woman and the middle-aged cultivator. The old man took a deep breath and then made a clutching motion, causing a chunk of black stone to appear in his hand. At the same time, the old woman and the middle-aged cultivator produced similar stones. All 3 of the rocks emanated mysterious glows as they flew together to form a large stone slab, which hovered in midair. "Child, place your hand onto that black stone slab," said the old man, sounding very excited. "Don't worry. The 3 of us don't harbor any ill intentions toward you." He looked at Meng Hao with anticipation. Fang Shoudao frowned. The 3 great Taoist societies were acting very strange as far as he was concerned, and he was just about to intervene when Meng Hao's eyes glittered. As for Meng Hao, he had long since speculated that the white-robed woman was somehow connected to the 3 great Taoist societies. Instead of placing his hand onto the stone slab, he asked, "That white-robed woman, who is she?" Long ago, Our world did not consist of only 9 mountains and 9 seas, responded the old woman from the 9 seas god world, her voice soft. During that era, that white-robed woman was one of 3 supreme paragons. Meng Hao's mind trembled, and he didn't respond. Finally, he lifted his right hand and calmly placed it onto the stone slab. He was already aware of exactly what these 3 people were hoping to see. Blinding light emanated out as soon as his hand made contact with the stone slab. When the light touched Meng Hao, an ancient magical symbol suddenly appeared on his forehead. That magical symbol was actually a number. The number 13. 13th in the echelon. When the old man from the immortal ancient Taoist rite saw the magical symbol in the shape of a number, he threw his head back and laughed. His entire body quivered with excitement. The old woman from the 9 seas god world began to pant excitedly, and her expression was one of delight. As for the middle-aged man from the sublime flow sword grotto, he was also panting, and appeared to be going wild with joy. The echelon. As expected, the echelon. Meng Hao has actually joined the echelon. The echelon prescribed and maintained by a paragon. The echelon of the 9 mountains and seas. The key to leaving heaven and earth. He's the second from the 9th mountain and sea to enter. Meng Hao pulled his hand back, and the light emanating from the stone slab faded away. Fang Shoudao frowned. Inwardly, he was shocked, not because of the magical symbol that had appeared on Meng Hao's forehead, but rather because of the excitement of the representatives from the 3 great Taoist societies. Fellow Taoists, could you please provide an explanation? He said coolly, becoming even more vigilant than ever. Elder Brother Fang, this matter pertains to the mission of our 3 great Taoist societies, said the old man. The old woman and the middle-aged man stood off to the side, the expressions on their face solemn once again. The information we are about to share with you must not be spread beyond this room. Every so often, the 3 great Taoist societies hold a trial by fire. Its purpose is to search for suitable cultivators for that very paragon to observe as she searches for people qualified to join the echelon. The echelon determines the true blazing suns of the entire 9 mountains and seas. People who join the echelon are actually qualified to become legends. Furthermore, the echelon is wrapped up in an enormous mystery, a secret that affects all 9 mountains and seas. In fact, the origin of Lord Li himself is very likely connected to that mystery. For many, many years, the 9th mountain and sea has not produced anyone qualified to join the echelon. As of today, we now have a second. The first person to qualify for the echelon is no stranger to you. It was actually none other than the first-generation patriarch of your Fang clan. Sadly, although he met the requirements, when the time came for him to accomplish the tasks required by the paragon, he ended up refusing to comply. He actually renounced his own qualifications. Elder Brother Fang, this child cannot join just one of our organizations. He is actually the sole successor of all 3 great Taoist societies. He is not a disciple. He is a successor. When cultivators of the echelon appear on any of the mountains or seas, they instantly become crucially important to any of the Taoist societies, and will be protected as such. Elder Brother Shoudao, this child's path is definitely not limited to the 9th mountain and sea. The fighting that goes on amongst those who wish to enter the echelon is even fiercer than the fighting which goes on among those who wish to be chosen. As such, we must not allow Meng Hao's status as a member of the echelon to spread prematurely. It won't be long before we arrange for him to leave the 9th mountain and sea and participate in the echelon battles of the 9 mountains and seas. Please place him in our care. We 3 great Taoist societies are pledged to and exist solely for the sake of the echelon. Meng Hao's eyes flashed, and he stood there, silent and unresponsive as he listened to the 3 great Taoist societies discuss both him and the echelon with Fang Shoudao. He didn't mind this. As soon as he had been appointed to the echelon by that white-robed woman, he had known that the matter would eventually come to be known by others. Meng Hao was a cautious person, but now that the matter of the echelon had been discovered by the 3 great Taoist societies, trying to conceal the truth would have been pointless. As of now, it made sense for the clan to be made aware of it too. At least then he would have a foundation of protection. Fang Shoudao didn't respond at first. After some thought, he finally said, "This is a weighty matter, something I cannot make a decision on by myself. How about this? Fellow Taoists, please return to the hall for now. I'll discuss the situation with Hauer privately, and then we'll give you an answer." The representatives from the three great Taoist societies exchanged glances and then nodded. In the blink of an eye, they left the private chamber and reappeared out in the main hall. After they were gone, Meng Hao glared at Fang Shoudao, who looked back at him, cleared his throat, and then smiled. From Meng Hao's perspective, that smile looked far too treacherous, causing him give a loud harumph. Fang Shoudao cleared his throat, then eyed Meng Hao and said, "I'll give you 1%. He was well aware that he hadn't brought up the matter of splitting the profits. "Impossible. I demand 50%. Meng Hao responded immediately. Fang Shoudao frowned and then said, "All of these gifts are very important to the clan. At the very most, I can give you 2%. Do you know what I've done for the clan? Meng Hao was just about to launch into a long explanation when Fang Shoudao interrupted with a loud sigh. "Hauer, you're the crown prince of the clan," he said, looking very disappointed. He sounded pained as he continued, "Don't you know that as the crown prince, you receive special protection from the clan? That shows how much the clan approves of you. How does a piddling profit the likes of which we're discussing now compare to that? This is your home. And right now, your home is in a very tight spot. The first-generation patriarch is sleeping, and the planet is weak. Other than the resources spent on the fundamental cultivation needs of the clan, everything else is used on the planet itself. Plus, we have to be on guard against the G-clan. In addition to all that, we have to keep some resources in reserve in case we need to awaken the first-generation patriarch again. Meng Hao, do you understand what I'm saying? Considering all of those things, how could the clan possibly agree to send our magnificent crown prince to the three great Taoist societies to practice cultivation? The Fang clan is your home, and you are one of our family members. You're even a young lord of the clan. Now is the time for you to forego a bit of profit to ensure that the clan can have some breathing room. Can you agree to that? In the future, everything in the clan will belong to you, right? If you think this isn't fair, then go ahead and just take all the gifts. I don't want any of it." With that, Fang Shoudao closed his eyes and sighed. Meng Hao stood there silently. All of a sudden he felt like he really was putting too much emphasis on wealth and felt a bit bad. Finally, he nodded his head. "No, I'm fine," he said. "Forget about it." Fang Shoudao opened his eyes, and the kindness in them was apparent as he patted Meng Hao on the shoulder. "Good boy," he said. Then he waved his sleeve, causing both of them to vanish and reappear in the main hall. The banquet continued, and eventually, it was with much anticipation that the three great Taoist societies listened as Meng Hao announced that he would join their ranks. However, Fang Shoudao, citing Meng Hao's cultivation base as the reason, said that they would have to return in 3 months to accept him officially. Meng Hao was crestfallen. Although he understood that the clan was in a very difficult situation, when he thought about the vast amount of spirit stones pouring in, not a single one of which were going to him, it filled his heart with pain. It doesn't matter. The patriarch was right. I'm a member of the clan, and should act as such. Consoling himself all the way, Meng Hao said his goodbyes and then stepped out of the hall. Just when he was about to fly away, 2 bright beams of light whistled through the air toward the main hall. Members of the Fang clan flew nearby in escort, and as the beams of light neared, it turned out to be people from the Li clan. One was Li Linger, whose face was grim and unsightly. Next to her was a middle-aged man who had the bearing of a transcendent being. His features were handsome, and his aura was extremely strong with the power of essence. When Li Linger saw Meng Hao, she gritted her teeth, and her eyes blazed with fury. In contrast, the middle-aged man's eyes shone brightly, and he laughed heartily. Handsome as expected," he said. "Before, I could only observe with divine sense, but now that I can look upon you in person, kid, I have to say excellent. Truly excellent." The man laughed as he walked into the hall. Li Linger walked past Meng Hao, glaring daggers at him. She looked extremely disgruntled, as if her life was so unfair that she were on the verge of completely losing her temper. Meng Hao stared in shock. Something definitely seemed off. Instead of leaving, he stopped and looked back. The first thing he noticed was Fang Shoudao rising to his feet, and then he heard the middle-aged man from the Li clan laugh and begin to speak. Elder brother Shoudao, after I got your jade slip, I immediately called a clan meeting to discuss the matter. Howard is a wonderful kid, and I've really taken a liking to him. In fact, the entire Li clan agrees. We all support Howard, and once he becomes the clan chief of the Fang clan in the future, our two clans will have a powerful alliance. I have come here today prepared to give a Dao realm treasure, 100 precious ancient realm treasures, 1,000 immortal treasures, 100 million immortal jades, 10 billion spirit stones, as well as numerous other items, as the wedding gift for Howard and Linger. Laughing heartily, the man from the Li clan clasped hands and bowed toward Fang Shoudao. The way he listed out all the gifts he was enough to cause even the Dao realm experts to stare in shock. Such extravagant gift-giving was something rarely seen. However, as soon as they heard the word wedding, everyone reached an epiphany. Meng Hao was no longer an ordinary clan member. He was the number one chosen of the Fang clan, a famous blazing sun in the 9th mountain and sea, and even a crown prince. With a status like that, any organization would offer up lavish gifts to form an alliance. A broad smile could be seen on Fang Shoudao's face as he walked forward, laughing. Elder brother Li, you're far too polite, he said. Howard and this last Linger have been engaged since childhood. I just decided to speed up the matter a bit. That's all. Fang Shoudao looked over kindly at Li Linger. Meng Hao stood just outside the door to the main temple, gaping in shock. His jaw hung open and his eyes were wide. He almost couldn't believe what was happening, and he felt his mind spinning. He sold me off? He murmured. He suddenly began to tremble, and rage began to burn inside of him. Generally speaking, it would be the woman who received betrothal gifts. But considering that this was the Fang clan, they were the ones to receive the gifts. What Meng Hao was even more incapable of accepting was that everything that Fang Shoudao had said moments ago had clearly been a huge con that he had fallen right into. In the end, he could accept all of that for the clan. He could part with all the extravagant gifts, despite the pain it caused him. However, what was happening now had nothing to do with money. Meng Hao's mind suddenly filled with the image of a red wedding, of endless slaughter. That wedding had been one of the most painful moments of his life. He saw himself holding Su Qing in his arms until she gradually closed her eyes and faded away. Unforgettable stabs of pain once again filled his heart. Just barely, he felt as if he could see into the cycle of reincarnation, and all of a sudden, he heard a voice which echoed eternally in his ears. I'm in the cycle of reincarnation, waiting for you. Although Meng Hao often seemed to treat other women flirtatiously, in truth, there was a place deep in his heart where only one woman could enter. Chu Yuyan could not enter that place, so therefore, how could Li Linger possibly do so? That was a place for only one person. It was a place that belonged only to Su Qing. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His eyes shone with coldness, and even as everyone chatted and laughed, he suddenly spoke out, his voice icy. Patriarch, I am already married. As soon as his voice rang out, the entire hall went completely silent. The middle-aged man from the Li clan turned to glance at Meng Hao, then looked back at Fang Shoudao. Li Linger's eyes brightened with anticipation. Fang Shoudao coughed dryly and transmitted his voice to Meng Hao. I'll give you 20% of the Li clan's betrothal gift. Meng Hao's face was extremely calm, and his eyes were icy as he stared back wordlessly at Fang Shoudao. You little hoodlum. Fine. 50%, no more. You know that the clan is in a difficult place right now, and Patriarch. Meng Hao interrupted, his voice calm. Meng Hao, love money. However, not everything in the world can be negotiated in terms of money and profit. I said, I'm already married. I have a wife, and her name is Su Qing. He spoke the words earnestly and very clearly. All eyes in the main hall shifted to look at Meng Hao. With the exception of the Dao Realm Patriarchs, the other members of the senior generation, as well as all the chosen Meng Hao had fought with, had strange looks in their eyes. They stared at Meng Hao, their gazes shining. Li Linger was very pretty, and would be the type of beloved partner that any clan would view as favorable. Furthermore, the backing of the Li clan would enable Meng Hao to achieve future accomplishments with much greater ease, and he could definitely reach greater heights of glory. Nobody could understand why Meng Hao would flat-out reject such an opportunity. Li Linger had originally looked forward to seeing Meng Hao reject the offer. But for some reason, when she heard his explanation and saw how serious he was, she suddenly realized that he seemed very different from the scoundrel she remembered. In fact, he seemed to be hiding some great pain deep within him, a fact that caused her to tremble slightly. "Where is she?" asked Fang Shoudao, sounding very stern. "On planet South Heaven?" He looked at Meng Hao a bit more seriously than he had before, and his tone was very grave. "She's not on planet South Heaven," Meng Hao replied softly. "She's in the cycle of reincarnation, waiting for me to go find her." He could no longer prevent the grief from showing on his face. All of a sudden, he saw the vague image of a simple young woman standing in front of him, wearing a plain robe. She was the one who had taken him into the world of cultivation. She wasn't shockingly beautiful, but somehow, she had worked her way into his heart. He had given her a cosmetic cultivation pill, and in the end, they had experienced a red wedding together. She was Su Qing, his Qinger. She had sacrificed her longevity for him. She had entered reincarnation for him. As she died, she had forced a smile onto her face. For him, in Meng Hao's arms, she had turned from being beautiful and young into a white-haired old woman. She had withered up and closed her eyes. She had attempted to lift her hand up, as if to wipe the tears off of his face. But then that hand had slumped down lifelessly. That was the image he saw. "Her name is Su Qing," he continued softly. "She's waiting for me in reincarnation, and we made a promise that I would go find her. She is my wife, my one and only wife." With that, he bowed to Fang Shoudao, then turned and flew off, his expression one of pain, grief, and bleakness. Back in the main hall, everyone was shaken. They could sense the grief in Meng Hao, and could tell that although he usually seemed happy and frivolous on the outside, he was actually filled with a sea of sorrow and longing. Li Linger shivered as she watched Meng Hao leave. As of this moment, the detestation she felt toward him was not so profound, and in fact, deep in her heart, pity took root. After several days of banqueting, the three great Taoist societies left, as did all of the other various sects and clans. The matter of the wedding contract with the Li clan wasn't resolved. Fang Shoudao wouldn't waver in the matter, however, and continued to press for time. Over the course of a few days, Fang Shoudao summoned Meng Hao on multiple occasions, but Meng Hao was in a different position than he had been. He wasn't just any young lord of the clan. He was now a blazing sun. Therefore, he completely ignored Fang Shoudao, putting the matter off by focusing on cultivating the nirvana fruits. 3 days later, as he sat in secluded meditation in his residence, Fang Shoudao came for a personal visit. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he sent his aura out, and Meng Hao immediately opened his eyes. It was in that moment that Fang Shoudao appeared in front of him. His face was grave as he looked Meng Hao over. Then he let out a long sigh and sat down cross-legged. Meng Hao sat in place quietly, not saying a word. "She's really that important to you?" Fang Shoudao asked slowly, looking at Meng Hao. Meng Hao was actually extremely important to Fang Shoudao, so important that Meng Hao didn't even realize the extent of it. To Fang Shoudao, the most crucial matter at hand was ensuring that the Fang clan was able to survive over the next 1,000 years. After that, he wanted to help Meng Hao grow and mature. That was one reason why he didn't refuse the three great Taoist societies' proposal. He believed that in the three great Taoist societies, Meng Hao would definitely acquire better cultivation magic than he could in the Fang clan. As for the clan's financial predicament, that was something in which he had not deceived Meng Hao. "She's my wife," Meng Hao replied, his voice soft, his head bowed. After a moment of silence, Fang Shoudao spoke. Although he didn't sound somber like he had when negotiating prices with Meng Hao, his tone of voice and his expression seemed far more serious and intense than they had at that time. Can't you just let her go? You're the crown prince of the Fang clan. Just forget about her. If you can't let go of her forever, he said quietly, then how about for just 1,000 years? If you don't like the Li clan lass, then you don't have to pay attention to her at all. All the clan wants is an alliance. It's the same with the Li clan. They just want an alliance. The marriage is just a formality. Meng Hao looked up at Fang Shoudao for a moment, then slapped his bag of holding to produce the ancient realm precious treasure that was his crown prince command medallion. He rubbed it for a moment before carefully placing it down in front of Fang Shoudao. Fang Shoudao's eyes widened, and waves of rage began to surge out inside of him. He looked at Meng Hao, his expression one of pain. In your heart, is that girl really more important than the entire clan? The disappointment on Fang Shoudao's face was clear. This was true disappointment, not an act like before. Patriarch. I don't remember much about my early life on planet East Victory, he murmured. What I do remember from my childhood is that my dad and mom left. I have a memory of searching for them in the fog, crying because I couldn't find them. After I grew up, I took the imperial examinations over and over again. Back then, my dream was to be rich when I grew up. Eventually, I ran into her and I joined a sect. That was how I came to be part of the cultivation world. She's actually my senior sister from that sect. After that, Meng Hao told Fang Shoudao everything about Su Qing. He recounted all the stories and all the details that he could remember. Patriarch, there was one time in which I died. She ruined her own longevity, just to save me. When we got married, it was a red wedding, soaked in blood. I promised her that I would find her in Reincarnation. As his voice echoed out, filled with the sensation of memories, Fang Shoudao's face gradually softened. He looked at Meng Hao for a long moment, then sighed. It's just a formality, he said, closing his eyes. Why do you have to be like this? To the clan, it might just be a formality, Meng Hao replied calmly. But to me, it would be a betrayal. Patriarch, please appoint someone else as the crown prince. The Li clan doesn't want a beloved partner for Li Linger. All they want is an alliance. It doesn't matter who it is. Anyone could be a match for her. Why does it have to be me? So please just appoint someone else. It would be the perfect solution for the clan. Fang Shoudao maintained his silence. After a long moment, he rose to his feet and swished his sleeve. He did not take the crown prince command medallion, but instead sent it floating back into Meng Hao's palm. In 3 months, the 3 great Taoist societies will come for you. I've already prepared 1,500,000,000 spirit stones for you to take with you to use in your cultivation. I wasn't going to tell you about this originally, but considering you can't accept the marriage, well, do you dare to make a little wager with me? If you win, then I'll take responsibility to cancel the marriage contract. But if you lose, then you can't reject the arrangements made by the clan, and you'll go through with the formalities. Meng Hao stood there silently. However, Fang Shoudao continued with a sigh. If your grandfather was still here in the clan, he would definitely persuade you for me. Fang Shoudao thought of Meng Hao's grandfather, who was actually the person that he had most favored among the junior generations. In fact, in his view, Meng Hao's grandfather would have eventually become the clan's 3rd Dao realm expert. A tremor ran through Meng Hao as he recalled the vague image of his grandfather, an image he would never be able to forget. Meng Hao's parents had left to guard planet South Heaven for 100,000 years. As for his grandfather, he had gone to search for an outsider to ask for help. The outsider came, but his grandfather had gone missing, and had never made contact with the clan again. Feeling quite bitter, Meng Hao looked up at Fang Shoudao. What's the bet? Before the 3 great Taoist societies arrive, do everything you can to earn 1,500,000,000 spirit stones. Immortal jade doesn't count. If you can do that, from then on the clan won't require that you do anything you don't want to. You must not resort to trickery, theft, or borrowing. I won't interfere either. Meng Hao stared in shock for a moment. Then, he lowered his head and made some calculations. When he looked back up, his expression was calm again. Gazing at Fang Shoudao with a slightly pained expression, he nodded. Fang Shoudao said nothing further. He stood up, turned, and vanished. After he left, Meng Hao began to breathe heavily. 1,000 ideas were running through his head. He knew that he was a member of the clan, and that it was impossible to sever that blood connection. His parents, his grandfather, and his other relatives would not agree to him severing ties with the Fang clan. Furthermore, the clan had not given Meng Hao any reason to do anything that would violate the rules. If there was a wager, he would win it. 3 months. 1,500,000,000 spirit stones. Although he wasn't aware of it, a bashful expression had appeared on his face at some point. As far as he was concerned, winning that bet wouldn't be difficult at all. He put away the Crown Prince Command Medallion and stood up. Then he turned into a beam of prismatic light that shot away to find Fang Shi. 2 days later, word began to spread throughout the Fang clan. It didn't take long before all the clan members were talking about the same thing. Did you hear? The Crown Prince is going to challenge the Medicine Pavilion. Last time, he got through 6 levels with perfect marks. The Dao bell even rang. Last time he challenged the Medicine Pavilion, he got to the 7th level, where he grafted 75,000 types of medicinal plants. Everyone is saying that this time, the Crown Prince is definitely going to charge all the way to the 10th level. The news quickly spread, until everyone in the clan had heard about it. All of them were inwardly shaken. Lately, Meng Hao was like the sun at high noon within the clan, and was the focus of all attention. Everything he said or did was noticed. Besides, the glory he had already achieved in the Tao of Alchemy division was well known. Now that he was going to be heading back there, everyone in the clan was filled with anticipation. That anticipation reached a peak on one particular morning at dawn, when Meng Hao flew out of his residence and headed toward the Tao of Alchemy division, his Immortal Realm Paragon Cultivation base surging with power. He was followed by numerous members of the Fang clan, who all wanted to witness the spectacle. More and more people started to tag along. By the time he reached the Tao of Alchemy division, huge amounts of Fang clan cultivators were there, filling the sky as he headed toward the Medicine Pavilion. The alchemists and apprentice alchemists of the Tao of Alchemy division were all very excited as they joined in the procession. The entire Tao of Alchemy division was abuzz. Countless beams of colorful light shot through the air as Meng Hao landed outside of the Medicine Pavilion. He looked at the huge stone stele next to the entrance, and his eyes glittered. The same 2 old men who stood guard outside opened their eyes. When they saw Meng Hao, they slowly rose to their feet, clasped hands, and bowed. "Greetings, Crown Prince," they said in unison. Meng Hao nodded, and without further word, stepped into the Medicine Pavilion. As he did, the entire area was packed with clan members, all of whom were waiting to watch. Fang Shi was in the crowd. He quickly sent word out via Jade Slip, and a moment later, roughly 10,000 clan members rose up in various positions and began to cry out. The Crown Prince is challenging the Medicine Pavilion. This is a grand event in the Fang clan, and it is an honor for anyone to be able to bear witness. I personally wish to offer 100 spirit stones as a congratulatory gift. If anyone else is willing to offer a similar gift, please place it into this bag of holding. That's right. I don't have a lot of spirit stones, but I'm willing to give 50 as a gift of congratulations to the Crown Prince. Of course, this is how things should work. The Crown Prince is challenging the Medicine Pavilion. As fellow clan members, it's only natural that we should offer gifts of congratulations. Here's 100 spirit stones. As the calls rang out, more people produced spirit stones to place in the bags of holding. Others hesitated, but then increasing numbers began to do the same thing. Very soon, a terrifying amount of spirit stones had built up within the bags of holding. When Fang Shoudao saw what was happening, he stared in shock for a moment and then smacked his forehead. His expression immediately changed. Damn it! How could I have forgotten? I remember hearing about how Meng Hao charged people in the Tao of Alchemy division to hear his lectures about plants and vegetation. Then Feng Shoudao thought about the rewards posted for the 3 holy medicinal pills, and a feeling of alarm built up in his heart. Those 3 medicinal pills included first, the Sky Palace Sun Spirit pill, which Meng Hao had already concocted. The second was the Sea-Cleaving Heaven-Defying pill, the reward for which was 1 billion spirit stones. The third was the Heavenly Thought pill. The incredible reward for concocting that pill was to become the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy division. All of a sudden, Feng Shoudao gasped. After a long moment, he managed to recover his senses, and realized that this time, he had been conned by Meng Hao. "You little hoodlum," he thought, laughing bitterly. However, his eyes quickly glittered. However, he didn't choose to go concoct the pills, he murmured, but instead to challenge the medicine pavilion. That indicates that he's not completely confident in his concocting abilities. In that case, I haven't necessarily lost the bet. However, he still was a bit worried, so he suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was in the Medicine Immortal sect where he went to consult with Fang Yenshu. Not too long after, he left the Medicine Immortal sect, and his face was very calm. Based on what Fang Yenshu told him, he was now confident in what would happen. Not even Fang Yenshu can concoct the Heavenly Thought pill. As for the Sea-Cleaving Heaven-Defying pill, it's equally difficult. The little hoodlum definitely can't concoct them relying on his own skill alone. I told him that I wouldn't interfere, but that doesn't mean I can't use other methods. Feng Shoudao appeared to be very pleased, and looked more like a crafty old fox than ever. Tao of Alchemy Division. Medicine Pavilion. As soon as Meng Hao set foot inside, he was once again on the 7th level. Last time, he passed 6 levels in a row, achieving the highest marks possible at each level. He passed them perfectly. Notably, on the 6th level, each step he took caused lotuses to bloom, shocking the outside world and causing the Tao bell to toll. Now he had returned, and in addition to his desire to earn some money, he was filled with determination, as well as dedication to the Tao of Alchemy. This time, I'm definitely going to go through all 9 levels. Everyone in the 9th Mountain and Sea knew that Meng Hao was an Immortal Realm paragon, but few people were aware that his skill in the Tao of Alchemy had reached a point of perfection that could only be described by the saying, "The pill furnace flame turned blue." The last time he was on the 7th level, he had grafted 75,000 medicinal plants, and yet, his mental focus had been insufficient. If he had persisted in continuing, he would have sustained mental injuries. The concentration required to pass that level perfectly required an incredible level of mental constitution. Furthermore, at that time, Meng Hao's skill with plants and vegetation had not reached a state of perfection. However, he was now much more skilled regarding the numerous variations of plants and vegetation in the Fang clan. Furthermore, the difference between his current cultivation base and his former one was like the difference between heaven and earth. Meng Hao was now completely confident that he could pass all the way through the 9th floor. Inside the medicine pavilion, mist swirled everywhere. The classic of plants and vegetation appeared, glowing with boundless light. The first pages flipped over, and Meng Hao waved his finger, causing a single medicinal plant to appear. His eyes shone with the glow of augury, and in the blink of an eye, he began to produce new grafts. Eventually, he began to merge the grafts together to produce entirely new medicinal plants. Time passed. This time, Meng Hao only used half a day to graft 75,000 medicinal plants, whereupon the mists churned, and rumbling sounds could be heard. The rumbling could even be heard outside of the medicine pavilion, where a bright light shone from the entire pavilion, rising up into the air above the Tao of Alchemy division. It was as if the light was building up pressure, waiting for Meng Hao to reach the pinnacle of the level, whereupon it would burst up into the sky. All of the alchemists in the Tao of Alchemy division were paying rapt attention. Fang Danyun was there on his mountain peak, looking over with an expression of anticipation. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he extended his hand and continued to graft. 80,000. 83,000. 86,000. 8 hours later, he had grafted 90,000 medicinal plants. Massive rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the medicine pavilion. To date, no one had ever been able to graft as many plants as Meng Hao had in the 7th level. He was the first one to ever do so. Currently, his name appeared on the stone stele outside of the medicine pavilion, and the number of medicinal plants he had grafted was clearly visible to all of the other clan members, causing a huge commotion among them. 90,000. However, that wasn't the end. The drain on Meng Hao's mental faculties was barely even noticeable. His mental constitution had greatly increased compared to before. His eyes glittered, and he lifted both hands, multitasking as he used both hands to graft different medicinal plants. Rumbling like that of thunder could be heard outside the medicine pavilion as the number of grafted plants next to Meng Hao's name increased. 93,000. 96,000. 99,000. All the way to 100,000. When the last grafted medicinal plant appeared, Meng Hao was surrounded by 100,000 swirling plants. They let out incredible light that spread out of the medicine pavilion, shooting up into the air in a brilliant beam. The light instantly shot high up into the air above the Tao of Alchemy division, causing everything to tremble. The entire Fang clan was shaken, and all of the cultivators on planet East Victory could see the light. Even the alchemists in the medicine Immortal sect were shocked. As for Fang Yanxu, although he was in secluded meditation, he opened his eyes and looked over toward the Tao of Alchemy division, clearly moved. He passed the 7th level perfectly. He murmured lightly. Well, the 8th level is so difficult it can't even compare to the 7th. They're completely different. Meanwhile, the Fang clan's Tao bell appeared in the air above the ancestral mansion. Immediately, its toll echoed out into the minds of all clan members with Fang clan blood, deep and sonorous. The toll of the Tao bell indicated that Meng Hao had passed the 7th level in exactly the same way that he had passed the 6th. Perfectly. Furthermore, it had only taken him 1 day. Word rapidly spread that he had passed the 7th level perfectly, having grafted 100,000 medicinal plants. The members of the Fang clan suddenly realized that their crown prince was not just a blazing sun in terms of cultivation. He was also a blazing sun when it came to skill in the Tao of Alchemy. Meng Hao had no way to hear or see the uproar in the outside world. Up ahead, light swirled throughout the 7th level, causing a staircase to appear, a staircase that led up to the 8th level. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Eyes filled with determination, he stepped onto the stairs and began to climb up. Immediately, all the light around him vanished, and Meng Hao found himself looking out at a huge desert. The sky stretched out limitlessly, and up ahead, he could see an azure-colored dragon. It lay there completely motionless, as if it were a corpse. The dragon was so huge that one glance was not enough to take in the entire thing. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that it was actually composed of countless medicinal plants that were apparently growing on the dragon's body, using its flesh and blood as nourishment. He was standing near the tail of the dragon, but even from there, he could sense the terrifying life force that existed inside of it. However, that life force was sealed, and was apparently being absorbed bit by the numerous medicinal plants. This is the 8th level, he thought. Almost at the same time, a cold, archaic voice spoke, echoing out through the entire 8th level. 1 million medicinal plants grow upon this azure dragon. Separate 100,000, and you can pass this level. Meng Hao's eyes shone with bright light as he looked at the azure dragon. Gradually, a look of obsession appeared in his eyes. In the 7th level, you have to graft various medicinal plants. In the 8th level, you are faced with numerous grafted medicinal plants that you have to deconstruct. Return them into their original state, into the original medicinal plants. The level of difficulty here is far, far greater than the 7th level. However, if I can pass this level perfectly, then my skill with plants and vegetation would reach an unprecedented level. I can't even imagine a level of difficulty regarding knowledge of plants and vegetation that exceeds this 8th level. Meng Hao's heart surged with the determination to face this challenge head-on. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. As soon as his foot touched the ground, brilliant light flickered, and an illusory medicinal plant appeared in front of him, blocking his way. He looked at it for a moment, then waved his finger, causing the medicinal plant to break apart into 3 distinct plants, after which it faded away. Without even pausing, he continued forward. Every step he took caused more medicinal plants to appear. Each and every one took only a single glance before it was deconstructed. 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000 steps, 10,000 steps. Time passed. Meng Hao eventually took 30,000 steps, which indicated that he had deconstructed 30,000 medicinal plants. As he proceeded along, the azure dragon beneath his feet began to show indications that it was awakening. From the look of it, if someone could deconstruct all 1 million medicinal plants, then the dragon would no longer be sealed and would once again be able to fly through the heavens. Outside of the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao's name appeared on the stone stele, among the relatively few other names that had reached the 8th level. Everyone looked on, wide-eyed, as his name quickly climbed up the list. Booms emanated out from the medicine pavilion, filling the ears of all onlookers. When they heard it, it almost seemed as if the sounds could control the beating of their hearts, which caused the entire Tao of Alchemy division to fall silent. All eyes were completely fixed on the medicine pavilion. Meng Hao proceeded forward along the azure dragon in the 8th level. 15,000 steps, 18,000 steps, 20,000 steps, 30,000, 40,000, 50,000. He didn't even pause a single time. Step after step, he deconstructed medicinal plants. Because of his skill with plants and vegetation, none of these medicinal plants were even qualified to cause him to spend time thinking. Ryua Yuam Blel. The sound filled the Tao of Alchemy division, and gradually began to resemble the roar of a dragon. By this point Meng Hao had taken his 70,000th step by step, plant by plant. He continued onward as relentlessly as ever. 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. By taking his 100,000th step, it indicated that he had separated 100,000 medicinal plants from the azure dragon, which was now beginning to glow with brilliant light and even tremble slightly. Meng Hao took a deep breath, and his eyes glittered brightly. Naturally, 100,000 was not his limit. If he had never come to this place, none of this would have mattered, but now that he was here, he wanted to reach the pinnacle. A tremor ran through him, and he took another step forward. Slowly but surely he continued onward. 100,000, 150,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. The azure dragon's trembling grew more intense, and the roars were now echoing out through all of heaven and earth. The members of the Fang clan outside the medicine pavilion were completely shaken as they watched Meng Hao's name climbing up the stone stele. It had long since reached first place, but the thing that really caused the onlookers to be amazed were the numbers that stood next to his name. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light as he continued on. 550,000, 600,000, 700,000, 800,000. When he reached 800,000, his pace began to slow. However, at this point his energy surged even more explosively than before. He was now drawing on all of his mental constitution. His eyes glowed with a mad light of augury. The level of skill with plants and vegetation that was on display here was intense as he drew on everything to proceed onward. 830,000, 860,000, 890,000, 900,000. The azure dragon roared. It was now 90% awake, and a shocking aura emanated out from the 8th level. It almost seemed to be pleading with Meng Hao to complete the final 100,000 deconstructions, so that it could be free to fly among the heavens. A tense silence reigned outside of the medicine pavilion as all eyes focused on the numbers on the stone stele. It was as if everyone was waiting for that number to reach 1 million. Meng Hao suddenly looked up. The level of difficulty here was incredible, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. When it came to these final 100,000 medicinal plants, each one of them was made up of dozens and even hundreds of other medicinal plants. He took a deep breath, and within him, his immortal meridians exploded with power, fortifying his mental constitution. An intense immortal will cause his immortal chi to swirl, and his eyes glittered as if with starlight as he continued onward. Ryuayuam Blel. 91,000. 92,000. 93,000. 97,000. 98,000. 99,000. Countless medicinal plants appeared in front of him, all of which he separated from the dragon. He lost track of time, and it almost seemed like the medicinal plants would never end. But then, all of a sudden, there were none. Meng Hao stopped in place. 1 million. When he finished the 1 millionth medicinal plant, massive roaring filled the 8th level. The entire medicine pavilion emanated azure light as the illusory image of an azure dragon roared a shocking roar. The members of the Fang clan who were watching outside the medicine pavilion were thrown into tumult. 1 million. The Crown Prince reached 1 million on the 8th level. This is unheard of. No one has ever done that in the history of the Tao of Alchemy Division. The Crown Prince is a chosen in cultivation and a blazing sun in the Tao of Alchemy. On that day, virtually every member of the Fang clan saw an azure dragon fly out of the medicine pavilion in the Tao of Alchemy Division, then speed around planet East Victory before eventually fading away. As it vanished, motes of green light sprinkled down onto the lands of planet East Victory, causing the entire planet to thrum with life force. This scene caused the hearts of all the cultivators on planet East Victory to tremble with shock. In the medicine Immortal sect, Fang Yenshu saw what was happening and his expression flickered with astonishment. He gazed in the direction of the Tao of Alchemy Division and murmured after a long time. So the legends about the 8th level are true. The first alchemist to completely unseal the azure dragon of plants and vegetation will free the dragon and enable it to nourish the lands. Meng Hao's skill in the Tao of Alchemy has reached an incredible level. Fang Shoudao took a deep breath. His eyes were wide as he watched the azure dragon fade away, and the nourishing motes of light fall down onto the planet. He even reached his hand out and allowed one of the glimmering lights to land onto his palm. Simultaneously, the Tao bell appeared in midair over the ancestral mansion. Its toll echoed out into the hearts of all the members of the Fang clan. Then the hubbub of conversation broke out in all areas of the Fang clan. After experiencing the rebellion, the Fang clan needed a joyous occasion like this to consolidate the clan and help them grow stronger. On the 8th level of the medicine pavilion, Meng Hao watched as the unsealed azure dragon swirled around and then flew away. Next, the plants and vegetation disappeared into the numerous glittering screens which had just appeared. Meng Hao did not immediately proceed to the next level. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the 1 million medicinal plants he had just seen, and committing them to memory. After quite a bit of time passed, he opened his eyes, within which glowed an intense light. Having completed the 8th level perfectly, he looked off into the distance at a door which had appeared. There was no staircase, only a door, and that door led to the 9th level, the final level. The Fang clan's medicine pavilion is truly a place where good fortune can be wrested away from heaven and earth. The transformations of plants and vegetation here have reached the pinnacle, especially on the 8th level. Well, I wonder what kind of test I'll find on the 9th level? He looked curiously at the door for a while before finally rising to his feet and walking over. Eventually, he came to stand directly in front of it. Eyes glittering, he pushed it open and walked in without hesitation. This was the final level of the medicine pavilion. As soon as he entered, he stopped in his tracks and stared around in shock. An entire world stretched out in front of his eyes. The sky was deep blue, and a golden sun hung in the sky, sending out radiant sunlight. Gigantic birds flew about in the sky. Off in the distance, the ground shook under the feet of a giant, which roared as it ran. Everything bore the appearance of ancient times. There was one particular plant, a small one, that was growing out from under a rock. It seemed ordinary and not even worth mentioning, but if you looked closely, it appeared as if, at some point in the past, the rock had crushed the plant. However, the plant had fought on, eventually pushing the rock aside and growing up from under its edges. Meng Hao was a bit taken aback by everything. However, after only a few breaths of time passed, everything blurred. When things became clear again, He was standing in the same place he had been before. However, the mountains and lands around him had crumbled, even that rock. The little plant he had seen had also collapsed into pieces. Yet, one of those plant pieces managed to fly up into the air and merge with some of the remnants of the shattered rock, which then spun off into the distance, where they landed in the middle of a pool of water and sank to the bottom. Time passed. Years flew by, and it was impossible to tell how many. Gradually, another small plant grew up from within the pool of water. It looked different than the previous plant, sturdier and more resilient. Meng Hao frowned. He wasn't sure exactly what he was seeing, nor what it had to do with this 9th level. He continued to watch as time flashed by. Suns rose and set. The plant would wither, then grow again, a seemingly endless cycle. Finally, one day, the lands were destroyed in a seismic event, and the area where the plant was growing turned into a seafloor. Soil became sludge, completely burying the tiny plant. More time passed. The little plant once again grew up from within the sludge. It looked different than before, as if it were some type of seaweed. It looked almost like hair as it grew longer and longer. Later, the sea dried up, and the plant withered and eventually disappeared. Then, a tree grew up in its place. That tree became a forest, within which was a tree that seemed to be the same tiny plant from years ago. Time flowed. Meng Hao watched as the huge tree eventually began to grow smaller. The other trees around it withered in death, but it grew stronger and stronger until, eventually, it attracted the attention of lightning. The lightning struck it, and it dried up. In the moment that it died, a sprout appeared, which became the only green thing in the whole world, growing up out of the dead husk of the tree. Meng Hao stared at the sprout in shock. A powerful aura gradually began to emanate from the sprout, and after much time passed, a hand appeared in the void, which slowly reached out and harvested the tiny sprout. Sure enough, it became a holy medicinal plant, said an ancient voice, the same voice that had spoken on the previous levels of the medicine pavilion. The images Meng Hao was seeing crumbled away. He breathed heavily as everything faded away, and he found himself standing in a medicinal plant garden, within which grew a single medicinal plant. It was a tiny sprout, the same one whose lives Meng Hao had seen passing by in his vision. He stared at the sprout in shock, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "Do you understand?" asked the voice. "What is the highest realm of plants and vegetation?" No one can truly answer this question. Everyone has their own explanation. A tiny plant from the ancient age that experienced all sorts of good fortune. Who can say whether or not that plant will become some sort of shocking holy medicinal plant? All living things are mundane, and yet, all living things can also be extraordinary. Cultivators practice cultivation because of their desire to shed the limitations of the mortal world. They wish to be like the carp that leapt over the dragon gate. Plants and vegetation are similar. When concocting them into medicinal pills and consuming them, one should not solely focus on strengthening themselves, but should also strive to sense the plant's fundamental will. It might seem like the plant dies in the process of becoming a pill, but who can truly say whether or not this is just a rebirth into another stage of life for them? As the ancient voice echoed out, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged and looked at the tiny sprout. All of a sudden, he thought about the image of the first-generation patriarch incarnated as a planet. He became a planet, from which grew countless types of plants and vegetation. "This," Meng Hao murmured. He felt as if he were just on the verge of grasping something profound, but he wasn't able to put it into words. It was as if countless threads were swirling around in his head, making it impossible to find the correct train of thought. "Reincarnation," he said, looking up. Almost as soon as the word left his mouth, the entire world collapsed. The fragments then formed back together, causing another shocking vision to appear. The vision was exactly the same as what he had experienced when he first set foot into the 9th level. He saw the world of ancient times, and he saw the tiny plant growing up from under the rock. The vision appeared to be identical, except that this time, the hand was present, as if he was now seeing the true beginning to the story. A voice echoed out within the vision. "Stuck under a boulder, but you still want to live and grow. Well then, Allow me to give you a chance at life. The hand then tapped the plant lightly. The little plant swayed, then returned to normal. The hand vanished, as if it had never existed in the first place. The vision faded away, and the void of the 9th level appeared again. The ancient voice echoed out again. It's not just reincarnation, but creation. From my perspective, the pinnacle of plants and vegetation is actually creation. After the voice finished speaking, a door appeared next to Meng Hao, a door which led to the outside. Meng Hao maintained his silence. The little plant had been ordinary, but because it had been tapped by that finger, its entire life and fate changed. In the end, the lightning struck it, and it became a wholly medicinal plant. That definitely was a kind of creation. After a long time, Meng Hao rose to his feet, clasped hands, and bowed deeply. Suddenly, the ancient voice spoke again. If you had the choice, would you wish to become that little plant, or would you want to become the hand? Meng Hao paused and looked out into the void. Voice calm, he replied, neither that plant nor that hand can act of their own accord. Both are controlled by something else. I would want to become the person who commanded that hand to alter the little plant. With that, he turned and prepared to step through the door. Suddenly, the ancient voice in the void laughed. It was a laughter filled with happiness and praise. To think that the Fong clan has produced someone like you. Delightful. How very delightful. As the voice echoed out, the image of a middle-aged man suddenly appeared within the void. He looked over at Meng Hao. For years, none of the few people who managed to enter this place made a choice like yours. Your reward for reaching this 9th level is that I can answer a single question for you. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Is there a pinnacle of skill with plants and vegetation that exceeds that of creation? He asked. That's not an easy question to answer, the middle-aged man said slowly. First, you must be able to understand what the Tao is. The Tao. Meng Hao gaped. Why is there life? Why is there death? The ancient voice echoed back and forth endlessly. Why is there reincarnation? It's like a circle with the head and the tail connected. But what exactly does that mean? And is reincarnation the only explanation? Why are there cultivators? Why are there cultivation realms? Why is there Taoist magic? Why are there divine abilities? How does light shine? How does darkness descend? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. What are the differences between these elements? Fire is fire, and yet why are there different types of heat? What is heat? What is cold? What does it mean when something that can only survive in the ice can be burned to death by a single drop of water? The ancient voice spoke with increasing speed, causing Meng Hao's mind to tremble. Questions piled up in his mind. Each one seemed possible to answer directly, but if he actually had to answer them, he would be left speechless. What is the Tao? That was the final question uttered by the ancient voice, and it left Meng Hao's mind rumbling. The essence is the Tao, the basis of everything that defies heaven. A bright light shone in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he suddenly seemed very serious. All such unknowns are essence. Only when you seek out the essence can you comprehend heaven and earth, understand all living things, and control everything. When you understand all transformations of heaven and earth, when you have defied the heavens, when you have sealed the earth, then what could possibly be difficult to you? The middle-aged man waved his hand, and Meng Hao's mind trembled. He couldn't stop himself from stepping into the door, and then he vanished into the void. After he disappeared, the middle-aged man shook his head and smiled, then stepped forward into the medicinal plant garden. He sat down cross-legged and gradually transformed into a tiny sprout. He was the final transformation of that little plant. A tiny sprout. I look forward to the day when he becomes the person who controls that hand. The sprout swayed back and forth, and faint laughter could be heard echoing out into the darkness of the void. The option of becoming the plant or the hand seemed like a choice, but it was actually a trick question. Although there appeared to be two answers to pick from, in reality those two answers were one and the same. That was especially true after one's mind was reeling after experiencing the shocking visions. Before that feeling even faded away, when one had not had a chance to digest the experience, and the heart was still unstable, whatever decision was made would clearly reveal the nature of one's Tao and the focus of one's heart. It was not a time in which random or careless things could be said. If one responded in an absurd way that did not correspond to the object of their obsession, it would be like a betrayal of oneself and result in the collapse of their Tao will. Therefore, for someone to escape the trap and to respond that they wanted to become the person who controlled the hand was something completely remarkable. Any person who entered the 9th level of the medicine pavilion and faced that middle-aged man's divine ability, and who had a cultivation base lower than him, would be incapable of speaking lies. The only thing they would be capable of doing was speaking the truth from the bottom of their heart. That was the only way to pass the 9th level. It required not only utter self-confidence, but also total clarity of self. Furthermore, it required those who answered the question to have an unshakable belief in their own Tao. That middle-aged man had not seen a member of the Fang clan like that in a long time. Therefore, he decided to provide some enlightenment regarding the Tao of essence. Essence is the Tao, thought Meng Hao. His mind rumbled as he stepped out of the door. In the blink of an eye, he was outside of the medicine pavilion, surrounded by tens of thousands of clan members, all of whom were looking at Meng Hao, their faces filled with excitement. The toll of the Tao bell could be heard, filling the minds of all members of the Fang clan. Behind Meng Hao, brilliant light shot up from the medicine pavilion to illuminate everything. All of the alchemists on Planet East Victory clasped hands and bowed toward Meng Hao. The sky went dark. That was the first time that anyone had perfectly passed through the entire medicine pavilion. It would definitely become a legend in the Tao of Alchemy division, part of the mythos of the Fang clan's Tao of Alchemy. Meng Hao's name was now listed in the very first position on the stone stele outside of the medicine pavilion. However, all of the cheering barely registered in his ears. The words he had just heard filled his ears and continued to crash around in his mind like thunder. Essence is the Tao, he murmured. Comprehend essence, and you can step into the Tao realm. It was as if Meng Hao's mind had been opened further, making his understanding of cultivation clearer than ever. Use the nirvana fruits to enter the ancient realm. Use essence to form the Tao realm. Meng Hao's eyes shone with brilliant light as the ancient voice slowly echoed away into silence. Outside of the medicine pavilion, the cries of the clan members gradually grew stronger in Meng Hao's ears. Congratulations on charging through the whole medicine pavilion. Crown Prince! Congratulations, Crown Prince! As the cries echoed out, Meng Hao gradually recovered his senses. Soon, he was staring around in shock. Something seemed off. There didn't seem to be enough people in the area. There were tens of thousands and no more. From what he could remember, when he entered the medicine pavilion, there had been hundreds of thousands, perhaps even more, spread about in all directions. Feeling suspicious, Meng Hao smiled at the crowds, clasped hands and bowed. Then he gave Fang Shi a meaningful look and sped off into the distance. Fang Shi followed nervously. The two of them flew out of the Tao of Alchemy division, and before Meng Hao could even ask him any questions, Fang Shi sighed. "'Cause something happened. After you entered the medicine pavilion, the clan suddenly announced a bunch of important missions. Almost all of the clan members who came to watch immediately had to go back to the clan." Smiling wryly, Fang Shi produced a bag of holding which he handed over to Meng Hao. Face unsightly, Meng Hao grabbed the bag of holding and scanned it. There were quite a few spirit stones inside, but it was a lot less than he had expected. It didn't take much thought to come to the conclusion that this was definitely a counterstrike from that old Fox Fang Shoudao. He turned to stare angrily at the ancestral mansion. "That old hoodlum," Meng Hao growled, gnashing his teeth. "That wily old fox." Obviously, the old fogey had figured out that he was being conned by Meng Hao and had devised an ingenious counterattack. "Well, it doesn't matter," said Meng Hao, forcing a smile onto his face as he clapped Fang Shi on the shoulder. "You head back now, and I'll start working on another plan." Fang Shi nodded. After bowing to Meng Hao, he transformed into a colorful beam of light that shot off into the distance. Meng Hao hovered in midair, eyes flickering, jaw clenched. Since you want to force my hand so badly, you old fox, he thought, don't blame the young master for flipping over the game board, musing about how the first-generation patriarch had stared down GT on. He turned into a prismatic beam that shot back toward the ancestral mansion. Back in his residence, he sat down cross-legged. After a few days passed, in the dead of night, he flickered and disappeared from within his residence and materialized outside of the ancestral mansion, where he transformed into a beam of light that shot soundlessly up into the sky. Just when he seemed to be on the verge of bursting out into the starry sky, a powerful force bore down on him. It was like a sealing power, which spread out in all directions, forcing him to come to a stop. All he could do now was look out at the starry sky, his expression unsightly. So, the old fox already prepared for the possibility of me fleeing before the wedding day. From the look of things, the old fogey intentionally asked the 3 great Taoist societies to wait for 3 months before coming back for me. It was all a setup. He gritted his teeth as put all the pieces of the puzzle together. He was not happy to have been conned multiple times by Fang Shoudao. It was the feeling of being defeated by someone else in the field which you considered yourself to be most skilled at. Meng Hao snorted coldly, and his eyes glittered. Deep inside, he was actually laughing as he turned and headed back to the clan. He settled down in the ancestral mansion, and made no further attempts to escape the marriage. Nor did he go to concoct medicinal pills. Instead, he spent all of his time poring through the clan's ancient records, and reading through its history. Fang Shoudao was puzzled by this behavior. During recent days, he had been constantly observing Meng Hao with divine sense. He even saw him attempt to fly away, the result of which left him feeling very pleased. But now he couldn't figure him out. I can't underestimate this fox cub, he thought. If I overlook the tiniest thing, I could end up falling into his con. Fang Shoudao wore a very serious expression. He attempted to study the same ancient records that Meng Hao had looked at. However, he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, which only served to increase his caution. An entire month passed in this fashion. Fang Shoudao was starting to get a very bad feeling. However, no matter how much thought he put into it, he couldn't put his finger on what exactly the problem was. Currently, Meng Hao sat cross-legged in his residence. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and they were shot with blood. His complexion was a bit wan as well. However, inside he was laughing coldly. That's it. I figured it out, he murmured to himself. During divine soul nourishment, all of planet East Victory will be covered by ripples that block Tao realm divine sense for 1 breath of time. It is also during divine soul nourishment that the one thought stellar transformation can be used to perform a stellar teleportation. Therefore, now is the time to concoct some pills. His eyes glittered for a moment before he closed them. The next morning at dawn, he rose to his feet and then shot toward the Tao of Alchemy division in a beam of light. For the entire past month, Fang Shoudao had been completely on edge. He knew that something was going on with Meng Hao, so as soon as he saw him fly out of his residence, he focused all of his divine sense on him. When he saw that he was heading toward the Tao of Alchemy division, he breathed a sigh of relief. Humph. What scares me is not you making your move, fox cub. What makes me nervous is when you do nothing, making it impossible to pick up on any clues. You're just too immature. A wide smile appeared on Fang Shoudao's face. He was clearly very pleased with himself. So, it turns out he's heading to the Pill Pavilion, he said to himself. His eyes flashed. He was actually in fear of Meng Hao's Tao of Alchemy. However, Fang Yanxiu had told him that other than the first-generation patriarch, no one had ever been able to concoct the 3rd medicinal pill. Therefore, he wasn't too worried. According to Fang Yanxiu, the little hoodlum isn't qualified to concoct the 2nd medicinal pill. Of course, it would all depend on his enlightenment regarding certain fundamentals, an enlightenment that no one in the immortal realm could possibly achieve. Only those on the threshold of the Tao realm could achieve it. Considering that, it seems that he simply has no way of concocting the 2nd medicinal pill. Fang Shoudao coughed dryly. In truth, the matter of the marriage between Meng Hao and Li Linger had really gotten him worried lately. Well, there's nothing to be done. I'm his grandfather's grandfather, and I love him more than anyone else in the clan. If I don't worry about his future, then who will, right? Feng Shoudao sighed to himself, then blinked an eye to send some more divine sense out toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao flew through the Tao of Alchemy division, causing rumbling sounds to echo out. After a month being away, it was his grand return. As various clan members caught sight of him, they began to speculate about what exactly he was doing. Then, people began to realize that he was heading toward the Pill Pavilion, and excitement began to build. Could it be that, after charging through all of the Medicine Pavilion, the Crown Prince is now going to challenge the Pill Pavilion? The Crown Prince was already able to concoct one of the 3 great medicinal pills, the Sky Palace Sun Spirit Pill. Could it be that he's going to try to concoct the other 2 pills? Even as they made their speculations, they flew into the air to follow Meng Hao. It didn't take long before the entire Tao of Alchemy division was astir. As for Meng Hao, he shot through the air at top speed, making no attempt to conceal his actions as he whistled toward the Pill Pavilion. Soon, he was standing directly outside of it, surrounded by clusters of curious clan members. What they saw was Meng Hao unhesitatingly approach the second drum, raise his fist, and strike the drum's surface. A sonorous boom resonated out, causing everything to shake. The entire Tao of Alchemy division trembled, and even the ancestral mansion reverberated with the sound. The Crown Prince really is going to try to concoct one of those legendary medicinal pills. He already concocted the Sky Palace Sun Spirit Pill. Now he's going to try to make a sea-cleaving, heaven-defying pill. The sound of the drum echoed out in all directions, causing even more clan members to approach. This was not like the Medicine Pavilion where people couldn't see inside. Anyone could bear witness to the concocting of the legendary medicinal pills. Meng Hao stood outside the Pill Pavilion, hands still clenched into a fist. It was at this point that the list of rewards for concocting the medicinal pill appeared in front of him. Sea-cleaving, heaven-defying pill. Whoever concocts this pill will receive a reward of 1 billion spirit stones, 1 million immortal jades, 20 million merit points, 100,000 medicinal plants of your choice from the Tao of Alchemy division, 6 clan Taoist magics, and 1 ancient treasure. The Tao bell will toll 18 times. The ingredient fee is 10 million merit points for 1 set. In the blink of an eye, Meng Hao's clan merit points were reduced by 10 million. A jade slip then appeared in front of him. At the same time, a vast collection of medicinal plants appeared, which floated around him in the air. In total, there were 99 different plants. Meng Hao raised his hand to take the jade slip. After scanning it with divine sense, he could see the method for how to concoct one of the Feng clan's 3 great medicinal pills. The second pill, sea-cleaving, heaven-defying pill. After glancing at the formula, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed, and he understood why it was so difficult to concoct the pill, and why nobody from the Tao of Alchemy division had successfully done so over the years. The difficulty in concocting this pill comes from the grafts that are involved. There is no grafting technique, only a rough pill formula. Furthermore, the pill formula doesn't even list the names of the plants and vegetation involved. All it does is list the degree to which certain characteristics are required of the plants. You need to use these 99 medicinal plants to graft 100,000 different plants that all harmonize with each other. That is the first step, sea-cleaving. As for the heaven-defying part of the pill, it seems so profound. How do you concoct that portion? After a moment of silence, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with a bright glow, and he thought back to what the middle-aged man had said on the 9th level of the Medicine Pavilion. The essence is the Tao, the basis of everything that defies heaven. I understand now. This medicinal pill is difficult to concoct because it requires essence. That's why Pill Elder couldn't concoct it, and yet Fang Yanshu from the Medicine Immortal sect could. Meng Hao felt as if his mind were being struck by lightning. Then, everything became clear. Essence. Well, I have that too. It was at this point that his terrifying divine flame Immortal Meridian roared to life inside of him. His cultivation base surged and massive pressure rolled out. The surrounding clan members were shocked to discover that essence ripples were pouring out of Meng Hao. They might be weak, and as vastly separated from the power of the Tao realm as earth is from heaven. However, it was definitely essence power. It wasn't enough power for Meng Hao to reach the Tao realm, but if all he was doing was concocting pills. It's enough. A smile broke out on Meng Hao's face as he waved his right hand, causing all 99 medicinal plants to fly toward him. Then they blurred as he began to graft them together at high speed. Almost in the same moment that Meng Hao's divine flame Immortal Meridian exploded with power, Fang Yanchu sat in the medicine Immortal sect, and his face suddenly flickered. He rose to his feet, vanished, and reappeared next to Fang Shoudao in the ancestral mansion. That little punk actually does understand the threshold of the Tao realm, he said. He's figured it out too early. Without sufficient wisdom, it's not a good thing. When Fang Shoudao heard this, he stared in shock. You mean? Fang Yanchu looked over at Fang Shoudao and then coolly said, I mean that he can concoct the sea-cleaving, heaven-defying pill after all. Fang Shoudao's expression flickered, and then he frowned. Why do you have to make things so hard on him? Said Fang Yanchu, shaking his head. Loving memories are what makes our journey along the path of cultivation beautiful. The Li clan was an auxiliary branch of Lord Li's clan, replied Fang Shoudao. And the reason why the Ji clan has no choice but to leave them be is that, just like the Wang clan, the Li clan did not originate in the Ninth Mountain and Sea. The benefit to the clan as a whole is secondary when it comes to forming a marriage alliance with the Li clan. The most important thing about it is for Howard himself. Once he steps into the Tao realm, being in that marriage would provide him with unexpected benefits. He is now the only hope of my bloodline. How could I possibly allow him to fool around willy-nilly? Fang Shoudao sighed and then made a grasping motion, causing a jade slip to appear in his hand. If Howard gets angry, then I'll just have to bear the brunt of that anger, he concluded. Eyes filled with determination, he sent some divine will into the jade slip. Back in the Tao of Alchemy Division, everyone watched as Meng Hao stood in front of the Pill Pavilion's second drum, hair and robes whipping about. He swished his sleeve, and the medicinal plants flying about him blurred as he rapidly grafted them. He was to use 99 medicinal plants to graft 100,000 variations. That was the first step to concocting the sea-cleaving, heaven-defying pill. An expression of concentration could be seen on his face, and his eyes flickered with the glow of augury. More and more medicinal plants appeared around him. 3,000. 7,000. 10,000. That wasn't the end. Meng Hao lifted his hand and waved a finger, causing all of the medicinal plants to split apart as he started new grafts. In accordance with the pill formula's requirements, he continued to create more and more medicinal plants that all harmonized with each other. Doing something like this required incredible skill with plants and vegetation, skill that could only be described as terrifying. It was something that, in the entire Tao of Alchemy Division, only Pill Elder could also do. No one else in the Tao of Alchemy Division could come close. The reason being that such a level of skill with plants and vegetation required that someone pass the 8th level of the Medicine Pavilion by ungrafting at least 500,000 medicinal plants. Even in the Medicine Immortal sect, only Fang Yanchu was qualified to do such a thing. Time passed. Meng Hao's hand was in constant motion as more and more grafted medicinal plants appeared around him. 20,000. 30,000. 40,000. It was a dazzling sight, and all of the surrounding members of the Fang clan were shaken inwardly. They had never seen someone concoct pills in such a way. To them, this was not a matter of simply concocting pills. This was a Tao, the Tao of alchemy. The alchemists were all moved, and Pill Elder stood on his mountain peak, watching intently. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. Meng Hao's hands moved faster and faster, and the flash of augury sparkled in his eyes. All of his attention was focused on deconstructing, then grafting medicinal plants. Boundless light rose up, and only continued to grow brighter and brighter. An intense aroma of medicinal plants and vegetation wafted about. It grew stronger and stronger until it filled the entire Tao of Alchemy Division. All of the cultivators who caught a whiff felt enlivened. Time passed by slowly. Soon, a day had gone by, and Meng Hao was still deconstructing medicinal plants. During the process, he couldn't make a single mistake. If he missed out on a single characteristic of a single plant, it would influence the deconstruction of all the other plants and vegetation. 80,000. 90,000. On the second day, Meng Hao's hands suddenly stopped moving. Shockingly, he was now surrounded by 100,000 medicinal plants. From 99 plants, he had deconstructed and grafted 100,000 new, unique medicinal plants. The surrounding members of the Fang clan, including the alchemists from the Tao of Alchemy division, were in shock. What they had seen was like something out of a legend. It was like observing a Tao, a type of pill concocting in which refuse was turned into a divine item. However, nobody spoke. They only looked on, panting. Interrupting someone who was concocting pills was the highest taboo, and considering that Meng Hao was now immersed in the Tao of Alchemy, the members of the Fang clan maintained complete silence. They didn't want to disturb him. However, their eyes were filled with excitement and approval that bordered on madness. Meng Hao closed his eyes, then opened them a few moments later. A brilliant gleam could be seen as he extended his hands and pinched down with his fingers. "See!" he barked. As soon as the word left his mouth, the 100,000 medicinal plants which surrounded him all collapsed into pieces. All of the leaves and branches shattered into dust as if being squeezed dry and dying. The sight of it caused everyone to gasp. However, the cultivators with strong skill in the Tao of Alchemy were instantly astonished. A wind picked up, gathering up the dust that was the remnants of the 100,000 medicinal plants. Leaving behind, something formed from the sap of 100,000 plants. An emerald sea. The green sea surrounded Meng Hao and pulsed as if with waves, sending tremors out in all directions. It almost looked like real seawater. And although it wasn't a boundless expanse, it was truly a sea. The sea of plants and vegetation rotated ceaselessly around Meng Hao as he extended both hands and then violently shoved them downward. Congeal! Rumbling filled the air as the sea of plants and vegetation began to boil, then condense inward. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enormous ball of sap in front of Meng Hao. Almost in that same moment, Meng Hao's immortal meridians exploded with power. 33 heavens appeared, and the secret magic of the immortal realm paragon was unleashed. Instantly, all of his immortal meridians transformed into divine flame immortal meridians. 123 divine flame immortal meridians surged with power, causing 123 beams of glowing divine flame light to shoot toward the sphere of sap. They merged into each other, and essence power emanated off of Meng Hao. His entire body trembled, and beads of sweat broke out on his face. His eyes gleamed with determination as he reached out and manipulated the sphere of sap with both hands. It began to boil madly. Bulges and depressions rose and fell on its surface, and numerous magical symbols flickered. It was almost as if there were some earth-shaking, heaven-shattering power inside of it. It seemed like it might explode at any moment, but Meng Hao was constantly suppressing it. Rumbling sounds echoed out from inside of the sphere of sap, which was now the complete focus of all attention. The sphere grew smaller and smaller as Meng Hao suppressed it, until finally it was the size of a fist. Unable to push the sap down any further, Meng Hao cried out, "Sea cleaving!" An incredible force burst out from within the sphere, causing his hands to recoil. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, and he backed up. At the same time, the fist-sized sphere of sap directly exploded. A huge boom echoed out in all directions as endless amounts of sap splashed out in all directions. It was as if the entire sky was suddenly stained the green color of plants and vegetation. Did he fail? That was the question floating in the minds of all the onlookers. Heaven-defying! Meng Hao threw his head back and roared, unleashing the full explosive power of his divine flame immortal meridian. The splatters of sap suddenly stopped in place, then began to move in reverse. In the blink of an eye, all of the sap had returned and reformed in front of Meng Hao. This sight caused the minds of all onlookers to reel. They had clearly seen the sky stained green when the sap exploded. But now there was a defiant reversal. The heavens changed color again as the sap completely went in reverse. Shockingly, the sap congealed together, becoming a green medicinal pill which floated in front of Meng Hao. The powerful, intense medicinal aroma exploded out, filling the entire Dao of Alchemy Division, reaching the Fong clan ancestral mansion and spreading out across roughly half of Planet East Victory. Planet East Victory was completely shaken. If that were all there were to it, it wouldn't be enough to see how valuable the pill was. However, in the exact moment that the sea-cleaving heaven-defying pill appeared, all of a sudden, shocking winds swept out through the sky above Planet East Victory as countless tribulation clouds appeared. This was not true immortal tribulation, but rather, pill tribulation. From ancient times until now, whenever shocking pills appeared, it would stimulate the power of heaven and earth and cause pill tribulation to appear, to attempt to eradicate the pill. The scene caused shock to rise up in the hearts of the members of the Fong clan. Fong Danyun's eyes glowed brightly, and Fong Yanxu was clearly moved. The pill tribulation formed in the blink of an eye, creating boundless tribulation clouds that caused all of Planet East Victory to tremble. The cultivators were shaken as they watched a lightning bolt descend from the roiling clouds. "Trifling pill tribulation," said Meng Hao, his expression indifferent. He had transcended immortal tribulation, so to him, pill tribulation wasn't even worth glancing at. Even as the lightning bolt descended, Meng Hao extended his hand. All 123 immortal meridians then transformed into the blood demon grand magic. 123 blood demon heads charged up. The entire sky turned bright red as the blood demon heads fused together, becoming a gigantic 3,000-meter head with a horn sticking out of its forehead. The massive head surged toward the lightning bolt. A huge boom echoed out. Everyone was astonished to see the lightning bolt collapse into pieces, completely incapable of doing anything to the blood demon head. After that, the head continued onward, whistling through the air toward the tribulation clouds. The tribulation clouds were destroyed. When that happened, the sea-cleaving heaven-defying pill in front of Meng Hao burst out with brilliant light that shot up into the sky. Simultaneously, the Dao bell appeared in midair above the ancestral mansion and began to toll, shaking everything. It was not one toll or two, but rather 2 sets of 9 tolls each. In total, 18 tolls rang out into the minds of the members of the Fong clan, leaving them completely shaken. For years and years, the Dao bell had never tolled so many times. The result was that everyone in the whole Fong clan was left completely flabbergasted. Meng Hao stood outside the pill pavilion, his hair whipping about, his eyes shining brightly. The surrounding cultivators and alchemists of the Fong clan had looks of unprecedentedly wild reverence on their faces as they clasped hands and bowed deeply. When they straightened up, they found that Meng Hao had not left the pill pavilion. Instead, he had walked forward, toward the third drum. The members of the Fong clan had suppressed their comments for too long, and now everything erupted. The Crown Prince, he's going to concoct the heavenly one-thought pill? The Crown Prince already concocted the Sky Palace Sun Spirit pill and the sea-cleaving heaven-defying pill. But the heavenly one-thought pill is the #1 pill of the Fong clan. Nobody can concoct it. The entire Dao of Alchemy Division was boiling. Fong Yanxu's eyes glowed brightly with anticipation as he looked at Meng Hao. Although he didn't believe that Meng Hao would actually succeed, he wanted to see for himself whether a miracle would occur. As for the methods Fong Shoudao was using to make things hard for Meng Hao, Fong Yanxu didn't approve. When it came to making choices between love and opportunity, some people would pick the former, others the latter, and he didn't feel it was right to interfere with such a decision. Forcing your own choices onto others was fundamentally wrong. However, he wasn't in a position to say anything about it. After all, Meng Hao was of the same bloodline as Fong Shoudao, and he was not. Fong Shoudao was frowning. He was certain that Meng Hao would be incapable of concocting the heavenly one-thought pill. Furthermore, even if some heaven-defying event occurred, he had already reduced the prizes so that Meng Hao couldn't make enough to win the bet. And yet, for some reason, he had the feeling that he had overlooked something. Unfortunately, no matter how he reviewed all the details, he couldn't pick up any clues about what it might be. The little hoodlum is far too crafty, thought Feng Shoudao, smiling slightly. I have to be on guard. Although, regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he still has to pay 100 million merit points. Back in the mountains of the Tao of Alchemy Division, atop the pill pavilion, Meng Hao actually wasn't even thinking about the reward for concocting the sea-cleaving heaven-defying pill. He was sure that Feng Shoudao would have come up with a reason to reduce the reward to ensure that he wouldn't be able to come up with all the spirit stones he needed within the time limit. Since that was the case, Meng Hao decided that he might as well make a big show of things. By striking the third drum, it indicated that he would be attempting to do something that nobody in the Feng clan other than the first-generation patriarch had ever done. He would concoct the pill nobody had ever concocted. The heavenly one-thought pill. Neither Feng Danyun nor Feng Yanxiu, nor anyone throughout all the years, had ever successfully concocted the clan's legendary heavenly one-thought pill. When Meng Hao came to a stop in front of the third drum and turned his head to look around, he saw the members of the Feng clan tightly packed in all directions, staring at him. Their eyes gleamed with passionate fervor. Meng Hao took a deep breath. Expression somber, he clasped hands and then bowed to all of his fellow clan members. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow clan members, I wish to concoct the heavenly one-thought pill. Unfortunately, this pill requires 100 million merit points. Right now, I don't have enough merit points. Therefore, I would like to request that all of you give me some of your merit points so that I can concoct the pill that no one other than the first-generation patriarch has ever been able to concoct. The heavenly one-thought pill. Meng Hao's voice echoed out in all directions. If he had said something like this before concocting the sea-cleaving heaven-defying pill, very few clan members would have been willing to give him clan merit points. But now, after having just recently charged through the medicine pavilion, and then concocting the sea-cleaving heaven-defying pill, he had long since built his momentum up to a peak. That was especially true after putting his Tao of Alchemy on display by concocting the sea-cleaving heaven-defying pill. To everyone who was watching, he was like something out of a legend. Therefore, when he spoke his words, none of the surrounding clan members refused. In fact, they were all very excited to deliver their merit points to him. They wanted to witness something that had never happened in the history of the clan. They wanted to see whether or not Meng Hao would actually be able to concoct the heavenly one-thought pill. Crown Prince, there's no need to be so polite. I'm more than happy to give you a few trifling merit points. I don't have much, Crown Prince, only 1,000. But you can have all of them to concoct that pill. Voices rang out in all directions. Varying amounts of merit points were transferred to Meng Hao's jade slip, causing the balance to rise rapidly. It didn't take long for there to be more than 10 million. Only when the number reached 30 million did it begin to slow down. Yet, there was still far too big a gap before he got as many as he needed. It was at this point that virtually all of the alchemists from the Tao of Alchemy Division stepped forward and began to give merit points to Meng Hao. We're all alchemists, and our greatest aspiration in life, other than creating our own unique and unmatched medicinal pill, is to be able to see our clan's legendary heavenly one-thought pill. We know that in our entire lifetime we will never be able to concoct this pill ourselves. Crown Prince, since you have a chance to succeed, then how could we hold back? Crown Prince, I beg of you, you must succeed. As the voices echoed out, rising and falling, Meng Hao's merit point balance exploded up. From 30 million, it almost instantly rose up to more than 80 million. Meng Hao's heart filled with warmth, and he clasped hands and bowed to everyone. However, his merit point balance still wasn't high enough. All of a sudden, laughter rang out from the centermost mountain deep in the Tao of Alchemy Division. Then Pill Elder Feng Danyun's voice could be heard. Hower, allow me to give you 20 million merit points. Feng Danyun waved his sleeve, and Meng Hao's merit points exploded up, rapidly reaching a total of 100 million. In that same moment, Feng Yanxiu lowered his hand. He had also been planning to give Meng Hao some merit points. After all, they were all alchemists, and they all longed to see the heavenly one-thought pill. It was a desire that non-alchemists probably couldn't imagine or comprehend. Feng Shoudao could only smile bitterly. He had never imagined that Meng Hao would be able to overcome the first major obstacle to concocting the heavenly one-thought pill so easily. After all, although their original agreement had precluded Meng Hao from borrowing spirit stones, it had said nothing about merit points. Meng Hao stood there outside the pill pavilion in the Tao of Alchemy division. He took a deep breath as he clasped hands and bowed deeply toward Fang Danyun's mountain peak. Then he turned, raised his hand, and struck the third drum. Boom! The sound rang out throughout the entire clan. Meng Hao's 100 million merit points vanished, and in front of him appeared the information about the Heavenly One-Thought Pill. Heavenly One-Thought Pill. Whoever concocts this pill will be the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy division. The prerequisite to attempt this pill is to concoct the previous 2 pills. The ingredient fee is 100 million merit points per set. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light when saw the words Lord of the Tao of Alchemy division. That was the true reason why he was doing this. He wasn't interested in the position itself. Rather, he was interested in the bit of good fortune he would receive after becoming the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy division. That good fortune was something that most people didn't even know about. After all, from the time the first-generation patriarch passed away into meditation until now, there had never been a Lord of the Tao of Alchemy division. The good fortune he would acquire in that moment was something that had long since been omitted from what was taught in the clan about their history. However, after researching the ancient records, Meng Hao had found the solution to his problem. In addition to that, one of the reasons he was so confident that he could concoct the Heavenly One-Thought Pill was because of information he had uncovered in the ancient records. There, it contained various journal entries made by certain clan members who had attempted to concoct the pill. From that information, he had gotten some clues. Those clues had spun round and round inside of Meng Hao's mind. During the month he had spent doing his research, they had eventually formed together into a very important idea. Heavenly One-Thought Pill, he murmured. Perhaps I am the only person in the entire Fang clan who can actually concoct it. It was at that point that the twinkle of the starstone could be seen in his left eye. Time to carry out the plan. In the moment that his fist struck the surface of the third drum, a huge collection of medicinal plants appeared. There was also a pill formula which Meng Hao grabbed and then began to study. Now he was even more certain. The Heavenly One-Thought Pill requires divine sense that can stretch out into the starry sky. One must pluck down a shooting star, a stellar object, then use its power to catalyze the medicinal plants, refine them for at least a few thousand years. Only then can the pill be concocted. That medicinal pill is not meant to be consumed. Rather, it is an item used in cultivating the one-thought stellar transformation. The Heavenly One-Thought Pill. Actually, the starstone in my left eye is a Heavenly One-Thought Pill. In truth, I cannot concoct the pill, not unless my cultivation base is at the same level as the first-generation patriarch, or perhaps if I had the assistance of someone in that realm. However, I already have a Heavenly One-Thought Pill. Therefore, there isn't a need to actually concoct it. I can just put on a little show. That should do. His expression was the same as ever as he waved his right hand. Instantly, the medicinal plants all trembled as he began to graft them together. There were over 10,000 of them, and as they were grafted together, the aura of plants and vegetation rose up into the sky. Time passed, and more types of plants and vegetations appeared around Meng Hao. In the end, there were 1 million medicinal plants swirling around him. They were packed tightly together, filling the sky, with Meng Hao at the center, completely surrounded. These were valuable medicinal plants, and Meng Hao would naturally not just waste them. Although he didn't intend to actually concoct a new Heavenly One-Thought Pill, he did plan to further refine the one that was already in his left eye, to ensure that it was truly branded as his own. Days passed. There seemed to be an endless amount of medicinal plants swirling around Meng Hao. Rumbling sounds filled the air as the plants then shattered, creating a sea of plants and vegetation. It shot toward Meng Hao, encircling him, wrapping him inside and preventing anyone in the outside world from seeing what was happening. It was at that point that the starstone emerged from Meng Hao's eye and floated in front of him, radiating scintillating starlight as it absorbed the sap from the medicinal plants. Then he performed a double-handed incantation gesture. causing the divine flame inside of him to explode out as he began a second refining of the pill. The divine flame caused the sap to boil. He performed another incantation gesture, further refining the sap until it turned into numerous magical symbols. Using the techniques of mutual augmentation and suppression, he caused the magical symbols to fuse into the starstone. The starstone gradually began to turn black, and then emanate powerful ripples which only continued to grow stronger and stronger. The ripples rapidly spread out into the Tao of Alchemy division, shocking all of the alchemists. They watched as the sap rapidly vanished. Brilliant light filled the air, shining out from the starstone that Meng Hao held in his palm. Colors flashed in the sky, as if the heavens themselves were changing. Countless motes of starlight appeared up above, which were apparently reflections caused by the starstone. "This is the heavenly one-thought pill," shouted Meng Hao. His voice echoed out in all directions, causing widespread shock. Everyone was staring at the starstone. "That's the heavenly one-thought pill?" Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to tell that Meng Hao was putting on a show and pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, but Fang Yanxu and Fang Shoudao, as well as Fang Danyun, could all tell just by looking. "Ah, so the heavenly one-thought pill cannot be concocted by someone who hasn't cultivated the one-thought stellar transformation." A tremor ran through Fang Yanxu as he suddenly understood everything. "So that's how it is," murmured Fang Danyun absent-mindedly. Fang Shoudao stared with wide eyes. "The little hoodlum cheated. He's cheating." Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, however, the Tao bell suddenly appeared in midair over the ancestral mansion. His booming toll rang out in 3 sets of 9. That was a total of 27 tolls. Fang Shoudao didn't approve, but the Fang clan's Tao bell did. According to it, Meng Hao had concocted the pill. In the moment that the Tao bell began to toll, a strange light began to glimmer in Meng Hao's eyes. He knew that it was time for the final step of his plan. It wouldn't be long before he could leave Planet East Victory. The Tao bell began to toll 27 times, echoing out in the hearts and minds of all members of the Fang clan on Planet East Victory. The fact that the bell tolled so many times caused everyone's hearts to fill with towering waves of shock. Sky Palace Sun Spirit Pill. Sea-cleaving heaven-defying pill. Heavenly one-thought pill. For countless years, no one had ever been able to concoct all 3 of the Fang clan's legendary medicinal pills. However, on this day, Meng Hao did it in front of everyone, giving birth to what would eventually become a myth. He also became the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy. As the majestic sound of the toll rippled out into the 9th mountain and sea, an archaic voice spoke from the bell, and its words could be heard in the hearts of everyone in the Fang clan. "All members of the Fang clan must bow to the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy." That voice was the will of the Tao bell, the highest form of testimony, which bore witness to the rise of the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy. All of the alchemists in the Tao of Alchemy division emerged into the open. All of the apprentice alchemists neared. Even Fang Danyun stepped off of his mountain peak, his expression extremely solemn. No matter what tier alchemist, everyone approached from all directions and congregated around the pill pavilion. All eyes were fixed upon Meng Hao, who stood there above the pill pavilion. "Greetings, Lord of the Tao of Alchemy." It was hard to say who spoke the words first, but soon similar words were echoing out from all directions. Everyone in the Tao of Alchemy division clasped hands and bowed to Meng Hao, from apprentice alchemists on up. "Greetings, Lord of the Tao of Alchemy." "We offer greetings, Lord of the Tao of Alchemy." Fang Danyun clasped hands and bowed deeply to Meng Hao. Naturally, he was aware that Meng Hao had resorted to a bit of trickery in the end. However, that was not important considering that the Tao bell approved. The Tao bell was a magical instrument left behind by the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan, and was a signature treasure of the Fang clan. It had not interfered in the previous upheaval and rebellion, due to the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the internal strife. Were it not for that, the Tao bell would have intervened long before the first-generation patriarch's clone ever did. As of this moment, the Tao bell shone with boundless, majestic light, which was full of numerous mysterious magical symbols. The symbols glowed, forming a sea of light that swirled around the entire Fang clan. Because of the brilliant light, the calls of those in the Tao of Alchemy division became even more intense. They echoed out of the Tao of Alchemy division in all directions, until even those in the ancestral mansion could hear them. Countless voices joined together and were transformed into a call that was the unified will of the Tao of Alchemy division. The Lord of the Tao of Alchemy. Only clan members who had concocted the heavenly one-thought pill could be bestowed with the title of Lord of the Tao of Alchemy. Throughout all the years, the only person who had ever been called the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy was the first-generation patriarch. That is, until this day when another emerged, the second Lord of the Tao of Alchemy. As of this moment, the Fang clan was abuzz, and the tolling of the Tao bell caused the clan members' blood to boil. Furthermore, it caused many of them, regardless of whether or not they were members of the Tao of Alchemy division, to answer the call of their blood and shout out at the top of their lungs. Congratulations to the Tao of Alchemy division on the arrival of the Alchemy Lord. Congratulations to the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy. A huge clamor filled the entire Fang clan and echoed out to fill roughly half of Planet East Victory. There were even members of the Fang clan in the Medicine Immortal sect who stood there trembling, their minds reeling. One by one, they clasped hands and bowed in the direction of the Tao of Alchemy division. In that moment, Meng Hao's glory had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Even Fang Yanxu and Fang Shoudao took deep breaths, stepped forward, and then shockingly, appeared in midair above the Tao of Alchemy division. As for Fang Yanxu, he looked seriously toward Meng Hao, then clasped hands and bowed. Of course, he was not bowing to Meng Hao's person, but rather, bowing to what Meng Hao's new status as the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy represented. Fang Shoudao hesitated for a moment before finally lowering his gaze and bowing to Meng Hao. He had no other choice but to do so. Despite being a Tao realm patriarch, despite being the acting clan chief, the will of the Tao Bell had spoken, and as such no member of the Fang clan could possibly resist. To resist the Tao Bell was to disobey the first-generation patriarch. Fang Yanxu and Fang Shoudao, as well as the 3 remaining ancient realm cultivators who had extinguished more than 10 soul lamps, including the 7th patriarch, all appeared and bowed. As of this moment, the entire Fang clan was bowing to Meng Hao. The toll of the bell continued to echo out. 18 times, 19 times, all the way until it had tolled 27 times, shaking all of Planet East Victory. Then, the brilliant light shining out from the Tao bell descended onto Meng Hao, surrounding him and causing him to float up into the air toward the bell itself. This development caused everyone to stare in shock. Next, an ancient voice spoke out from the Tao bell, which echoed out into the minds of all members of the Fang clan. The Lord of the Tao of Alchemy can ring the Tao bell one time, converging the soul, extending divine sense, and allowing the will of the clan to descend onto the body. The voice echoed out into the minds of all of the members of the Fang clan, whose eyes went wide as they stared at Meng Hao within the light. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, but his heart was pounding with joy. So it's true. The dying words of the first-generation patriarch weren't a hoax. I was able to find clues in the clan's ancient records, and they turned out to be true. The Tao bell is not limited to chiming autonomously, but it can be rung by others, and the only way to do that is to become the clan chief or the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy. Meng Hao floated through the light toward the Tao bell. Countless clan members were looking on, and Fang Shoudao's heart was starting to pound. He had overlooked the matter of the Tao bell, as well as the fact that either the true clan chief or the Lord of the Tao of Alchemy could ring it. After all, for countless years in the Fang clan, no true clan chief had appeared other than the first-generation patriarch. If this scene hadn't revealed itself now, he would never even have considered that it could happen. The foreboding sensation continued to grow stronger within Fang Shoudao. All of a sudden, he felt as if things were slipping out of his control. It seemed like something very bad was going to happen, and all of a sudden, he thought about the month that Meng Hao had spent studying the clan's ancient records. Just what is the little hoodlum up to? He thought, frowning. All clan members watched as Meng Hao floated up toward the Dao Bell, getting nearer and nearer until he was directly in front of it. It was simply enormous. Because it usually appeared up in the air with nothing nearby to compare it to, it normally didn't give people a sense of its stunning size. But now that Meng Hao was right there in front of it, he looked no larger than one of the magical symbols carved on the bell's surface. By now, the minds of all the members of the Fang clan were shaken. The bad feeling in Fang Shoudao was getting much more intense. Meng Hao stood in front of the Dao Bell, took a deep breath, and then looked down at the lands below. He looked at the ancestral mansion, at the Dao of Alchemy Division, and at Fang Shoudao. Then he smirked, lifted his right hand, and waved to Fang Shoudao, almost as if he were saying farewell. That instantly caused Fang Shoudao's eyes to grow wide, and his mind to spin. Not good. Fang Shoudao was just about to charge forward when Meng Hao's hand formed into a fist and he struck the Dao Bell, causing it to ring. This time the Dao Bell did not ring of its own initiative, but rather, it was struck. As soon as Meng Hao's hand made contact with it, a boom echoed out that was completely different than the previous sound of its tolling. It was sonorous, ancient, filled with endless time. It sounded almost like a sigh, which instantly echoed out in all directions. All of the members of the Fang clan, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, as long as the blood of the Fang clan pumped in their veins, heard a reverberation that caused their minds to go blank. It didn't matter that Fang Shoudao had a Dao realm cultivation base. In that moment, his expression turned vacant as the boundless sound of the tolling Dao Bell filled his mind. Simultaneously, brilliant light suddenly surrounded the bodies of all members of the Fang clan. Meng Hao's mind was also trembling, and it felt as if all of his divine sense was being sucked into the Dao Bell. Then, as the bell rang, it was dispersed outward in all directions. It wasn't just the members of the Fang clan who were affected. All the lands, the entire world, all of planet East Victory was affected. Mortals, plants, animals, all living things heard the toll of the bell, and suddenly, their minds went blank. Meng Hao's divine sense flowed out with the tolling of the bell. In the blink of an eye it filled all of planet East Victory. All of the lands in the whole world suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's mind, as clear as crystal. He saw every area of planet East Victory, every living thing. Considering the level of his cultivation base, it wasn't something he could normally do. However, with the divine soul nourishment of the power of the Dao Bell and its tolling, his divine sense was now able to spread out virtually without limit. As of this moment, he was the only clear-headed person on the entire planet. All other life forms went blank, even Fang Shoudao, who was now incapable of tracking or holding Meng Hao in place. Furthermore, if Meng Hao could come up with some way of teleporting far enough away, then Fang Shoudao would be incapable of finding any traces of him. The bell tolled, echoing out in all directions, wiping out any and all traces of what would happen next. To Meng Hao, the tolling of the Dao Bell was also extremely beneficial. This good fortune caused his divine sense to expand quite a bit and stabilize to an unheard of degree. He saw the medicine Immortal sect as well as numerous mortal cities. He saw mountains, oceans, and rivers. He saw all of the cultivators on the planet, as well as all of the plants and vegetation. However, in the same moment that his divine sense spread out across all of planet East Victory, as everyone else was dazed into immobility, Meng Hao suddenly gaped in shock. What he just saw was a stretch of ocean some distance away from the Fang clan on planet East Victory, where there was an island floating in the water. That island happened to look just like a turtle. In the moment that his divine sense looked upon it, the island suddenly trembled, and an enormous head appeared. Damn it! Damn it! Meng Hao, you bastard! Why you? I came here to find my sweetie, not to wait for you, you little bastard. Yet you actually rang that piece of junk bell to try to catch me? The turtle started to curse and, despite everyone else being stupefied and unable to move, it flew up in exasperation out of the sea towards the sky, dragging the continent on its back as it went. The land on its back was none other than the state of Zhao. It carried with it Mount Daqing, memories of which sprang to mind anew. Guiding Tri-Rain was also in the state of Zhao. looking toward Meng Hao and covering her mouth as she laughed. Old Turtle Reliance. Meng Hao stared in shock. He had never imagined that he would once again encounter Patriarch Reliance on planet East Victory. What are you up to? Hey, what the hell do you want? Wailed Patriarch Reliance. I hid all the way out here and you actually found me? Why you? Patriarch Reliance felt more aggrieved than he ever had in his entire life. However, he was very quick and instantly shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was off the planet and out into the starry sky, fleeing madly. The person he was least willing to lay eyes on in his entire life was none other than Meng Hao. He thought about how he had hidden in the Milky Way sea back in the lands of South Heaven. Eventually, he had gritted his teeth and fled planet South Heaven to hide on planet East Victory, nearly halfway across the starry sky of the Ninth Mountain. But then, Meng Hao had actually found him. Patriarch Reliance's heart continued to fill with grief. The world is so big. How could you possibly have tracked me down? He roared, transforming into a beam of light. The League of Demon Sealers are all bastards. Damned demon sealers. I should have lived footloose and fancy-free. But now, I'm not even free to hook up with the ladies. The Patriarch is brave and fierce, the #1 immortal turtle in the Ninth Mountain. Fudge. There's no way I'll let some little bastard make me his mount. Damn it. Impossible. Meng Hao, you little bastard. One of these days I'm going to hide somewhere that you'll never find me, roared Patriarch Reliance, trembling so badly that it shook the state of Zhao. Inwardly, he couldn't possibly be more depressed. Naturally, he was aware of Meng Hao becoming immortal, and had even watched the shocking scene of him opening all his immortal meridians, which had left him numb with fright. However, he had also felt a little bit lucky. After all, planet East Victory was big, so he had assumed Meng Hao would never be able to find him, or that Meng Hao would even think to look for him there. This caused him to feel a bit smug, believing himself to have a profound understanding of what it meant to be hidden as well as a shadow beneath bright lamplight. He had been extremely pleased with himself, and had even frequently bragged to guiding Tri-Rain about the whole thing. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that Meng Hao would use the technique of ringing that bell to multiply his divine sense dramatically, sweep it across all of planet East Victory, and then find him. As soon as Meng Hao's divine sense locked onto him, he began to moan. Meng Hao's eyes began to shine brightly as he stared at Patriarch Reliance. Underneath the influence of the Tao Bell, all other living creatures were so shocked that they were temporarily knocked senseless. As for why Old Turtle Reliance was able to flee and wasn't affected at all, he wasn't sure. However, there the old turtle was, with the state of Zhao on his back like usual. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with mad joy. "Stay right where you are, old turtle," he roared immediately. The instant Patriarch Reliance heard those words, he trembled and then picked up speed. Meng Hao used his next words to frighten and upset Patriarch Reliance. "Old Turtle Reliance, if you let me catch you this time, then you can forget about ever getting away. I've already figured out a way to use the demon sealing hexes to lock you down." In order to make the threats more realistic, Meng Hao remained calm and pretended as if he didn't care at all whether Patriarch Reliance fled. At the same time, he lifted his left hand, and ripples of a demon sealing hex appeared, along with a tiny rift in the palm of his hand. "You can't escape," he said, his expression calm and seemingly filled with utter confidence. From the look of things, all he had to do was wave a finger, and the restrictive hexing seal within Patriarch Reliance would be activated. His confidence and tranquility caused Patriarch Reliance's eyes to go wide, and his mind to spin. He was bewildered, unable to determine whether or not Meng Hao was putting on an act. However, the intense feeling of the demon sealing hex was like nothing he had ever sensed before, and it caused him to become extremely nervous and alarmed. "Impossible! How could this be happening?" thought Patriarch Reliance, trembling. Then he recalled the terrifying scene of Meng Hao opening his immortal meridians to enter the immortal realm, and suddenly he realized that it most certainly wasn't impossible. And yet, "I won't give in," he howled inwardly. "No way. I'll risk everything. I'm going to get out of here." In the blink of an eye, he was outside of the planet and in the starry sky. Fearful of being pursued by Meng Hao, he gritted his teeth and began to cast a curse. Rumbling could then be heard as, up ahead of him, glittering light could be seen out in the starry sky. Innumerable motes of light swirled around as they transformed into a gigantic teleportation portal. In order to form the teleportation portal, Patriarch Reliance even spat out so much blood that it formed a waterfall that surged toward the teleportation portal and stained it bright red. "You little bastard! See you again, never!" he roared. Then his body flickered as he shot toward the teleportation portal. Meng Hao's eyes flickered at the sight of the blood-colored portal, and he was inwardly delighted. By now, the power of the Dao Bell was weakening, and the dazed cultivators would be coming to their senses at any moment. At this point, Meng Hao smiled. "Patriarch Reliance really is my lucky star," he thought, taking a deep breath. Just when Patriarch Reliance was about to enter the blood-colored teleportation portal, the starstone in Meng Hao's left eye began to glitter with starlight. One thought stellar transformation was the first-generation Patriarch's most powerful Taoist magic. In addition to allowing one to incarnate as a planet, it also contained a type of teleportation magic. That magic was known as stellar teleportation. Before reaching Immortal Ascension, Meng Hao hadn't been able to use it. Now that he was the Immortal Realm Paragon, he could just barely manage to force its usage. His plan all along had been to wait until Fang Shoudao was in a daze due to the Dao Bell. Then he would be incapable of keeping Meng Hao locked down, an opportunity Meng Hao could take advantage of to teleport away, and which would also cause Fang Shoudao to be unable to pick up his trail. Unfortunately, Fang Shoudao was a Dao realm expert. Meng Hao was confident that his plan could get him off of Planet East Victory, but he wasn't so confident in being able to elude Fang Shoudao long-term. The rest of the plan had been to flee at top speed once he got out, then head toward the Nine Seas God world in the Ninth Sea to report in as a disciple. Although his plan had some weak areas, he had no other choice than to give it a shot. However, after he saw Patriarch Reliance, he went wild with joy. He could sense how incredible Patriarch Reliance was. Considering the old turtle could still move under the influence of the Dao Bell, he obviously wasn't weak and clearly had numerous ways of escaping. Therefore, Meng Hao had used words to provoke him, to threaten him, to frighten him. The pure and charming Patriarch Reliance ended up being so terrified that he didn't hesitate to spit out massive amounts of blood to open a blood-fueled teleportation portal. At a glance, Meng Hao could tell that the teleportation portal was powerful and would definitely lead to a distant location, much further than his own stellar teleportation could reach. Almost in the same moment that Patriarch Reliance began to enter the blood-colored teleportation portal, glittering light covered him and began to teleport him away. It was at that point that starlight covered Meng Hao. Then a boom could be heard as he directly exploded. Unexpectedly, his body transformed into motes of starlight, which then shot away from the Dao Bell at incredible speed. When they reappeared, they were in the starry sky, right next to Patriarch Reliance's blood-colored teleportation portal. The motes rapidly reformed into Meng Hao, whose face was pale and cultivation-based trembling. In the moment he appeared, the teleportation portal suddenly bloomed like a huge blood-colored flower, then vanished. Meanwhile, the effects of the Dao Bell were wearing off of everyone. Fang Shoudao was the first to regain his senses, and in the instant he did, he noticed that Meng Hao was not by the Dao Bell, causing his face to fall. "Not good," he said, flickered forward to reappear in the starry sky. He sent divine sense shooting out in all directions, rapidly covering all of Planet East Victory as he searched for Meng Hao. Then, he caused his divine sense to expand out into the starry sky, and his face grew very grave as he caught sight of the location where the blood-colored teleportation portal had just vanished. "Little hoodlum," he said, grinding his teeth. He looked like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He chuckled bitterly, and then suddenly realized why Meng Hao had been poring through the ancient records. A flash of light appeared next to Fang Shoudao, which turned into Fang Yanxu. He also looked at the location where the blood-colored teleportation portal had been. After a moment of silent consideration, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. He actually came up with this whole plan, just to escape the marriage. He smiled. Nice job, Meng Hao. That little hoodlum searched through the ancient records for a whole month, said Fang Shoudao, sounding a bit helpless. Now that I think about it, he must have found enough tiny clues to piece together some information about the Dao Bell. Fang Yanxu sighed in admiration. To be able to not only find so many clues in the ancient records, but also be able to piece them together and use them to come up with a plan like this shows that Meng Hao is really extremely exceptional. You're even praising him? Fang Shoudao said. That little hoodlum didn't concoct any medicinal pill. It was all a feint. His only goal was to become the lord of the Tao of Alchemy Division so that he could ring the Tao Bell. As soon as we were knocked senseless, there was no way to restrict his movement, and he had a moment of freedom. Although I'm not sure how he managed to teleport away, from the remnants of starlight here it's obvious that one thought stellar transformation must have some teleportation Taoist magic that we're unaware of. It might be somewhat of a headache for us that he escaped, but the most important thing is the agreement with the Li clan. There's still one more month left before the little hoodlum and that Li lass are supposed to get married. Fang Shoudao smiled bitterly. Enough, elder brother Shoudao. Who else in the junior generation of the 9th Mountain and Sea has the skill to escape from right under our noses like he did? Since he's gone, why not just let the matter be? Fang Yanxu laughed heartily as he accompanied the flummoxed Fang Shoudao back toward Planet East Victory. Planet East Victory returned to normal. Few people were aware of what had actually happened with Meng Hao, and those who did not spread word. According to public knowledge, after becoming Lord of the Tao of Alchemy Division, Meng Hao had gone into secluded meditation in order to concoct medicinal pills. However, there were a few people who had guessed that Meng Hao had long since fled. One of those people was Fang Wei, who currently sat cross-legged in the medicine Immortal sect, looking up thoughtfully toward the sky above the ancestral mansion. You're probably gone by now, right? He thought. Fang Wei had complicated feelings regarding Meng Hao. However, he would never forget his mission. He was the shield of the Fang clan, and his job was to protect the clan from within the shadows. After a long moment, Fang Wei closed his eyes. He had cut away his past. After dying and then being resurrected, he had told himself that he was no longer a chosen of the Fang clan. Back in the ancestral mansion, the Grand Elder was held responsible for the rebellion and for his poor handling of many other previous matters. His punishment was to spend 100 years in secluded meditation. He was not allowed to emerge and had to remain sitting cross-legged in the stony cavern. He had no idea that Meng Hao had already fled, and yet Meng Hao's image continued to remain imprinted on his heart. Occasionally he would think about him and would sigh. The terracotta soldier continued to stand silently in the ancestral land. In the moment that Meng Hao left, it suddenly lifted its head and stared off into the sky, waiting for something. It was waiting for Meng Hao to fulfill his promise to one day take it away from this place. Meng Hao was gone, but ever since he had come to Planet East Victory, he had spawned many legends and founded many myths. When he arrived, nobody took much note. But when he left, he was the Fang clan's crown prince, the 9th Mountain and Sea, somewhere in the starry sky. Far, far away from Planet East Victory was a location very near the 9th Sea. If you hovered in the starry sky in this spot and looked off into the distance, you would actually be able to see that between the 9th Sea and the empty sky was a stretch of shadowy ruins. By passing through those ruins, you could arrive at the 9th Sea itself. If you passed around them, however, it would take far, far longer. Those shadowy ruins were none other than the mysterious ruins of immortality. It was at this point that a blood-colored glow rose up above the ruins of immortality. In the blink of an eye, Patriarch Reliance's enormous form suddenly flew out. Ha ha ha! Meng Hao, you little bastard! Come on! You think you can find me here? Huh? Patriarch Reliance seemed incredibly happy, even ecstatic, as he flew out. It was bad luck for the Patriarch to run into you on Planet East Victory. This time, though, I'm going to hide in the ruins of immortality. I simply can't believe that you'll be able to track me down here. Ha ha ha. The Patriarch turns out to be the smartest one in the end. In all the 9th Mountain and Sea, nobody is as astute and circumspect as me. Feeling quite pleased with himself, Patriarch Reliance threw his head back and roared, then flew out across the ruins of immortality. However, it was at this point that he heard someone speaking behind him. "Listen up, old turtle," the voice said lazily. "The term, astute and circumspect, is something you should wait for other people to say about you. You can't use it to describe yourself." As soon as the voice rang out, a tremor passed through Patriarch Reliance. His enormous head slowly turned around, and when he looked behind him, his eyes went wide with disbelief and shock. He couldn't help but stare at his tail, where sat Meng Hao, smiling broadly at him. "You!" Patriarch Reliance gaped in shock. He clearly remembered that in the moment of his escape, Meng Hao should have been left on planet East Victory. Now it was clear, however, that the damned bastard had somehow teleported here with him. One couldn't blame Patriarch Reliance for being so extremely nervous that he didn't notice what had happened. Besides, Meng Hao's one-thought stellar transformation and its stellar teleportation were extremely bizarre. His lucky break of being able to reach the teleportation portal was something Patriarch Reliance had never considered possible. After emerging, he was too focused on what was ahead of him and was too excited at having once again evaded Meng Hao to notice that at some point, a blood-chilling figure had suddenly appeared on his tail. "Hey, old turtle, long time no see," said Meng Hao, waving at Patriarch Reliance, a bashful smile on his face. From the jovial way he chuckled, he looked like someone randomly meeting an old friend in an unexpected location. His appearance was very amiable. After staring in shock for a moment, Patriarch Reliance threw his head back and roared as if he were going crazy. The entire state of Zhao quaked on his back. "Meng Hao, this is going too far. I can't deal with this. I've run away from you a bunch of times now, you and your damned League of Demon Sealers. Damn it, Meng Hao, you little bastard. Why you? You just push people too far. I'm gonna eat you." Patriarch Reliance was on the verge of collapsing emotionally, and his heart was racked with grief. He was also enraged. There was nobody he wanted to see less than Meng Hao, and right now, in his moment of complete elation, all of a sudden, Meng Hao appeared on top of him. He was left feeling like he was about to go insane. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. In fact, he felt himself to be the most tragic figure in all existence. Roaring, he opened his mouth and stretched it out toward Meng Hao, hoping to snap him up in one bite. However, even as his mouth neared Meng Hao cleared his throat and lifted his right hand up in front of him. "Come on, Patriarch. Come scratch this itch for young master." A tremor ran through Patriarch Reliance, and his enormous head stopped in place. His eyes were bright red as he stared at Meng Hao, and yet, he didn't dare to really swallow him. The sealing hex inside of him was spinning, and therefore, he didn't dare to harm Meng Hao in the slightest. If he did, the hex would explode out violently. As soon as Patriarch Reliance's head stopped moving, Meng Hao walked forward and patted his head lightly. "That's a good turtle," he said, laughing. Come. Let me see if those words I carved on your back that year are still there." Patriarch Reliance trembled and roared in rage. He felt wronged, provoked even, and couldn't help but cry out, "You little heaven-damned bastard! Screw off!" He felt like he was about to explode. He swished his tail with incredible force, flinging Meng Hao out into the starry sky. At the same time, he spun in place and then attempted to flee as fast as possible. However, in the moment that he flung Meng Hao away, Meng Hao produced the lightning cauldron. Electricity danced as Meng Hao switched places with a random animal in the state of Zhao. As soon as he appeared on Patriarch Reliance's back, he cleared his throat, then flickered to appear on Patriarch Reliance's head. He stamped down hard with his foot. "What do you think you're doing, Patriarch? It wasn't easy to arrange this reunion. What are you running away for?" Patriarch Reliance stared in shock, trembling. Eyes bloodshot, he roared. Apparently his rage had reached the pinnacle, and yet there was nothing he could do. He could not use any of his divine abilities to harm Meng Hao in the least. His aura exploded with power, transforming into waves of qi that surged out in all directions, causing Meng Hao to fly off of his head. Mist roiled out to surround Patriarch Reliance, covering his body as he tried to escape again. Meng Hao gave a cold harumph, then extended his hand and pointed toward Patriarch Reliance. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. In the instant that Meng Hao called out, Patriarch Reliance's massive frame suddenly stopped in midair. Normally, the hexing magic of the League of Demon Sealers would not have much of an effect on anyone who had a vastly higher cultivation base than Meng Hao, and it would even produce a backlash. However, Patriarch Reliance already had demon sealing hexing magic inside of him, and was supposed to be Meng Hao's Dao protector. Therefore, he was virtually incapable of fighting back against the hexing magic. Meng Hao hadn't been aware of that years ago when they first met, and afterward, Patriarch Reliance had spent most of his time in hiding. But now that Meng Hao was the Immortal Realm Paragon, his cultivation base was as different from before as heaven was from the earth. Now, he was able to sense the restrictive hexing magic that was already inside of Patriarch Reliance, which allowed his own hexes to completely control him. It was due to this that the moment Patriarch Reliance had seen how powerful Meng Hao had become, he had begun to panic. Meng Hao cleared his throat as he caught up with Patriarch Reliance. As he neared, Patriarch Reliance began to tremble, and then recover from the 8th hex. In that moment, before Patriarch Reliance could begin to roar in rage, Meng Hao waved his hand once again. Demon Sealing, 7th hex, Karmic Hexing, Meng Hao said, waving his finger. However, there seemed to be no reaction. There's no karma? He said, shocked. This was the first time he had ever encountered a situation in which there was no karma. He tried again a few more times, and upon finding that he only continued to fail over and over again, a strange light began to glow in his eyes. He was truly shocked. Patriarch Reliance, on the other hand, was so scared his blood was running cold. Thinking back to certain bad memories of the past, he bellowed in rage and then spit a beam of light out of his mouth. The light transformed into a flying dagger that slashed viciously toward Meng Hao. It seemed intent on slicing open the starry sky, completely separating Patriarch Reliance and Meng Hao. The flying dagger looked like a willow leaf and was seemingly ordinary. However, it emanated an ancient air and was clearly anything but ordinary. 8th Demon Sealing Hex. As soon as Meng Hao saw the flying dagger, his eyes widened and he waved a finger. Immediately, Patriarch Reliance was once again immobilized, and his cultivation base was completely locked down. It wasn't that Meng Hao's own hexing magic was terrifying. Instead, it was because of the way it riled the restrictive spell already inside of Patriarch Reliance. That restrictive spell responded to Meng Hao's will and exploded out with power. The flying dagger was now no longer under Patriarch Reliance's control and stopped moving. When that happened, Meng Hao's eyes began to shine. He approached the flying dagger and waved his hand, causing it to fly into his hand. Then, right in front of Patriarch Reliance, he unleashed a writ of karma, binding the flying dagger to him with ties of destiny. When the 8th hex faded away, Patriarch Reliance let out a howl of grief. My dagger! That's been my favorite flying dagger for years. You give it back to me this instant, Meng Hao. That's my treasured dagger. Why you? Just kill me, alright? Stealing my treasures is like ripping off my skin. Meng Hao. Why you? Patriarch Reliance was on the verge of tears. He couldn't flee, nor could he hurt Meng Hao. Furthermore, every time Meng Hao unleashed hexing magic, the restrictive spell inside of him activated, causing him to fill with the desire to weep. Besides all that, to the miserly Patriarch Reliance, having a treasure stolen was worse than anything else. Meng Hao was like the bane of his existence, the source of the most tragedy in his entire life. In fact, when Patriarch Reliance contemplated how his life had turned out, tears would stream down his face. While Patriarch Reliance and Meng Hao were having their little reunion, which was tragic for one and joyful for the other, something else was happening on a planet not very far away from their current location. That planet was the 9th Mountain and Seas planet North Reed. That was the planet occupied by the Li clan, the Song clan, and the Wang clan, making it the home base of sorts for 3 of the great clans. Currently, the entire Li clan was garishly decorated with lanterns and banners. The whole place was infected with a spirit of joy, and everyone knew that in a month, Li Linger was to be married to the crown prince of the Fang clan from planet East Victory. Although quite a few clan members were somewhat critical of the matter, the sudden wedding had been arranged by the Li clan's Dao realm patriarch and, besides, Li Linger's marriage to Meng Hao had been agreed upon long ago. Therefore, there was no one who could change the forming of the alliance between the two great clans. Of course, nobody in the Li clan was aware that Meng Hao had fled the marriage. Nor was anyone aware of the actions of one particular young woman who was anxiously fleeing from planet North Reed, heading far off into the distance. That young woman was none other than Li Linger. It was impossible to tell how she did it, but no one detected her departure. After flying out into the starry sky, she patted her own chest in relief and sped off into the distance. "I'd marry a pig before I marry that blasted, heaven-damned Meng Hao," she said through gritted teeth. As it turned out, she had made the same decision as Meng Hao to flee the marriage. Unbeknownst to Li Linger, the Li clan Dao realm patriarch, the middle-aged man, was actually watching her the entire time. His voice cool. He asked, "There were no mistakes in your calculations?" Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, a black-robed man appeared behind him, illusory and somewhat blurry, making it impossible to see his features clearly. "My clan's augury magic cannot be mistaken. The chance to leave the 9 mountains and seas, to reunite the Li clan to the main branch of the clan, is completely tied to Meng Hao." The patriarch remained silent for a moment, then turned and paid no more heed to Li Linger. His voice cool, he said, "It won't do to force her. If she wants to leave, then leave things up to destiny." "Meng Hao, give me my treasured dagger back," howled Patriarch Reliance. Before losing the flying dagger, he actually hadn't cared about it very much. But now that it wasn't his anymore, countless memories about it suddenly flooded into his mind. Every memory that surfaced filled his heart with pain. Meng Hao pretended not to hear as he lifted his hand and waved his finger a few more times, employing the 7th hex. Patriarch Reliance's scalp went numb as Meng Hao then switched to the 6th hex. Glittering light could be seen as numerous magical symbols appeared on Patriarch Reliance's body. Next, another magical symbol appeared on his forehead, a symbol which was different than Meng Hao's own 6th hex. When Meng Hao saw it, he suddenly understood everything. "Aha! Somebody else already used the 6th hex on you. Well then, I guess I'll try out the 5th hex." Looking very excited, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Shockingly, a tiny rift appeared in his palm. When Patriarch Reliance saw it, he was nearly scared out of his mind. "Meng Hao!" he howled miserably. "What are you planning?" howled Patriarch Reliance. "Just what do you think you're going to do? You're pushing things too far." His body trembled violently, and he seemed to be on the verge of going mad. "I swear there's nobody who bullies people worse than you. Unlucky? I've got enough bad luck for 8 lifetimes. I was bullied by the League of Demon Sealers back in the day, and now I'm getting bullied by you. I ran all the way to Planet East Victory to hide from you. You know? You think that was easy? Huh? You think it was a walk in the park? Hey, what are you doing? You already stole my treasured dagger. What? What are you doing? Come on. Tell me. Do you know how old I am? I'm your patriarch, remember?" Meng Hao scratched his head, starting to feel a bit awkward. "All right, how about this?" he said, clearing his throat. "If you take me to the 9 Seas God world, I'll let you go for the time being. Then you'll have another chance to hide from me." He still happened to have the jade slip given to him during the 3 Great Taoist Societies trial by fire, the one that was supposed to take him to the 9 Seas God world. Unfortunately, Fang Shoudao had somehow found out about that, and had managed to negate the jade slip, making it useless. Patriarch Reliance suddenly quieted down. After a moment of thought, he bitterly nodded his head. Of course, inwardly, he felt quite pleased, and was even laughing coldly. This little bastard is still a bit inexperienced. I'm adept at scheming and have deep foresight, so how could I possibly acquiesce to him? Outwardly, he sighed and allowed Meng Hao to stand on him as he headed toward the 9th sea. After flying for a short time, however, Meng Hao lifted his right hand and caused a fifth hex rift to appear in his palm. Patriarch, he asked with an enigmatic smile. Are you trying to take me into the ruins of immortality? Patriarch Reliance suddenly trembled, and his heart filled with rage. However, when he thought about Meng Hao's restrictive spells, he once again began to bemoan his plight to himself as he immediately changed directions to skirt the ruins of immortality. Based on his current speed, it wouldn't take very long for him to get Meng Hao to the ninth sea. Meng Hao beamed at Patriarch Reliance as he slapped his bag of holding, causing the parrot to fly out. The meat jelly was attached to its foot as usual, and the jingling of a bell could be heard when the two of them appeared. As soon as the parrot flew out, it looked Patriarch Reliance up and down, then blinked and squawked. What a big turtle. So strange. How come he seems so familiar? Hey, it's you. I remember now. You're that big turtle from the Milky Way Sea. The parrot was now very excited. It flew out next to Patriarch Reliance's head and said, You know, I was always very curious about what you ate to get so big. You're huge. Come. Tell Lord Fifth, and you'll get a reward. Not wanting to be outdone, the meat jelly bellowed, Hey, Lord Third has rewards too. Meng Hao stood on Patriarch Reliance's head, completely ignoring the parrot and the meat jelly as they harassed Patriarch Reliance. With the two of them dogging the turtle, Meng Hao wasn't the least bit worried about any tricks he might attempt to pull. It was at this point that he turned back to look at the state of Zhao. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face as he took a step forward and then vanished. When he reappeared, he was on a mountain peak somewhere in the state of Zhao. The mountain looked different than the way he remembered it. It had been moved and been transformed throughout the years, but it was still the same mountain that he remembered, Mount Daqing. He stood there, recalling the past. He was currently standing in the same location he had been when he first stepped into the cultivation world, when he had met Su Qing. Mount Daqing, he whispered with a sigh. As he looked down the mountain, he noticed that the river that had been there once was now nowhere to be seen. He turned his head again and saw that Xianxia County had also disappeared. It would never again exist. The only thing left was this mountain, and the memories of Meng Hao's that it contained. After standing there quietly for a long time, he stepped out off the mountain. As he floated there, he could see that same cave from long ago, which still existed on the side of the mountain. After another long moment, he sighed and turned. Instead of leaving the state of Zhao, he went to the North Sea. Despite the vast changes to the lands, which left the entire state of Zhao different than before, this lake was still here, just as it had been. The water was calm and mirror-like, and when Meng Hao looked at it, he recalled all the events which had occurred in connection with the lake. Eventually, he caught sight of an actual boat out on the water. It was an old vessel, and an old man could be seen at the till, who looked at Meng Hao as he steered the boat toward the shore. A pot of alcohol was being warmed inside the boat, and a moment later, a beautiful young woman stuck her head out of the cabin and looked over at Meng Hao. Do you remember my name? She asked with a grin. Guiding Tri-Rain, he replied, smiling. As he stepped forward onto the boat, the old man smiled and bowed at the waist, then continued to steer the boat out across the water. The young woman sat across from Meng Hao, lifted up the pot of alcohol and poured a cup. Do you remember what you promised me? She asked, her eyes glistening as brightly as the waters of the lake. I promised that one day, I would help you become a sea, he said. Smiling, he raised his cup and then drained it. The young woman smiled radiantly. I want to become a huge, calm sea, she said earnestly. I don't want there to be any waves or tides. I want to be peaceful and quiet, a sea like a mirror. Meng Hao nodded. How many things have you promised to do in your life? She asked. 4, he replied. And how many of those promises have you fulfilled? None so far. In that case, doesn't that mean I'll have to wait a lot longer? Meng Hao smiled, raised his glass again, and took another drink. Almost in the same moment that Meng Hao and Guiding Tri-Rain were reunited, something happened not too far away from where they were in the starry sky. The same ship appeared that all of the cultivators of the Ninth Mountain and Sea had been unable to detect. Two people sat on the ship, one older and one younger, who had watched as Meng Hao opened the door of immortality, and then his immortal meridians. The old man was looking out into the starry sky, where he could see Meng Hao and Patriarch Reliance. At that point, his eyes shone with a strange light, as well as interest toward Meng Hao. Next to him sat the young man, upon whose face could be seen a look of scorn. "A man and a turtle," the young man said with a sneer. "How well suited for each other. And then there's that parrot. They all match each other." "That man is no simple man," the old man said calmly. "And that turtle is no simple turtle. As for that parrot, well, it's not just a simple parrot either." He looked over at the young man, and he seemed somewhat disappointed, but didn't say anything further. "What do you mean, not simple?" the young man said loftily. "All right, so he opened the maximum number of immortal meridians and even became the immortal realm paragon. However, there are tons of people like that in our spirit star realm. They might not actually be immortals, but immortals are worth squat." "He's a true immortal," the old man said with a frown. "True immortal? What a joke. Isn't this the same paragon immortal realm that, years ago, innumerable almighty beings viewed with such desire? But now look at it. The only things left are 9 mountains. If I wanted to kill that guy, all I would have to do is wave my hand, and he would be dead." Killing intent flickered in the young man's eyes. Apparently, he felt that killing Meng Hao would be as easy as crushing an ant. "I might as well target this guy for my training. I'll need to kill an immortal and bring that person's head back to the spirit star realm. I imagine they'll make it into a battle trophy." The young man licked his lips. Cold light gleamed in the old man's eyes as he looked over at the young man. "He's a true immortal, not the type from this age, but rather the type from primordial times. He embodies what immortals truly are, the type that in ancient times could descend to our spirit star realm and cause everyone in the world to bow in worship. In the past, our spirit star realm was nothing more than one of the 3,000 realms below the Paragon Immortal realm. When the Paragon Immortal realm collapsed due to various reasons, the role that our world played was microscopic. You look down on that turtle and think it's ordinary, but you know what? When I look at it, it frightens me. I can sense some terrifying undulations coming off of that thing. And finally, about that man you so look down upon. Don't tell me you can't detect that there's something about him connecting him directly to the 9 mountains and seas?" As the man spoke, his wording grew sharper and sharper. By the end, he was clearly rebuking the young man. The young man sat there quietly, his face slowly growing blue with rage. He didn't dare to backtalk, but when he lowered his head, his eyes were venomously icy. "Although this place has crumbled down to its present level," continued the old man, "you cannot rashly provoke the people here. Actually, I never wanted to come face the dangers of this place, but since your father insisted, I brought you here for your immortal killing baptism. I was forced to agree, and here we are. If you want to try to kill that man, I won't stop you. However, your father will be able to see all the records of our journey, and cannot blame me. If you seek your own death." As his cold words rang out, the old man waved his right hand, causing a vortex to appear up ahead. Within the vortex was an image of Li Linger, who was currently in the middle of fleeing from her wedding. "This girl is a bit weaker and is also an immortal. Why don't you kill her for your baptism?" As the old man spoke, the young man looked up at Li Linger within the vortex, and his eyes began to shine with a strange light. "Wow, she's pretty. Master, you wouldn't mind if, before killing her, I indulged in the services of an immortal, would you?" The old man frowned and looked a bit disgusted, but didn't say anything. The young man licked his lips, and then stepped toward the vortex. Li Linger sat cross-legged atop a flying shuttle which sped through the stars. She was also heading toward the 9th sea, although not to the 9 seas god world, but rather to find an island where she could practice cultivation. She hoped to borrow some of the power of the 9th sea to stabilize herself in the immortal realm. She wasn't unfamiliar with the 9th sea, considering that she had been there on clan training on several occasions in the past. To her, this would all be a walk in the park. However, all of a sudden, the starry sky up ahead distorted, and a vortex suddenly appeared. An arrogant young man stepped out of the vortex, and as soon as he looked over at her, an evil and bizarre glow could be seen in his eyes, almost as if he were a hunter looking at prey. Li Linger's eyes instantly flickered with vigilance. She had never seen this young man before, but she could instantly sense that he was dangerous. Furthermore, the way he was looking at her didn't please her one bit. "Hello, immortal beauty. Remember my name. I'm Zhang Linfa. You can call me Fatsi. Remember it because, very soon, I'll provide you with the most unforgettable experience of your whole life. And also the last," the young man said with a smile. He stepped toward Li Linger. In an area in the starry sky near the ruins of immortality, what appeared to be a huge landmass was cruising along. If you looked closely, you would find that it was in fact no land mass, but rather a gargantuan turtle. The turtle had a very sullen appearance, and his eyes shone with ferocity. He appeared to be enraged, yet didn't dare to speak up about it. Instead, he just flew along through the stars. Meng Hao sat cross-legged somewhere on top of the turtle, sipping alcohol. Guy-eating Tri-Rain sat next to him, smiling as she kept the pot of alcohol warm. The sweet fragrance of alcohol spread out in all directions, and Meng Hao felt incredibly at ease. When he thought about how he had successfully fled the marriage, he suddenly felt as if the whole world was full of boundless possibilities. Although he had practiced cultivation for many years, this was his personality. Although it might seem unstable, that was how Meng Hao liked it. He didn't want to settle down in one place. He wanted to do as he pleased. In his view, when it came to the path of cultivation, sitting around doing nothing was completely boring and meaningless. His Tao was the Tao of freedom and independence, which was the same as his personality. Everything he did in life was in accordance with his personality. Patriarch Reliance, on the other hand, was currently so irritated that his gums itched. It was compounded by the condescending Parrot, who continually squawked in his ear, trying to get him to agree to be a younger brother. That made Patriarch Reliance even more furious. If that were all there were to it, Patriarch Reliance could endure the situation. However, the meat jelly's non-stop jabbering had pushed him to the brink of collapse. The garrulous chattering was almost like a magical curse, and Patriarch Reliance wondered how Meng Hao could possibly stand to have the thing around all the time. Couldn't be easy. Damn it. The Patriarch is always so unlucky, he thought. I have to get the little bastard to the 9th sea as soon as possible. Then, I'll completely leave the 9th mountain and sea and never come back. I refuse to believe that if I hide somewhere outside of this mountain and sea, that the little bastard will be able to find me. Patriarch Reliance felt quite wronged, and was snarling and raging inwardly. He truly felt that he was being treated unfairly. In his opinion, ever since he ran into the League of Demon Sealers, his life had become as gray as ash. One of these days, he blustered inwardly, the Patriarch is going to swallow the entire League of Demon Sealers. Fudge. I'll give those Demon Sealers some good fortune, if you know what I mean. Perhaps because of his continuous internal cursing, at some point he lost track of which direction he was traveling in, and started to drift toward the ruins of immortality again. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then waved his hand toward Patriarch Reliance's rear end. At the same time, he glared and cried out, "Hua!" Although he actually unleashed the 8th demon sealing hex, the words that came out of his mouth were the same commands you would use when riding a horse. As soon as the 8th hex was utilized, Patriarch Reliance ground to an instant halt. The end result was that Meng Hao truly did appear to be riding Patriarch Reliance just like a horse. Patriarch Reliance's eyes went wide and he began to tremble. After a few breaths of time, his body returned to normal, and he threw his head back and roared a sullen and bitter roar. He had lived for a very long time, so how could he not understand the meaning of the word woe? Meng Hao, you little bastard. I'm Patriarch Reliance. Not some horse, not some beast of burden. Meng Hao cleared his throat. Having been raised as a scholar, he knew the command words for riding horses, but had rarely had a chance to actually use them. Now that he was sitting atop Patriarch Reliance, he naturally recalled all of those words. Fine then. Giddy up. As soon as he said the word giddy up, Patriarch Reliance started moving forward without even thinking about it. Moments later, he almost exploded with rage as he realized that he was subconsciously cooperating with Meng Hao's horse-riding commands. "I'm gonna eat you. Eat you. You hear?" Patriarch Reliance raged. Trembling, he was just about to lift his head up when Meng Hao anxiously said, "Easy now." At the same time, he tossed out a fifth demon sealing hex rift to the right side of Patriarch Reliance's head, scaring him into instantly turning. Yet again, he subconsciously cooperated with Meng Hao's verbal commands. "Meng Hao!" Patriarch Reliance threw his head back and roared. The sound echoed out into the starry sky, eventually reaching a location not too far off, where it was heard by Li Linger, who was currently fleeing for her life. Blood oozed out of the corners of her mouth, and her beautiful face was as pale as a corpse's. Her clothing was torn, and her flesh was cut in numerous locations. She almost looked as if she had been forcefully taken advantage of. On her forehead was a jagged wound, from which blood spurted out and dropped down into the starry sky. Her hair was in disarray and her aura weak as she pressed onward. However, her eyes blazed with fury. How could she ever have imagined that after successfully fleeing her clan, she would encounter a terrifying cultivator like this on her path to the Ninth Sea? The young man who called himself Ifatsi was a complete stranger. Therefore, she was definitely sure that he was not a chosen from any of the other sects or clans. And yet, she could sense terrifying undulations coming off of him. Despite having a peak immortal realm cultivation, Li Linger had lasted less than half an incense stick's worth of time against Ifatsi's divine abilities. She had immediately ended up in sore straits. Were it not for some of the life-saving techniques she had up her sleeves, she would already have perished. "Who is this guy?" she thought, biting her lip as a sense of deadly crisis filled her. "You can't escape," said Zhang Linfa, licking some blood off of his hand. His eyes shone with a mysterious light, and he wore a slight smile. He was in no hurry. After all, his Tao protector had said that killing this girl would end his trial by fire. Therefore, he wanted to enjoy himself for as long as possible. Even if things got somewhat out of control in the end, he wouldn't have to deal with the aftermath. His Tao protector would naturally take care of any difficulties that arose. In fact, as far as he was concerned, his Tao protector was actually being too cautious about everything. "It doesn't matter that you're an immortal," Ifatsi said, laughing. "You should feel honored to be my prey. You can't even imagine my status where I come from." As he spoke, he clawed his right hand out in front of him. A boom could be heard as more of Li Linger's clothing was ripped away. The explosion of power was so intense that if she had been slower to avoid it, she would have been seriously injured. Despite avoiding the main blast, she still coughed up a mouthful of blood, and her face paled. Her aura was weakened even further, and her flame of life force seemed to be on the verge of being extinguished. "He's not a cultivator from the Ninth Mountain and Sea," she thought, gritting her teeth. She had already sent a distress signal to the clan via Jade Slip, and was confident that if she could only hold out for a bit longer, someone would come to rescue her. "What are you running for?" said Ifatsi. "I remember you. You're Li Linger, right? You're not just any immortal, you're a true immortal. I've been practicing cultivation for years now, and I've never had the chance to taste the blood of an immortal. It turns out to be quite sweet." Laughing, he inhaled the fragrance of Li Linger's blood, and his eyes shone brightly. "Oh, I get it. You're trying to buy time. You're waiting for someone to come from your clan and save you. Well, keep on waiting and see if someone comes. See if anyone got the message from your Jade Slip." Ifatsi waved a finger, causing a violent wind to spring up. Just as it seemed about to crush down onto Li Linger, a green light sprang up around her, filled with countless vines that blocked the wind. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the vines were shredded. Once again, Li Linger coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her vision swam, and through the pain, her eyes began to shine with despair. Based on how much time had passed, if the clan had received her message, then someone should have come already. Considering nobody was around, it proved that her opponent had definitely prepared well for this encounter. "Don't worry," laughed Ifatsi. "I'll be gentle. Before you die, you'll serve me well, and then, I'll gently rip your body apart piece by piece. I'll use your blood to consecrate my Taoist magic. Achieve the Tao by murdering an immortal. Seize your immortal body to become my foundation. Laughing, he closed in on Li Linger. It was at this point that a powerful roar echoed out through the starry sky, causing ripples to spread about everywhere. Meng Hao! The two words that comprised the roar echoed about, causing Li Linger's eyes to shine brilliantly. Instantly, she headed toward the source of the sound, gritting her teeth as she flew at top speed. She didn't hold anything back from her cultivation base. She unleashed secret magics and even burned her immortal meridians to achieve astonishing, temporary speed. In the blink of an eye, she had shot far off into the distance. Ifatsi's face darkened. Inwardly, he was actually quite frightened. Although he didn't care about the words that were being roared, he couldn't ignore the fact that the roar itself contained an aura that was so frightening it made his scalp feel like it was about to explode. It was at this point that he heard his Tao Protector's voice in his ear. I've already deployed cloaking magic. No more fooling around. End the battle and kill the immortal. As soon as your trial by fire baptism is complete, we will leave this realm. Ifatsi's eyes glittered. He didn't respond, but did increase his speed dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a beam of prismatic light that shot in pursuit of Li Linger. Shocking killing intent roiled out from him. Gradually, a black, three-headed python appeared behind him. It roared, emanating a fiendish will that was completely different from anything in the 9 mountains and seas. That will was like a paramount fiendishness of heaven and earth. A whistling sound echoed out, like that of an arrow piercing through the sky. Ifatsi sped closer and closer to Li Linger. After 10 breaths of time passed, the distance between him and Li Linger was reduced to only 300 meters. It was at this point that Li Linger caught sight of that land mass soaring through the stars. It was Patriarch Reliance, with Meng Hao sitting on his head drinking alcohol. Meng Hao! She cried out as soon as she saw him. However, despite her loud cry, Meng Hao appeared to be ignoring her. He can't see you, said Ifatsi, his voice cold. If he could, then I wouldn't mind killing 2 immortals today. He waved his right hand toward Li Linger, causing more blood to spray from her mouth. She could also sense that despite the short distance between herself and Meng Hao, they seemed to be separated by some sort of illusory screen, making it impossible for him to see her. Ifatsi is too well prepared to be acting alone. He has to be working with someone. Well, since Meng Hao can't see me, then I'll just forget about it. Even if he could see, it would only drag him into this situation. How could I cause trouble for him too? Despite being filled with bitterness and despair, Li Linger's eyes gleamed with determination. Even as Ifatsi's hand strike closed in on her, she chose to detonate her immortal meridians. Booms could be heard as immortal meridians emerged from her body and transformed into immortal dragons, which then exploded. Blood sprayed from her mouth as the incredible power of the detonation caused her to shoot directly toward the ruins of immortality. I'll have a better chance of surviving in the ruins of immortality than in the hands of Ifatsi, she thought, flying into the ruins at incredible speed. Meng Hao waved his finger at Patriarch Reliance, causing him to suddenly stop. By this point, the turtle's discontent had reached the point of detonation, and he let out a mighty roar at Meng Hao. As for Meng Hao, he rose to his feet and looked curiously off into the distance toward the ruins of immortality. Strange. I got a really weird feeling just now, he said. Although he wasn't sure what had caused it, he was sure that moments ago, something like a veil had passed in front of his eyes. It was as if there was something he should have seen that had been covered up. What do you mean strange? Said Patriarch Reliance, sounding a bit arrogant. A girl went by just now calling your name. You ignored her, and she ran off into the ruins of immortality. Oh, there was some kid chasing her. Looked like he was trying to kill her. Patriarch Reliance looked both disdainful and pleased with himself as he spoke. Meng Hao stared in shock. Yeah, that's right, the parrot said, sounding surprised. Lord Fifth saw it too. You mean you didn't see it? Lord Third saw it too, the meat jelly said, sounding very serious. You really couldn't see it? Come on, stop faking. Faking is immoral. Faking is wrong. I saw it too, said guy-eyeing Trirane, covering a smile with her hand. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he looked off into the starry sky. He glanced over at the ruins of immortality, muttering to himself. Oh right, continued Patriarch Reliance. Meng Hao, you little bastard, listen up. That kid just now said something like, since you didn't want to marry the girl, he was going to help fulfill your husbandly duties for you. You know, kids these days seem really kind-hearted. The type who really finds joy in helping others. He laughed loudly, seeming very pleased with himself. Yeah, that's right. Lord Third also happens to think that kid is really kind-hearted. What a good person. There aren't many sincere people like that in the world. Such character and such morals are really worth imitating. The meat jelly nodded its head vigorously, clearly ignorant of the reality of the situation. The parrot rolled its eyes and then cleared its throat. Meng Hao, if you don't go save her right now, she'll truly become the plaything of that other guy. If Lord Fifth remembers correctly, that furless girl is named Li Linger. Meng Hao's face was now extremely unsightly as he stared off into the ruins of immortality, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. He wasn't sure why Li Linger wasn't back in the Li clan, but it didn't matter. Regardless of what issues the two of them had, he had no reason to leave her to die when he was in a position to save her. Furthermore, since her pursuer had mentioned something about fulfilling Meng Hao's husbandly duties, well, that was something that no true man would be able to accept. The matter of he and Li Linger getting married was a personal matter between the two of them. For someone to say something like that was an outrageous provocation. Glaring at the parrot and meat jelly, he gave a cold harumph, then lifted his foot and then stamped it down onto Patriarch Reliance. All right, follow them into the ruins of immortality, he said, his voice cold but his heart filled with vigilance. He knew that whatever technique had been used to obscure his vision had been something completely terrifying. What was even more frightening was the fact that Li Linger was being hunted, and yet the Li clan hadn't sent anyone to rescue her. However, Meng Hao glanced at Patriarch Reliance and thought about how he had been unaffected when everyone else on Planet East Victory had been knocked senseless. That showed how unbelievably powerful he must be in battle. Feeling excited, Patriarch Reliance changed directions and headed toward the ruins of immortality at top speed. The parrot was also getting excited. It had the feeling that ruins of immortality were filled with all sorts of furred and feathered beasts, which made it like the promised land of his dreams. As for the moronic meat jelly, it was easily convinced of anything in its simple-mindedness. Rumbling filled the air as Patriarch Reliance exploded with speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the ruins of immortality, speeding in pursuit of Li Linger. Patriarch Reliance was gargantuan, so as soon as he entered the ruins of immortality, everything began to tremble. It was as if the natural laws had been disturbed by his arrival, and were now changing. Guy-eyeing Trirane trembled, and her expression suddenly turned blank. For some reason, she suddenly felt like something was calling her, summoning her, to a place deep within the ruins of immortality. It was almost as if there were a forgotten portion of her memories that were suddenly unlocked as soon as she entered. As soon as the small group entered the ruins of immortality, the old man sitting in the ship outside of the ruins frowned. It seems I underestimated that turtle, as well as that bird. I even underestimated that bell-like thing, and the girl on top of the turtle. Earlier, he had recognized that Patriarch Reliance and the parrot were powerful, but now he had to admit that they were far more terrifying than he had assumed. For them to be able to see through my Taoist magic, he muttered. It was something that completely exceeded what he had planned for. Originally, Surface Plan had been to appear as if he was warning Ifatsi, and yet intentionally provoke him into accosting Li Linger. Through the death of Li Linger, the Zheng clan of the Spirit Star realm would sow a seed with Meng Hao. The old man had very much been looking forward to seeing what type of flower would bloom as a result. But now, things were not going according to plan. Muttering to himself, he looked over at the ruins of immortality, and he seemed to be recalling something that filled him with deep fear. The paragon immortal realm of yesteryear, he thought. Memories swirled within him, and he sighed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and headed into the ruins of immortality. He had no choice. He could plot against the Zheng clan, but he definitely could not allow Ifatsi to die in the ruins of immortality. Meng Hao stood on Patriarch Reliance's head, looking around as they sped through the ruins of immortality. This was his second time coming here, and things in this area looked much different than the entrance opened by the three great Taoist societies. The three great Taoist societies' entrance was an area that they had thoroughly explored, and they had taken steps to ensure that it was not dangerous. However, the current area Meng Hao was in was a place few people ever came to. Up ahead, numerous stone fragments hung in the air. There were also shattered statues visible, and the sky was covered with fissures that seemed capable of slicing up and swallowing anything and everything. There were even strange, demonic voices that echoed about in the air, along with an archaic, ancient aura. Furthermore, these were only the outskirts of the ruins of immortality. As they proceeded onward, Patriarch Reliance's expression grew more serious. However, he still seemed to charge forward with incredible power, blasting through any obstructions as if they were dried sticks. The strength of his fleshly body had reached a terrifying degree, allowing them to speed rapidly through the outer region of the ruins of immortality. Meng Hao's expression was grim as he rotated his cultivation base. 123 immortal meridians exploded with power, none of which seeped out of him. 33 blurry heavens descended, and the glitter of starlight appeared in his eyes. As he stood there, energy surging, he truly seemed to exude the will of the immortal realm paragon. I don't want the same thing that happened before to happen again, where you people can see what's happening and I can't, he suddenly announced coldly. He lifted his hand, and a fifth hex rift appeared. Patriarch Reliance muttered something to himself, then suddenly opened his mouth and roared. The roar did not spread out in all directions, but rather was confined to the rather small area around him. Open! Rumbling could be heard as everything around Meng Hao suddenly changed. He saw floating spatters of blood and other traces that someone was being viciously hunted down. In a location not too far away, Li Linger's face was pale white, and blood sprayed from her mouth. She was like an oil lamp on the verge of sputtering out, her life force at its limit. She had found no hope in the ruins of immortality, only despair, causing her to laugh bitterly. Ifatsi and his black, three-headed python were right behind her. Everything trembled as a brutal aura spread out in all directions, causing ripples to surge out and push the nearby debris away. Feeling hopeless, are we? Asked Ifatsi, laughing. His eyes gleamed with an evil light as he raised his right hand. With the wave of finger, he caused a black beam to shoot out. Everywhere it passed, rocks and canyons shattered into pieces. A boom could be heard, and blood sprayed out of Li Linger's mouth as she slammed down into a field of shattered rocks. She looked back, glaring at Ifatsi without the slightest hint of defeat or compliance in her eyes. She might be in a hopeless situation, and she might be about to die, but she would perish with her dignity. I love this kind of expression, exclaimed Ifatsi. Back home, all the trophy heads of the immortals killed by the patriarchs throughout history have this exact same expression. Immortals. He threw his head back and laughed, and his expression was one of boundless arrogance. Immortals must all die, and all immortal realms will be destroyed. Who gives a crap about the Paragon immortal realm and you crappy immortals? Killing intent flickering, Ifatsi advanced toward Li Linger. He waved his right hand in a claw-like gesture, causing an enormous power to explode out. Li Linger was simply incapable of fighting back or struggling. Her eyes, however, shone with determination, as an aura of extermination suddenly surged up inside her. She had chosen to self-detonate. Self-detonation? Said Ifatsi with a light smile. He quickly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, unleashing some type of Taoist magic that caused Li Linger to tremble. Suddenly, the destructive aura within her dispersed. She was shocked to find that she couldn't self-detonate, I learned this secret magic a long time ago to deal with immortals who try to self-detonate. Even as he spoke, Ifatsi appeared in front of Li Linger, lifted his right hand up, and clutched her by the neck. Then he shoved her down onto the ground. His expression vile, he smiled and said, "All right, be a good girl and allow me to consummate our marriage. After that, I'll use your blood for my baptism." Li Linger was trembling, and she bit her lip as she stared back at Ifatsi. It was at this point that suddenly, she opened her mouth, causing a brilliant light to shoot out. Ifatsi was shocked. At the same time, glittering light suddenly rose up around him. The beam of light flashed past his neck. It was a dangerously sharp willow leaf that had come dangerously close to slitting his throat. "Slut!" he roared. Inwardly, he was shocked. Without the life-saving shield provided by his clan, that willow leaf would most likely have taken his head off. Enraged, he was just about to reach in and rip Li Linger's tongue out when, all of a sudden, a coldness caused him to look up and off into the distance. What he saw was Patriarch Reliance's massive frame rushing toward him, atop whom stood Meng Hao, staring coldly in his direction. Killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes, and fury raged in his heart. There was no major enmity between him and Li Linger, just the normal competition that occurred between cultivators. Regarding the matter of the marriage agreement, that was something that had been decided years ago. Although Meng Hao had fled the marriage, that didn't mean that he was willing to stand idly by while Li Linger faced grave danger. That was especially so in a situation like this, in which her aura was extremely weak. Before, she had been as proud as the heavens, but now she was gasping her last breaths. Meng Hao's fury burned like endless flames. Li Linger had been filled with despair and wanted to die. But when she saw Meng Hao, all of a sudden, a faint glow of hope appeared in her eyes. Meng Hao's arrival was something she could never have predicted. In the instant she saw him, her desire to live was immediately rekindled. "It's you. Can you actually see me?" Ifatsi stared in shock for a moment, and then a wicked smile spread out on his face, as if he couldn't care less about Meng Hao. Suddenly, he lifted his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and punched out toward Li Linger's delicate head. He wanted to kill Li Linger right in front of Meng Hao. However, in that instant, the lightning cauldron suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's hand. It danced with electricity, and rumbling filled the void as he instantly switched positions with Li Linger. Not even Ifatsi had time to react. All of a sudden, Li Linger appeared on top of Patriarch Reliance, after which guiding Trirane knelt down, put her hand on her forehead, and began to treat her injuries. As for Meng Hao, as soon as he appeared in the position previously occupied by Li Linger, he saw Ifatsi's fist plummeting toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he rotated his cultivation base, causing the explosive power of 123 immortal meridians to surge. 33 heavens descended with terrifying power. All of it was focused directly on Ifatsi. Rumbling echoed out, and Ifatsi's face fell. He jerked back, evading Meng Hao's attack, his fist transforming into an sealing incantation as he pointed toward Meng Hao. Instantly, the black, three-headed python behind him roared and then shot toward Meng Hao as if to consume him. "I'm glad you showed up," he laughed. "I originally wanted to use you for my baptism. So guess what? A year from today will be your first memorial service." Ifatsi threw his head back and laughed. His expression was one of rapture as he waved his hand, causing the black, three-headed python to grow rapidly. Rumbling sounds echoed out as it charged toward Meng Hao. "He's not from the 9th mountain and sea," Li Linger cried weakly, her face ashen. Despite the healing from guiding Trirane, Li Linger was still quite weak. As for Patriarch Reliance, he remained off to the side, eyes shifting back and forth. Naturally, he was not assisting. In fact, he was even contemplating the fact that if Meng Hao died, he would finally be free. He was about to slip away quietly when Meng Hao waved his hand, causing a 5th hex rift to appear and slowly circle around Patriarch Reliance's head. Patriarch Reliance was so frightened he started trembling, and didn't dare to move an inch. As for Meng Hao, his eyes flickered with killing intent. As soon as he heard Li Linger's words, He looked at Ifatsi, and his eyes began to glitter brightly. He performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and then pointed out. Instantly, a blood demon head materialized, roaring. It wasn't just a single head, but 123 of them. They attacked, unleashing all of Meng Hao's power. The 123 blood demon heads instantly merged together, turning into an even larger blood demon head which then shot toward the black, three-headed python. The two slammed into each other in midair, causing a huge boom, along with a massive gust of wind that blasted out in all directions. Meng Hao didn't back up, but instead advanced, appearing directly in front of Ifatsi and then punching out. That one punch was filled with Meng Hao's internal immortal power, as well as all of his true immortal fleshly body's strength. Its force was comparable to a powerful magic and contained incredible destructive power. Dust flew up in all directions, and the void shattered. Ifatsi's eyes went wide, and an intense sensation of deadly crisis shook him. He had known that Meng Hao was powerful, but now, he discovered exactly how powerful. In that moment of crisis, Ifatsi threw his head back and roared, then performed a double-handed incantation gesture. Instantly, light flowed out across his body in the shape of a suit of armor. The armor was golden, and radiated boundless light that made him seem even more like a true immortal than Meng Hao. Meng Hao's fist rumbled as it slammed into Ifatsi in his suit of armor. Instantly, cracks spread out across the armor, and Ifatsi was sent flying backward. However, in almost the same instant that the cracks spread out across the armor, they repaired themselves. Apparently the power of Meng Hao's one punch couldn't harm Ifatsi at all. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with coldness. Ifatsi laughed arrogantly and then said, "Meng Hao, right? A true immortal, right? Well, so what? You can't even break open my true plate armor. What makes you think you have anything powerful enough to fight me with? Immortal? This is a so-called immortal? Bring out some of that awe-inspiring immortal stuff they used to have back in the day, and let me see it. Let me see what an immortal is supposed to be." As Ifatsi laughed, Meng Hao stared in shock at what was being said, completely unable to make heads nor tails of what Ifatsi was talking about. "You don't understand? You don't comprehend? Oh, I get it. To you people, all of these things are considered a big secret. People like you still don't qualify to know the truth." When Ifatsi saw Meng Hao's expression, he began to laugh maniacally. "Pipe down," Meng Hao said coolly. He suddenly flickered, transforming into a huge golden rock that shot toward Ifatsi with incredible speed. He was on him in the blink of an eye, razor-sharp talons slashing out. Ifatsi laughed coldly and waved his hand to summon a magical technique. Shockingly, a black, nine-headed python materialized around him, which roared and charged toward Meng Hao. At the same time, a magical symbol appeared in each of Ifatsi's eyes, as well as on his forehead. The three magical symbols merged together, transforming into a spell formation that also shot toward Meng Hao. Rumbling filled the void as Meng Hao slashed apart the black python and beat his wings in the direction of the incoming spell formation. Suddenly, innumerable mountains appeared, which linked together into chains of mountains that resembled numerous gigantic dragons. Booms rang out as, in a relatively short period of time, dozens of attacks were exchanged. Every time any of Meng Hao's divine abilities landed on Ifatsi, however, his brilliant armor would block the attack. A ruthless gleam appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he took a step forward. Immortal dragons roared as they shot toward Ifatsi. Booms rang out, and the ground of the ruins of immortality quaked. Countless nearby statues and other ruins were shoved backward. Ifatsi's face flickered slightly, and he suddenly fell back. At the same time, though, he called out, "Heaven, Master of Mortals. Hell, Master of Heaven. Lin, Master of Hell." Ifatsi's hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, causing strange ripples to spread out across his body. Shockingly, two enormous black wings sprouted from his back, which emanated a strange glow. They seemed to fuse with the void around him, causing him to look bizarre to the extreme. At the same time, a huge black bow appeared in his hands, 3 masters exterminate immortals. As soon as the words left his mouth, countless magical symbols appeared on his glowing armor, which merged together to form an arrow. The bow was drawn. The arrow flew. The void vibrated so violently it shattered. The powerful arrow ripped through the starry sky toward Meng Hao. Seeing the arrow close in on Meng Hao caused Li Linger to get very nervous. However, there was nothing she could do to help. As for the Parrot and Meat Jelly and Patriarch Reliance, they didn't seem concerned at all. Meng Hao snorted coldly and extended his right hand, within which appeared a long spear. It had a white spearhead, and the shaft was made from the World Tree. As soon as it appeared, strange colors flashed, and boundless ripples spread out which seemed to stir the entire ruins of immortality. Meng Hao hurled the spear out, causing massive rumbling to fill the starry sky. The spear shot through the void like a white dragon, both projectiles so fast that ring-like shockwaves were formed in the void through which they traveled. In the blink of an eye they were upon each other, and as they made contact a terrifyingly loud boom blasted out in all directions. Meng Hao, is this your true power? None of your attacks have even been able to break through my armor. Is this really the power of a true immortal? Almost in the same moment that the spear and arrow slammed into each other, Meng Hao took a step forward. Watch and see how I break it, he said coolly. When he took his first step, he waved his right index finger, causing boundless light to shoot up into the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, the light formed into a fist-sized globe of light. It was the sun. As soon as the sun appeared, shocking ripples spread out. However, Ifatsi continued to laugh coldly, as if he didn't care at all about the sun. He didn't retreat at all, but instead, advanced and even revealed a second bow and arrow. At the same time, Meng Hao took a second step and waved his right hand again, causing the image of another shocking heavenly body to appear next to the sun. It was the moon. The sun and the moon began to orbit each other, causing a massive energy to explode out. Ifatsi's eyes widened, and in that same moment, Meng Hao took a third step. As he stepped forward, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out. Shockingly, the illusory image of a mountain appeared between the sun and the moon. It was the projection of the 9th mountain, the sun and moon orbiting the 9th mountain. Massive energy soared up, causing Ifatsi's face to fall completely. All of a sudden, a sensation of indescribable crisis filled him, and instead of advancing, he began to back up. However, in the moment that he stepped back, Meng Hao took a fourth step. With that fourth step, he waved his sleeve. Rumbling filled the void as a black pearl and a white pearl appeared and began to circulate around the 9th mountain and the sun and the moon. Terrifying undulations caused Ifatsi's eyes to widen, and he fell into shocked retreat. Magical technique combination. That's a complex type of magic that only almighty experts can control. How are you doing this? Even as Ifatsi spoke, killing intent flickered in Meng Hao's eyes. He waved his right hand, and the sun, moon, and black-white pearls continued to orbit around the 9th mountain as it shot toward Ifatsi with incredible speed. The speed was such that Ifatsi was incapable of evading. Gritting his teeth, he roared and performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then pushed his hand out in front of him. The glowing armor immediately began to emanate blinding light as he used all the power he could muster to block the attack. Rumbling echoed out in all directions. The sun and moon collapsed, and the 9th mountain shattered. The black-white pearls dissipated. However, in that same moment, all of Ifatsi's glowing armor shattered, layer by layer. Ifatsi coughed up a massive mouthful of blood, and alarm filled his face. Just when he was about to fall back at full speed, Meng Hao took a fifth step, his face filled with savagery and the desire to kill. It was in that very moment that an ancient voice echoed out like thunder from further back. "Stay your hand." The parrot blinked, and its feathers stood on end. The meat jelly began to tremble, and Patriarch Reliance turned his head, his expression one of unprecedented solemnity. A strange cultivator was almost able to hunt Li Linger down and kill her. Unexpectedly, no one from the Li clan showed up to stop it from happening. The situation seemed very strange, especially considering that the Li clan was not very far away on planet North Reed. In the Ninth Mountain and Sea, inquiries were rarely made when ordinary cultivators fought and killed another. However, when a chosen died or was injured, it was always a big matter. Very few people would actually employ deadly force against a chosen, mostly because of the numerous ramifications that would be involved. However, this strange cultivator clearly wanted to kill Li Linger. Most importantly, Meng Hao's vision had been interfered with moments ago, so that he couldn't see what was happening. Clearly, this strange cultivator was not working alone. He definitely had some almighty expert hiding in the shadows, assisting him. Meng Hao had already reached such a conclusion before coming to rescue Li Linger. In the end, he decided that it didn't matter. He had to rescue her anyway. Therefore, when he heard someone crying out to prevent him from landing his deadly attack on the young man, he didn't hesitate for even a moment to cry out, "Patriarch Reliance, block that man's path for a quarter of an hour, and I'll give you 100 years of freedom." This was only the third time he had spoken in the entire battle. At first, Patriarch Reliance was infuriated, and he was of a mind to ignore a mere 100 years of freedom. But as he thought about it, he realized that if Meng Hao had said he would give a lifetime of freedom, it would have been completely unbelievable. But if it was only 100 years, it actually seemed a lot more plausible. "Fudge!" he cried, eyes gleaming with savagery. He suddenly lifted his head and looked at the incoming old man, then roared. At the same time as he let out that intense roar, black light flashed around him as he shot toward the old man. That old man was none other than the person who had been accompanying Ifatsi the entire time, his Tao protector. When he saw Patriarch Reliance bearing down on him, his eyes widened with fear. Not quite sure what to make of him, he waved his hand, causing an enormous, illusory creature to appear that resembled a tadpole. It was pitch black and had no eyes, only a gaping mouth. As soon as it appeared, it opened its mouth wide and lunged toward Patriarch Reliance as if to swallow him. "Fudgetastic magical super attack!" Patriarch Reliance roared, shouting as he barreled forward. Even as the words left his mouth, he was taken aback, and wondered why he had said that in particular. However, it actually seemed quite appropriate. Rumbling filled the air as Patriarch Reliance exploded with all of his power. Normally speaking, that in and of itself wouldn't have caused the old man to pause. However, it was at this point that the old man noticed numerous beams of light radiating off of Patriarch Reliance. Instantly, his face fell, as if he had just remembered something. He appeared to be both shocked and terrified of the beams of light, and did everything he could to avoid them. As a result, he could proceed no further. Meng Hao didn't even look back, nor did he slow down. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Ifatsi. He clenched his fist, his eyes flickering with killing intent, and then began to punch, intent on completely destroying the defenseless Ifatsi. Ifatsi's heart was pounding. In his own realm, he had an incredibly high position. Were that not the case, he would never have qualified to come to the Ninth Mountain and see for a trial by fire, let alone have a Tao protector to guard him. However, his experience couldn't possibly compare to Meng Hao's, nor was he a match for him in terms of viciousness. Ifatsi couldn't imagine all of the various things that Meng Hao had experienced. In this moment of critical danger, Ifatsi's expression suddenly turned to one of madness. He bit down on the tip of his tongue, then spit out a mouthful of blood, which transformed into a huge, blood-colored lake that spun toward Meng Hao. When the lake came into contact with Meng Hao's fist, it simply evaporated, turning into a blood-colored mist that quickly faded away. As for the fist, it passed directly through the mist to slam into Ifatsi's chest. A massive boom rang out, accompanied by cracking sounds. Blood sprayed out of Ifatsi's mouth as his chest caved in. As he flopped backward, he felt as if there were 123 bursts of energy exploding within him. In the blink of an eye, he exploded. However, after he exploded, Meng Hao frowned as he saw all of the bits of blood and gore form back together in midair. Terrifying ripples of power exploded out. "Meng Hao!" I'm gonna kill you. Kill you. You destroyed my favorite magical body. I'm going to take you and refine you into a new magical body for myself. Meng Hao, I want you dead. Dead. Diad. Howls that seemed to originate from hell itself rang out from the reforming body, filled with boundless rancor and insanity. As the words echoed out, the shattered flesh rapidly congealed back together, materializing into something that didn't look like Ifatsi had moments ago, but rather, a three-headed creature with a long, undulating tail. It looked like neither a human nor a demon. The first head looked like Ifatsi's, the second was half python, half human, vicious and fierce. The third head was completely snake-like, complete with a flicking, forked tongue. Meng Hao, he cried in a shocking, piercing voice, I'm gonna tear you to shreds. I'll baptize myself in your blood to complete my immortal foundation. When Meng Hao saw the reformed Ifatsi, his eyes widened. Li Linger also saw him, and her heart began to thump. Meng Hao's mind thrummed as he looked at Ifatsi. He had never seen any entity such as this before. He had seen demons, things like mountains or rivers personified, but those were true greater demons. But he had never seen anything at all that looked like this. It was like a beast, but not. Like a cultivator, but not. Even more shocking, Meng Hao realized that the demon-sealing jade in his bag of holding was suddenly vibrating at a frequency unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Those vibrations even exceeded what he had felt when he had acquired the fifth hex, or when he had encountered the sixth-generation demon sealer. It was as if an enmity and hatred that could not be wiped away with the passage of time was suddenly exploding out from the demon-sealing jade with incredible intensity. A lower realms rebel. Bloodline of the Zheng clan. When we demon sealers encounter someone like this, he must die. 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 De. Meng Hao's mind rumbled with the ancient voice of the demon-sealing jade. An intense murderous aura erupted out from his demon sealer Immortal meridian, which immediately began to rotate. Apparently, if Meng Hao did not slaughter this so-called lower realms rebel, then his demon sealer Immortal meridian would no longer approve of him. This was an intense madness and hatred that Meng Hao had never felt before in his entire life. Almost as soon as Ifatsi's true appearance was made manifest, the old man who was tangled up with Patriarch Reliance suddenly went berserk. Fool! Imbecile! Why you? Damn it, you already lost. Why didn't you just go back right away? Why would you possibly be so idiotic as to reveal your true form here? Damn it! Damn it! You people from the Zheng clan are all morons. He appeared to be completely enraged, and was trembling all over. In addition to the rage on his face, there was also terror and anxiety. It was as if Ifatsi revealing this form would cause a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering catastrophe. In the same moment that Ifatsi revealed his body, a howl could be heard coming from the Ji clan's ancestral mansion on the Ninth Mountain. That howl instantly echoed out to fill the entire Ninth Mountain and sea. Not everyone could hear it, though. Only Dao realm experts were able to detect the shrill and abrupt call. It was a sound that hadn't been heard for a very, very long time. The shocking cry caused the faces all of the Dao realm patriarchs in the Ninth Mountain and sea to flicker. That was especially true of the three great Taoist societies. Instantly, all of their Dao realm experts flew out, their faces serious and even nervous. The entire Ji clan on the Ninth Mountain was equally shaken. Their Dao realm experts began to pant as they charged out toward the rear of the Ji clan ancestral mansion, where, at the peak of the Ninth Mountain, was a celestial pond. Its waters were as clear as glass, and were covered by wisps of white mist. However, at the bottom of the pond, 9 bronze cauldrons were visible. Each of the cauldrons emanated an air of extreme ancientness, as if they had existed within the stream of time for an indescribable length of time. In the center of the 9 cauldrons, shockingly, was an enormous Xuanwu turtle. That Xuanwu turtle and those 9 cauldrons were not items that belonged to the Ji clan. In fact, you could say that they did not belong to any clan or sect at all. They belonged to the Ninth Mountain. Any clan or sect who became the lord of the Ninth Mountain and sea would have control of them. The Xuanwu turtle's back bristled with sharp spikes, each one of which was covered by countless magical symbols. It looked incredibly fierce as it sat there, its back just barely protruding out of the water. For years, it had remained in that exact position, unmoving, as if it were a statue. However, moments ago, the gigantic Xuanwu turtle had suddenly moved. A tremor ran through it as it rose up and howled, a terrifying howl that echoed out into the starry sky. Everything shook, and the pond water seethed. The 9 cauldrons began to shake. The Dao realm experts of the Ji clan were all getting incredibly nervous. They looked at the howling Xuanwu turtle, and their faces fell. The howl seemed to indicate that the Xuanwu turtle was enduring indescribable pain. What happened? Why is the Xuanwu turtle howling as if in pain? Could it be that someone has made an incursion into our Ji clan? No, I don't think so. Now that I think about it, there's a legend in the 9th mountain. Even as the Dao realm experts were quivering in shock, suddenly, an enormous eye appeared in the sky above the 9th mountain. Within that, I could just barely be seen the image of an old man sitting cross-legged in meditation. In the instant the eye appeared, the entire 9th mountain and sea trembled. An ancient voice suddenly echoed out from within the eye. Outsiders have entered the 9th mountain and sea. Comply with the ancient treaty of the Mountain and Sea Realm Alliance. Slaughter the outsiders. Almost as soon as the sound echoed out, all of the Dao realm experts in the 9th mountain and sea were shaken. At the same time, a shocking image appeared in their minds. It was an image of the general location Meng Hao currently occupied in the ruins of immortality. Obviously, the image was a form of guidance, telling the Dao realm experts that the outsiders were in the ruins of immortality. In the blink of an eye, roughly half of the Dao realm experts suddenly stepped out into the starry sky and began to speed in that direction. Fang Shoudao was one of them. He and the experts from the 3 great Taoist societies were among the first to head toward the ruins of immortality. On planet North Reed, the Patriarch and others from the Li clan also headed in the direction of the location of the image they had seen. This sudden turn of events shocked them all to the core, and was clearly not a plot by the Ji clan. This matter was momentous. Not even the Ji clan would have to gall to scheme in this way. At the same moment in which the Dao realm experts employed their top speed to head toward the ruins of immortality, the old man who was facing off with Patriarch Reliance felt his scalp go numb, and his face go pale. He was well aware of the danger they were now in because of Ifatsi revealing his true form. Moron! Imbecile! The old man raged inwardly. Accursed, heaven-damned Zhang clan. You were all like this back then, and now this kid is the same. Fool! Moron! At the same time, he was extremely apprehensive and nervous. He knew all too well what would happen after Ifatsi revealed his true form. He also knew that even though only 9 mountains remained of the immortal world, and that it was no longer the grand entity which ruled over 3,000 lower realms, even still, the Paragon Immortal realm still held powerful entities that caused his scalp to go numb. The old man was also well aware of the deep-seated and complex hatred that the people from the Paragon Immortal realm harbored against the other 2 major forces from that ancient war. However, even more importantly, he knew that what the Paragon Immortal realm hated more than anything else was not those 2 other powers, but rather all of the lower realms which rebelled against the immortal world in the war. The Spirit Star realm was one of those lower realms. The old man gnashed his teeth and completely ignored Ifatsi. He backed up rapidly, waving his hand to cause the ship to appear. As soon as he set foot inside, he turned the ship around and began to flee. He intended to employ the fastest speed possible to escape from this world before any of the other cultivators from the 9th mountain and sea could react to his presence. Based on the level of his cultivation base, he could already sense the auras of numerous powerful experts flying in his direction. Those people he could afford to ignore. However, he could also sense that somewhere out there was an even more fearsome existence that permeated the entire 9th mountain and sea. The Lord of the 9th mountain and sea, Jitian. That moron Ifatsi really screwed things up this time. The old man's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth as he sent the ship flying forward. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, then spit out some blood, even burning some of his longevity to achieve a temporary burst of speed. He ripped through the starry sky at incredible speed, piercing out into the void. In a flash, he was on the verge of merging into the void itself. It was at this point that, deep within the ruins of immortality, in what seemed to be an ordinary immortal's cave, a white-robed woman sat cross-legged in meditation. She slowly opened her eyes, and they glinted with icy cold light. It was a coldness that encompassed hatred, rage, and the desire to kill. She slowly lifted her right hand and waved her finger toward the void. That finger caused an illusory thread to snake out into the distance. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the entire ruins of immortality, slashing through the void toward the old man and his ship. The old man hadn't noticed anything strange happening, and was just on the verge of disappearing, when all of a sudden, his face fell. He was about to turn to look behind him when his head flew off of his shoulders and blood sprayed up like a geyser. The thread, like a long strand of hair, flashed past and then disappeared without a trace. The old man's eyes went wide and his head tumbled through the void, causing his view of the world around him to spin about. He was baffled about what had happened until the moment he died, when he suddenly realized the truth. Parrot gone. The old man's head transformed into ash along with his body. The ship was now no longer capable of merging into the void, and gradually became visible again. Patriarch Reliance glanced at it and then gobbled it up. After he swallowed it, a tremor ran through him. He looked at the vanishing strand of hair, then peered deep into the ruins of immortality, his expression somewhat blank. He suddenly seemed to have recalled something important from the distant past, but no matter how much he tried to think about it, everything was vague and blurry. Meng Hao also saw the old man die, and his heart trembled. Then he looked into the depths of the ruins of immortality, and recalled that woman in the white robes. When Ifatsi saw his Tao protector die, his scalp went numb, his mind filled with roaring, and his expression was one of fear. He had never had any sense of awe regarding the 9 mountains and seas, but now, he was absolutely terrified. What power was that? It actually killed my Tao protector in one blow. Ifatsi was panting, and his eyes were wide as his heart pounded loudly. All of a sudden, numerous legends regarding this place began to rise up in his mind. He began to shiver, and slowly backed up. The only thing on his mind now was to flee. All of his surging power and momentum from before now collapsed and faded away. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. For the moment, he didn't even think about Li Linger. Considering Ifatsi's true form, as well as the words which had just been spoken, along with the intense killing intent from the demon-sealing jade, there was no way Meng Hao was going to allow him to get away. There were too many things he wanted to know, answers that Ifatsi could provide. Meng Hao didn't even pay attention to the opportunity Patriarch Reliance now had to escape. He instantly flashed through the air in pursuit of Ifatsi. Now that Ifatsi had changed form, he had experienced an increase in both cultivation base and speed. In a short moment, he was quite a distance away. Rumbling filled the air as he also sped away at top speed. He was scared, and the main thing he was concerned about was escaping Meng Hao. Then he would find a secluded place where he could figure out a way to return home. At the moment, he had no idea how he would do that. However, his Tao protector was dead, and he had no desire to end up the same. Trembling, he screamed inwardly, "Dad will definitely sense that my Tao protector is dead. He'll come save me. All I have to do is find a place to hide, and Dad will eventually find me. Damned immortal world. Screw this place. Why couldn't it have been completely destroyed all those years ago? And then there's that damned Meng Hao. I'm not such a bad guy. Why does he have to push things so far?" Cursing inwardly, Ifatsi increased his speed. Meng Hao chased him, and the two of them proceeded deeper into the ruins of immortality. Patriarch Reliance blinked a few times. Looking enraged, he made to follow Meng Hao, but actually flew slower and slower. At the same time, his voice grew louder and louder. "Stop running. The Patriarch is definitely going to catch you. Still running? You're really pissing me off. I'm gonna chase you down with all my might. I'm mad as hell now." As he roared, Patriarch Reliance's beady eyes darted back and forth. Eventually, Meng Hao disappeared off into the distance, whereupon Patriarch Reliance did an about-face, employing his top speed to flee in a different direction. The parrot and meat jelly were still on top of him, as was Li Linger. They watched in shock as Patriarch Reliance took to flight. After a few breaths of time, Patriarch Reliance used some unknown method to appear in another area of the ruins of immortality. Then, he shook the continent on his back, causing the parrot and meat jelly, as well as Li Linger, to be flung off of him. "Screw OFF!" he roared. "From here on out, the Patriarch is footloose and fancy-free. Ha ha ha! Yet again, the Patriarch is the smartest of all. He knows how to take advantage of all opportunities. Meng Hao, you little bastard, you just wait. Our business isn't finished. I hereby swear that this time, you'll never find me, you son of a biscuit." Patriarch Reliance was virtually dancing about. He threw his head back and roared. Having tossed Li Linger, the parrot, and the meat jelly aside, he then sped off into the distance. Meanwhile, in another location in the ruins of immortality, Meng Hao's killing intent raged into the heavens. His cultivation base exploded with power, and the 33 heavens surrounded him. However, Ifatsi was moving with incredible speed. Although they were able to fight back and forth a bit, Ifatsi never slowed down. Nevertheless, under the relentless pursuit, his injuries began to accumulate. Even so, he used some unknown secret magic that eventually caused his speed to accelerate explosively. There were even many points where he was about to shake Meng Hao off his trail. However, each time Meng Hao was also able to use the 8th demon sealing hex to continuously break his momentum and allow him to make up for lost ground. Several days of chasing went by. Eventually, they reached an area where a gargantuan floating head rose up just ahead of them. The head had eyes that looked like black holes, as if someone had dug the eyeballs out in years past. Although it was a complete head, there was actually a huge fissure which split it from the crown of the head down. Also, a miserable and ancient will seeped out from inside of the head. As the head neared, an incredible pressure weighed down, forcing Ifatsi to slow down. When that happened, his face fell. It was in that instant that Meng Hao closed in from behind. Lifting his hand, he unleashed the 8th demon sealing hex. As soon as he waved his finger, Ifatsi's body trembled. Not good. At the same time, killing intent erupted in Meng Hao's eyes. He raised his right hand, causing the star-plucking magic to grab toward Ifatsi. Ifatsi threw his head back and howled. Innumerable beams of black light began to emanate off of him, transforming into countless black bats which then shot madly toward Meng Hao. Rumbling could be heard as Ifatsi borrowed the force of the collision and once again shot forward. He was just on the verge of evading the star-plucking magic when Meng Hao's hand grabbed onto his wings. He wrenched viciously, and Ifatsi let out a miserable shriek as the wings were ripped off of him. Blood sprayed out of the wounds, and Ifatsi's face went ashen. He staggered backward, gritting his teeth and speeding away. Meng Hao's killing intent hadn't lessened in the least. The demon-sealing jade was vibrating more madly than ever as he put the severed wings into his bag of holding. Eyes shining as cold as knives, he once again gave chase. It was at this same time that the Dao realm experts began to enter the ruins of immortality and search for the outsiders. The shrill cry of the Xuanwu turtle continued to echo out. Until all the outsiders were dead, it would never return to sleep. The Xuanwu turtle's intense cry echoed out through the 9th mountain and sea into the ears of all individuals qualified to hear it. As the Dao realm experts entered the ruins of immortality, a towering killing intent continued to surge through the 9th mountain and sea. Kill the outsiders. That was the will of the mountain and sea realm. Although Meng Hao could not hear the cry of the Xuanwu turtle, the demon-sealing jade inside of his bag of holding was vibrating with unprecedented intensity. It emanated a fervent hatred that merged into Meng Hao. It was as if the League of Demon Sealers harbored infinite detestation towards all of these so-called outsiders, a hatred so fierce that it could only be sated by killing any of them that he met. Meng Hao was the 9th generation demon sealer, so the feeling was almost overwhelming. However, even without the urging of the demon-sealing jade, Meng Hao would still have chosen to kill Ifatsi. Naturally, the way that Ifatsi had provoked him and had acted completely shamelessly ensured that Meng Hao would never let him go. Ifatsi immediately fell back. Waving his hand, he caused the numerous black bats which had appeared moments ago to fill the sky and then descend onto Meng Hao in an attempt to halt his progress. Meng Hao snorted coldly and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Suddenly, a blood demon head appeared, so huge that it completely covered Meng Hao. It shot forward, slamming into the bats, causing miserable shrieks to ring out. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon head caused a red glow to spread out, which consumed the bats. Meng Hao turned into a red beam of blinding light which pierced through the void of the ruins of immortality, pursuing Ifatsi relentlessly. Ifatsi's pale face was filled with an expression of terror and shock. He had known Meng Hao to be powerful, but this strength had surpassed anything he could have imagined. Damn it! Damn it! Ifatsi had long since realized that despite revealing his true self, he was still no match for Meng Hao. His time was up and he couldn't afford to get bogged down here. His Tao protector was dead, leaving him trembling in fear. He knew that if he was incapable of shaking off Meng Hao's pursuit, then the only thing that awaited him was death, to be killed in body and soul. Ifatsi threw his head back and roared. His eyes were bright red, and although his wings had been ripped off, he still had 3 heads left. As the heads roared, black rings of light shot out from their foreheads. 3 rings of light emanated mysterious glows as he jerked his heads, transforming into light beams that shot toward Meng Hao. "Life Force Light!" he cried, performing an incantation gesture, his eyes shining with madness. As soon as the 3 black beams of light appeared, the flicker of electricity could be seen in Meng Hao's right hand. The lightning cauldron flickered, and in the same moment that the black beams bore down on him, he looked over at Ifatsi and suddenly, the two of them switched places. Ifatsi had no idea what was happening. The beams of light screeched to a stop right in front of Ifatsi, causing his scalp to go numb. He could do nothing but stare in shock as Meng Hao waved his hand, causing tens of thousands of mountains to appear, which rumbled as they smashed down onto Ifatsi. "Meng Hao," he howled. "If you let me go, then I, Ifatsi, will owe you a huge favor." He performed a double-handed incantation gesture, then stretched both hands out wide. Immediately, the 3 beams of black light twisted around, transforming into a black tempest that fought back against the tens of thousands of mountains. At the same time, Ifatsi spun, changing directions and shooting off like lightning. Meng Hao didn't say a word. When he saw Ifatsi changing directions, his eyes glittered, and the lightning cauldron once again appeared. Electricity danced, and yet, black light surrounded Ifatsi, fighting back against the transposition power. In a rare turn of events, the lightning cauldron failed. "Eh," said Meng Hao. Ifatsi then exploded with speed, transforming into a colorful streak of light that immediately sped off into the surrounding ruins and corpses floating around this part of the ruins of immortality. Meng Hao gave a cold harumph, waving his right hand and pointing toward the fleeing Ifatsi. "Paragon Bridge." As soon as the words left Meng Hao's mouth, rumbling filled the air. A heaven-shaking, earth-rocking bridge suddenly appeared. As it rumbled down into the ruins of immortality, boundless ripples spread out, blocking Ifatsi's path. Ifatsi's was thoroughly and completely shocked, and he suddenly stopped in place. Even the mere ripples caused him to cough up a massive mouthful of blood. A look of madness filled his face. "Meng Hao!" He let out a shrill cry, gnashing his teeth as he performed another incantation gesture. Black light flickered around him, and his 3 heads all screamed something like a magic curse. Behind him, a gigantic, illusory statue appeared. Shockingly, the statue depicted an enormous black python. As soon as it appeared, it emanated a terrifying aura. Apparently, this entity was some sort of spirit that had existed in this realm in previous times. The sense of ancientness it exuded was shocking, and caused the ruins of immortality to tremble. Gradually, a murderous aura built up and then exploded out from the statue. "Ancestor, I humbly request your presence," roared Ifatsi. The statue rumbled, and as it grew more and more corporeal, it opened its mouth and lashed out toward the Paragon Bridge. A boom could be heard, and the Paragon Bridge trembled and collapsed. In that same moment, though, the illusory python statue was also shattered. A massive shock wave spread out in all directions, causing innumerable ruins and corpses to be blasted away. Meng Hao was forced backward several paces, his face flickering in shock. Blood sprayed out of Ifatsi's mouth, and his eyes shone with madness. The python statue might have been destroyed, but Ifatsi was now surrounded by a gigantic stone egg that completely covered him up as he shot into the distance like a meteor. His current speed was several times faster than his speed from moments ago. Just when he seemed on the verge of disappearing, Meng Hao's killing intent flared. The starstone in his left eye flickered and reappeared in his palm. It then melted into starlight, which rapidly surrounded Meng Hao as he transformed into a planet. As soon as the planet appeared, it sped through the void with vastly greater speed than Meng Hao had used before. It crushed everything in its path, and its surging energy caused everything to shake violently. Faster and faster, closer and closer to Ifatsi. As for Ifatsi himself, the pressure weighing down on him reduced his own speed. In the space of only 10 breaths of time, Meng Hao in planet form had already caught up with him. In the blink of an eye, the planet slammed into the stone egg that was protecting Ifatsi. Boom! A huge rumbling sound rose up into the sky, shaking everything. The stone egg shattered, and Ifatsi let out a miserable shriek. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and of his 3 heads, the one that was human-shaped suddenly exploded. Ifatsi trembled violently and staggered backward, crying out in despair, "Dad, save me!" Even as the sound rang out, he drew upon the flame of his life force to utilize a bizarre magical technique to project his voice through the void and outside of the mountain and sea realm into the realm from which he had come. An instant later, a powerful and terrifying pressure began to push down onto the ruins of immortality. At this point, Meng Hao in planet form shrank down, transforming into his normal appearance and then walking forward. Coldness radiated off of him as he extended his right index finger. Demon Sealing, 7th Hex, Karmic Hexing. The wave of Meng Hao's finger caused countless karma threads to appear around Ifatsi, karma threads that no other person would be able to see. However, Meng Hao could see them, spreading out and fusing into the void, where they seemed to be about to touch that terrifying pressure which was weighing down. Before they could, the tip of Meng Hao's finger descended, and the karma threads began to tremble. In the blink of an eye, they retracted, almost as if they had been locked down, and were now incapable of spreading out from Ifatsi's body. "No!" screamed Ifatsi, his expression one of despair. More blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he backed up further. At the same time, Meng Hao closed in, eyes flickering with the desire to kill as he waved another finger. Demon Sealing, 5th Hex. A rift suddenly appeared in front of Meng Hao's finger, only a few centimeters long. However, in the instant that it materialized, a terrifying power exploded out toward Ifatsi. It slammed into his second head, which let out a blood-curdling scream. Then a rumbling sound could be heard as the head appeared to be swallowed up by the void, and then vanished. "Don't kill me, Meng Hao, spare me, and you'll sow good fortune with the Spirit Star realm. I'll definitely pay you back many times over. I'll give you endless cultivation resources, endless power, anything you want. I'll give it to Y." Ifatsi's final remaining head was quivering as he pleaded with Meng Hao. His heart was filled with regret, and his despair had reached the pinnacle. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he walked forward, raised his right hand, and waved it toward Ifatsi. Ifatsi's body emitted rumbling sounds as his chest caved in. His right arm exploded into a haze of blood, after which Meng Hao transformed into a golden rock. He slashed at Ifatsi with his claws, completely shredding half of his body. Blood oozed out of Ifatsi's mouth. However, Despite having received such a grievous injury, he was still alive. Trembling, vision swimming, he was about to try to flee, when a strange light began to gleam in Meng Hao's eyes. He didn't simply want to kill Yifatsi. More importantly, he wanted to know the Yifatsi's origin, and the secrets he held within him. Therefore, he was gradually weakening him and not just killing him outright. Just as Yifatsi was backing up, Meng Hao took a step forward and appeared behind him. He lifted his hand, and, eyes gleaming with a strange light, slapped his palm down hard onto the top of Yifatsi's head. Soul Search. This was a sinister magical technique he had learned in the ancient demon Immortal sect, a way to rifle through the soul and see a person's memories. Yifatsi trembled, and his eye bulged as he let out the most blood-curdling scream he had let out during the entire battle. His body shook violently as indescribable pain racked him. At the same time, a tremor ran through Meng Hao. As he soul-searched Yifatsi, memories suddenly appeared in his mind. This, he thought, heart trembling. It was as if he were being struck by uncountable bolts of lightning, all of them exploding in his head and shaking his mind. As soon as Meng Hao pushed his hand down onto Yifatsi's head, his mind filled with rumbling sounds so intense it felt like it would explode. Numerous images and vast amounts of information poured into him from Yifatsi's brain. Meng Hao's divine sense fused with Yifatsi's memories, and he was able to see everything clearly. He trembled and began to pant, his eyes shining with disbelief. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he was still profoundly shocked by what he saw in Yifatsi's memories. Yifatsi screamed miserably as he experienced more pain than he had ever experienced before in his life. Never in his dreams could he possibly have imagined that someone who was as important as he was in the Spirit Star realm would one day be soul-searched. He frothed at the mouth, and his bloodshot eyes bulged out dramatically. His body twitched violently as he experienced a sensation like a giant hand rifling through his brain, grabbing things from inside of his head. The pain was literally impossible to describe. His screams were enough to cause anyone to seize with terror. Meng Hao's hand seemed to be exuding an incredibly powerful gravitational force as it latched onto Yifatsi. No matter how violently Yifatsi struggled, it was impossible for him to escape Meng Hao's grasp. At the moment, Meng Hao had no time to even pay attention to Yifatsi's struggling. He panted as he looked at the thoroughly shocking images playing out in front of him. This, he murmured. He was looking at an entire world. In this world, everything was the opposite of how it should be. The sky was below and the earth was above. All of the buildings and mountains and rivers were suspended from up above. The sun, the heavenly bodies, the moon, were all down below. If you stood on those heavenly bodies, or on the surface of the sun, and looked up, you would see endless lands, filled with mountains and ancient cities. Within the cities, statues could be seen, each one depicting a 9-headed python. Meng Hao could also see innumerable life forms. Most of them looked just like Yifatsi, neither completely human nor completely beastly. There were some that looked like ordinary cultivators. However, Meng Hao got the feeling that even though they wore that appearance, they were actually just like those other part-human, part-beast beings. The aura they emitted was one of complete brutality and mania. They were cold, with explosive, murderous auras. This was not any place in the 9 mountains and seas. This was a world that existed outside of the 9 mountains and seas. Although Meng Hao had never actually left the 9th mountain and sea, now that he could clearly see and sense Yifatsi's home, he could tell that the natural law and the undulations in that world were different than what he knew. It was a brutal place that was diametrically opposed to his own world. It was as if in this other world, slaughter was the most powerful natural law. What is this place? He thought, gasping as his mind spun. Earlier, he had been certain that Yifatsi's origin was mysterious, but now that he could see this other world with his own eyes, he was absolutely certain that Yifatsi was most definitely not a being from the 9 mountains and seas. Almost in the same moment that Meng Hao caught sight of that other world, information from Yifatsi's memories suddenly began to crash into Meng Hao's mind. They exploded thunderously inside of him, threatening to turn what he knew of the world upside down. In ancient times, the higher realm had immortals. Where there were immortals, paragons were born among them. Because of the position of that realm, and because of its incredible power, it came to be known as the Paragon Immortal Realm. The Paragon Immortal Realm, the first realm in all the heavens and the starry sky. Beneath it were 3,000 other realms that relied on the Paragon Immortal Realm to survive. From generation to generation, they worshipped the immortal world. Countless living beings practiced cultivation with the hopes of being able to fly up and enter the immortal world. Everyone sought to reach immortal ascension. Spirit's realm, star realm, waterwood realm, Deva realm, spirit star realm, torrentfall realm. 3,000 realms, all of which bowed in worship to the Paragon Immortal Realm. Anyone who descended from the Paragon Immortal Realm to one of those other 3,000 lower realms would be like a god. Epochs came and went, and after an incalculable amount of time passed, catastrophe struck. Everything that happened during that catastrophe was recorded on a huge mural that had existed for eons in the Spirit Star realm. On that day, in one part of the starry sky 9 suns appeared, which dragged an enormous, colorful statue to sweep across the skies. The statue depicted a man whose hair was eternally white. On that day, in another part of the starry sky, 9 butterflies appeared, dragging an enormous coffin that crushed the void. That coffin was carved with the depictions of all living things. Both of those powers were strong enough to rival the Paragon Immortal Realm and make all of the 3,000 lower realms tremble in fear. The catastrophe had just begun. A war began in which all of the 3,000 lower realms turned traitor. At the critical juncture, they rebelled against the countless epochs in which the Paragon Immortal Realm had weighed down on them. They joined with those other powerful forces to destroy the Paragon Immortal Realm. In that war, the immortal world was shattered. Countless members of the immortal bloodlines died, and numerous ancient immortals perished. The powerful Luotian Dao immortals perished, and the 9 emperors died. The only survivors were 3 great paragons, who used some unknown magical technique to form 9 mountains and 9 seas that became the broken remnants of the immortal world. By the time the war ended, more than 90% of the 3,000 lower realms were destroyed. In the end, only 33 realms remained, which rose to prominence and glory, acting like 33 locks, sealing the immortal world completely. Later, those 33 realms took to killing immortals for pleasure as a hobby. People who killed immortals and were baptized in their blood would become famous in all of the 33 realms. Meng Hao trembled as all of the information poured into his mind. He didn't realize it, but as this was happening, Ifatsi gradually grew weaker and stopped struggling. Fissures began to spread out over his head, and the flame of his life force was gradually being extinguished. His soul was beginning to collapse, and his life force was being exterminated. Gradually, his body grew cold, and his eyes turned gray. Cracking sounds could be heard as the information in Meng Hao's mind turned into something like a windstorm. Unaware of what he was even doing, and unable to control his own power, he instantly crushed Ifatsi's head into bits. When the head exploded, Ifatsi's body fell down into the void and gradually became a part of the ruins of immortality. Meng Hao lowered his hand and made a grasping motion, collecting a ring that had belonged to Ifatsi. In the moment that Ifatsi died, the screaming Xuanwu turtle suddenly quieted down. Its body no longer trembled, and it once again sank down into the pond, unmoving. The water in the celestial pond returned to normal. No ripples could be seen on its surface, which once again resembled a mirror. The cultivators of the Ji clan breathed sighs of relief. At the same time, Ji Tian's voice echoed out into the minds of the Dao realm experts in the ruins of immortality. Fellow Taoists, ladies and gentlemen, please be informed. The outsiders have been hunted down and killed. The massive waves of shock that had filled the 9th mountain and sea now faded away. The Dao realm experts who were already in the ruins of immortality stopped in place. After looking around at the mysterious ruins around them, they turned and left. Fang Shoudao hesitated for a moment, and then also chose to leave. The ruins of immortality returned to normal. everything quieted down. The eternally drifting corpses continued their never-ending journeys. Deep within the ruins, Meng Hao looked up, and his eyes were blank. Currently, all of the information he had gleaned from the soul search swirled around inside his mind. After a long moment, a complex expression appeared on his face. Although he didn't completely believe everything he had acquired from Ifatsi's memories, based on what he already knew, as well as his powers of reasoning, he was 80% confident that most of it was real. So, is that really the history of the 9 mountains and seas? He murmured. The Paragon Immortal Realm. That explains some of the strange things I heard back on planet South Heaven. Immortals. His eyes began to shine with a bright light. The League of Demon Sealers must have something to do with the 9 mountains and seas, he muttered. In fact, there is a high likelihood that they also have something to do with those 3 great paragons. With that, he lifted his head and looked up into the starry sky. 33 realms, standing guard outside, looking down upon the 9 mountains and seas. 33 realms, 33 heavens. As he followed this train of thought, he recalled something that he had heard from both the 6th generation Demon Sealer and the 8th generation Demon Sealer's Jade Slip. Mountain and Sea Tribulation. Each generation of the League of Demon Sealers must attempt to transcend the mountain and sea tribulation. Clearly, that is the tribulation destined for each generation of the League of Demon Sealers. In other words, they want to fight their way through the 33 realms, slaughter them to break through to freedom. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His mind trembled for a long time before he finally calmed himself. He knew that despite knowing about this secret, with the low level of his cultivation base, it would be impossible for him to completely understand it, nor do anything about it. The echelon, he thought, eyes shining brightly. Finally, he looked around, picked a direction, and began to fly. He took all of his doubts and speculations and buried them deep inside. He knew that the most important thing right now was to leave the deadly and mysterious ruins of immortality. He needed to get to the 9th Sea and the 9 Seas God World. I need to go to the 9 Seas God World to collect the reward owed to me by the 3 great Taoist societies. Then, in the 3 great Taoist societies, I can grow stronger, step into the ancient realm, and then begin to search for my way into the Tao realm. If every generation of the League of Demon Sealers has to face the mountain and sea tribulation, then I need to continue to get more powerful. Eventually, the day will come when I will make my own attempt to break through the veil that covers the 9 mountains and seas. I will make my own determination of whether the information in Ifatsi's memories is true or false. His eyes shone with the gleam of obsession, and his trembling heart gradually returned to normal. He turned into a bright beam of light that sped through the ruins of immortality. As he traveled, he looked at the ruins and corpses floating about, and thought about the legends regarding the ruins of immortality. Supposedly, they were a piece of the immortal world that broke off during that huge war. He flew along silently, divine sense spread out in all directions. He carefully avoided any dangerous locations, and was frequently forced to stop in place while various dilapidated statues or other gigantic creatures passed by. At the same time, images from ancient times rose up in his mind, images similar to what he was currently seeing. Time passed. Soon, half a month had gone by. During that time, Meng Hao passed through the center of the ruins of immortality. At times, he flew along with explosive speed. Other times, he slowed to a crawl. At one point, he turned his head to find that, not too far off in the distance, was an area that was completely black, filled with countless weeds. Many of them were actually rare immortal plants that were extinct in the outside world. As soon as he saw that area, he felt like his scalp would explode. Well, if it isn't. His eyes widened. It was a land covered with endless grasses that seemed very different from the first time Meng Hao had laid eyes on it. Most of the grasses here were violet. They rose up tall and swayed back and forth gently. Rustling sounds floated across the land, but other than that, everything was silent. Nestled amongst all the violet grass could be seen a variety of medicinal plants. There were sun blossoms, immortality illumination vines, and other similar plants. There were even some types of plants rarer than those. You could say that this place was like an indescribably valuable medicinal plant garden. However, Meng Hao would never be able to forget how, although this quiet and peaceful place might look like a treasure trove to any other cultivator, it was actually filled with countless terrifying black beetles. The black earth was actually black because it was covered by the beetles. That was not even to mention the fact that the entire area actually rested on the back of a shockingly gigantic black beetle. It wasn't just Meng Hao. Even someone in the Dao realm would be so scared their scalp would tingle, and they would be forced to avoid the entire area. Almost as soon as Meng Hao caught sight of the land of violet grass, the grass swayed so much that the ground was visible in some places, and it seemed to be writhing and undulating. Meng Hao's face flickered, and he instantly lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. Numerous sealing marks appeared on him, stacking up one on top of another, forcing his cultivation base down at rapid speed. Within a few breaths of time, a droning sound rose up from the land. Next, the ground itself looked as if a layer of it were peeling upward as innumerable vicious, black beetles flew up into the air. As soon as they flew up, they transformed into something like a windstorm that swept screaming up into the air. Their target was none other than Meng Hao, hovering there in midair. Apparently, there was something on him that aroused extreme aggressiveness on their part. Meng Hao's face fell. He had almost forgotten that these black beetles behaved in such a way. The higher the cultivation base, the more sensitive they were, and as of this moment, Meng Hao was vastly more powerful than he had been the first time he had come here. After considering it for a moment, Meng Hao decided that it was only natural for the black beetles to be able to sense him despite the fact that he wasn't very close. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao immediately fell into retreat. At the same time, he continuously sealed and suppressed his cultivation base until its aura was similar to the qi condensation stage. However, even then, the black beetles didn't stop. In fact, there were more and more vast amounts that caused Meng Hao's scalp to go numb and his mind to spin. Could it be that they're still holding a grudge? Shocked, he quickly retreated, but they continued to chase after him, crimson eyes filled with hatred and madness. Something's off, he thought, heart pounding. Based on his previous experiences with them, he was sure that he was far enough away that they shouldn't be continuing to pursue him. His face flickered as he watched the black beetles getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, he realized that virtually all of the black beetles' eyes were fixed, not on him, but rather his bag of holding. Gaping in shock during this critical moment, he quickly sent his divine sense into his bag of holding. However, everything seemed normal. There was nothing different about it at all. In fact, the black beetle remaining from the group he had captured the first time he was here was covered in sealing marks, and had not awakened. Is it because of this thing? He quickly pulled out the beetle and threw it toward the incoming army. But they didn't stop charging toward him. Why exactly are they acting like this? His face fell, and he lifted his right hand, causing his cultivation base to surge. The power of immortal meridians exploded out toward the black beetles as he directly fought back against them. Booms rang out and numerous black beetles died. However, the vast majority were merely wounded by his divine abilities, not killed. In fact, it seemed to just make them angrier, causing them to attack him even more frantically. Furthermore, he saw that even more black beetles were flying up, beetles that were similar to the immortal realm and the ancient realm. His heart skipped a beat. No, there's definitely something in my bag of holding that's attracting them. But what? Without hesitation, he began to seal all of the objects in his bag of holding, preventing their auras from emanating out. At the same time, he fell backward in retreat. Eventually, he sealed a certain ring, and all of a sudden, the black beetles stopped in mid-flight. Then they flew around for a bit, as if they were searching for something. They looked very irascible. When he saw this happening, Meng Hao broke into a cold sweat. Eventually, the black beetles flew back to their original position in the medicinal plant garden, where they landed, once again making the ground look as if it were black. Meng Hao hovered in midair, not even taking time to wipe the sweat from his brow. He stared at the ring in his bag of holding. That was the ring he had recently acquired from Ifatsi. Is it this thing? Or something inside of it. Eyes flickering, he pulled the ring out. He had only given it a cursory examination when he had acquired it. It was actually a ring of holding, and required significantly powerful divine sense to open. Meng Hao was being extra careful due to the fact that he was in the ruins of immortality, and had planned to wait until after he had left before opening it up. Now, though, he decided that even if it took significant effort with divine sense, that it was definitely time to open it. Most of the holding-type treasures that Meng Hao had seen were bags of holding. It was actually his first time seeing a ring exactly like this one. After a moment, he slipped the ring onto his finger and then sent his divine sense into it. His divine sense instantly went as wild as horse with the reins loose as it was sucked into the ring. After only a moment of trying to open it, Meng Hao felt like he couldn't take it any longer. Don't tell me that because this ring is from another world where the natural laws and cultivation systems are different, I have to expend much more divine sense to open it? Frowning, he took out some medicinal pills, swallowed them, and then spent another hour working with the ring. Finally, after pouring vast amounts of divine sense into the ring, cracking sounds began to echo out in all directions. Next, everything inside of the ring of holding became visible to Meng Hao. After only a brief look, his eyes began to shine brightly. There were many things inside, and at first glance, Meng Hao had no way of knowing which one was causing the black beetles to act so aggressively. At first he thought it might be the medicinal pills inside the ring. Meng Hao saw many types of pills that Ifatsi had consumed during their chase. One by one, he took the pills out and then looked over at the black beetles in the medicinal plant garden. Although he didn't know the names of any of the pills, based on his skill in the Tao of Alchemy, it only took a whiff for him to understand them. The result was that he was more and more moved. These medicinal pills were clearly concocted based using a completely different system of alchemy than that which existed in the Ninth Mountain and Sea, which led to quite a bit of thought on Meng Hao's part. After a bit more searching through the ring of holding, he found an incense stick. An incense stick? Don't tell me this is what I'm looking for. The incense stick was surrounded by a 5-colored glow, which Meng Hao couldn't identify. However, when he pulled it out of the ring of holding, there was no reaction at all from the black beetles. He frowned, and then sniffed the incense stick. He only took one whiff, but in that instant, his immortal meridians surged as if they had been intensely stimulated. In the blink of an eye, all of the immortal chi inside of him was sent spinning. What kind of incense is this? He thought. One whiff caused my cultivation base to erupt. He scanned himself with divine sense, and could tell that in this very short period of time, his cultivation base had progressed significantly. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the incense stick, which he now realized was a valuable treasure. Incense sticks are meant to be burned. I wonder what would happen if burned this one? His heart trembled, but now was not the time to perform such an experiment. He carefully put the incense stick back into the ring of holding, looking very satisfied. This incense stick is definitely extraordinary, he murmured. It must be a precious treasure useful for practicing cultivation. Next, he looked back into the ring of holding at one of his favorite things in the world, which, in his opinion, were the least likely thing to attract the black beetles. They were black stones, stones that contained natural law. They looked very much like immortal jade, each piece emanating a mysterious glow and an aura of life. Obviously, this was a type of cultivation resource from Ifatsi's homeworld, something akin to immortal jade or spirit stones. Meng Hao had no way to assess their value, but this ring of holding was far larger than any of Meng Hao's bags of holding, leaving plenty of room to collect the stones. In fact, there were at least 1 million of the black spirit immortal stones. Meng Hao took one out to look at it closely, and was even more assured that his previous speculations about them were correct. However, in almost the same moment that he took out the black spirit immortal stone, all of a sudden, the land in the medicinal plant garden seemed to explode. Droning sounds filled the air as countless black beetles, even more than before, flew into the air. They turned hungrily toward Meng Hao and then began to fly toward him at top speed. Meng Hao was so frightened he started trembling. With a final glance at the black spirit immortal stone, He unhesitatingly sealed it back in the ring of holding, and then retreated at top speed. The black beetles continued to fly around the area for a few hours before slowly and reluctantly returning to their places in the medicinal plant garden. So, that's what was causing it. Heart pounding with fear, he looked at the spirit immortal stones in the ring of holding, and his eyes began to shine with a strange glow. Finally, he once again began to examine the ring of holding. There were jade slips, one of which Meng Hao took out and examined, after which his eyes went wide. The jade slip was imprinted with information. In fact, after further examination, he found that all of them were similarly imprinted. Each one was some type of record, almost the type of receipt a mortal would get at a bank. Essentially, they were notes that allowed one to withdraw spirit immortal stones at pre-specified locations. Each one of the slips was worth 1 million spirit immortal stones, and there were fully 100 or more inside the ring of holding. After getting a basic idea of how much the jade slips were worth, Meng Hao's eyes went red. All of a sudden, he was extremely interested in the place that Ifatsi came from. At the moment, though, he was most interested in the medicinal plant garden. Looking over at the medicinal plants, he couldn't help but palpitate with the same eagerness he had the first time he came here. When opportunity knocks, he thought, rubbing the ring of holding. When he thought about the black stones, his eyes glowed with anticipation. This time, he was prepared to make a killing. It wouldn't be like the first time, where he only managed to grab a handful of medicinal plants. This time, he would make significant gains, both in terms of medicinal plants and black beetles. That was especially true considering that back in the clan on Planet East Victory, Pill Elder had given him the first volume of the Laws of the Tao of Insects. Having studied it a bit already, Meng Hao was confident that he could subjugate some of the black beetles. I'm going to subdue over 1,000 of them, he thought, licking his lips. Then he thought about what it would look like if he had a trump card of over 1,000 black beetles, charging an attack, and he got even more excited. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he slapped his bag of holding to produce the black feather, an item he could use to change his aura or appearance, and which he viewed as a crucial part of his inventory. However, he was also aware that these black beetles had unique characteristics. The last time he was here, it was only by using the feather and working with the meat jelly that he was able to grab a handful of medicinal plants from the area. Meng Hao knew that the aura-changing abilities of the feather would only work on the black beetles for a short period of time before becoming ineffective. Unless there's some way to continuously distract them, then the effect of the feather can be maximized, he thought, eyes glittering. He had long since noticed that the landmass which held the medicinal plant garden did not remain in a fixed location within the void. Rather, it floated around, almost as if it were not subject to natural law. In truth, there seemed to be some sort of pattern to its movement. After a long moment of thought, Meng Hao's eyes flickered and he flew into the air. After calculating the trajectory of the medicinal plant garden landmass, he flew out ahead of it. Whenever he came across a stretch of ruins floating within the void, he tossed out a sealed black spirit immortal stone onto it. Based on the speed this medicinal plant garden landmass is moving, he murmured, eyes shining brightly, it should pass by these sets of ruins in the coming days. He continued on a bit further, planting about 10 spirit immortal stones in various locations. Then he quickly shot back in the direction of the medicinal plant garden landmass and hid near the location where he had planted the first spirit immortal stone. There he waited patiently. Time passed. Soon, after enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the medicinal plant garden landmass appeared, floating through the void toward the stretch of ruins Meng Hao was hiding in. Meng Hao quickly reviewed his plan, then without any further hesitation, performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed at the sealed spirit immortal stone. The wave of a finger caused the seal on the spirit immortal stone to be removed, revealing its aura. In the moment the aura spread out, the medicinal plant garden landmass trembled, and countless black beetles flew up madly into the air. They transformed into a black windstorm of beetles, tens of thousands in number. Eventually, they took on the shape of a huge hand which shot toward Meng Hao. Rumbling filled the air, along with hissing sounds as the black beetles closed in on Meng Hao. It was at that point that Meng Hao whipped out the feather and activated it. Instantly, he changed his appearance to no longer look like a cultivator. Instead, he looked like a black beetle with an aura very similar to theirs. In that moment, the windstorm-like mass of tens of thousands of black beetles shot into the ruins he had been hiding in. Meng Hao quickly mixed in with the beetles, heart-pounding, trying to look just as fierce and vicious as them. He even roared just like they did, trying to imitate them as closely as possible as they began to fight over the spirit immortal stone. Moments later, the entire stretch of ruins collapsed under the explosive power of the tens of thousands of black beetles, and was then voraciously consumed. The cracking sounds that rang out as the beetles chomped up the chunks of stones caused Meng Hao's heart to thump. From his perspective, not even Fatty's teeth could measure up to their mandibles. As for the spirit immortal stone, one of the fastest black beetles managed to consume it, whereupon Meng Hao observed as it let out agonized shrieks. Black light rose up from it, circling around as a vague ghost became visible. The other black beetles around it looked over with cold insanity in their eyes, as if they wished to charge over, tear it to pieces and eat it up. However, before they could even move, the black beetle with the ghost looked up and roared. The mere threat of the roar instantly caused the other black beetles to stand down. Meng Hao looked on with surprise. Then, lost in thought, he went along with the army of black beetles as it flew around a few times and then headed back toward the medicinal plant garden landmass. He remained cautious as he flew along with the beetles. He would occasionally click his mandibles, occasionally roar, all to make him appear to be exactly like the other black beetles. After returning to the medicinal plant garden landmass, he was careful not to attract the suspicion of any of the other black beetles. When everything quieted down, he remained calmly on the ground, prone, eyes shifting about. Eventually, he slowly began to sidle his way over to an area behind where most of the black beetles were, where some sun blossom was growing. A flash of light could be seen as the sun blossom suddenly vanished. Meng Hao was nervous, but also excited. Afterward, he began to move carefully off in another direction. When he encountered other black beetle, he would click his mandibles and roar, as if reminding the other black beetle that he was just like them. Unfortunately, the sound of his roar did not resemble theirs very closely. However, he was an eager study and constantly imitated them in an effort to sound exactly like they did. Anyone who knew Meng Hao and could watch the scene play out would definitely be extremely shocked and feel it was unthinkable. However, Meng Hao was getting very excited. Rich, he thought. I'm gonna be rich. He crawled along past one black beetle after another, first collecting some immortality illumination vines, and then catching sight of a patch of divine spirit grass. Eyes shining brightly, he crawled over. It was in this manner that Meng Hao quickly harvested 7 or 8 different medicinal plants. The glow in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. At one point, he turned around and noticed a tiny violet tree a few dozen meters away. Violet lightning tree, he thought, licking his mandibles. He had just begun to crawl over when, all of a sudden, one of the nearby black beetles looked up coldly at him, as if it were hesitating about something. Meng Hao froze nervously. He knew that one cry from the black beetle could instantly incite all of the other surrounding black beetles into a frenzy. In order to prevent them crying out an alarm in such a way, Meng Hao had been pretending to be even more fierce and savage than them. He had taken to roaring at them threateningly, as if he were on the verge of attacking them. Currently, the black beetle in front of him was shaking as if in rage, and its expression became extremely fierce as it looked at Meng Hao. Meng Hao glared back, taking a few threatening steps forward and roaring. A long moment later, the black beetle backed down, making room for Meng Hao to pass. Heart pounding, he slowly walked past the beetle, then hurried over to the tiny violet tree. A glow instantly surrounded the tree, and then it vanished. The disappearance of the tree apparently tipped the scales in some way, so that the black beetles finally noticed that something was going on. The whole land mass trembled as one black beetle after another flew into the air. Looking very agitated, they circled at a low altitude, relentlessly scouring the area. Meng Hao also flew up into the air, pretending that he was looking for something. More and more beetles began to fly up into the air, causing Meng Hao's scalp to grow numb. He knew that if the bugs continued to search, they would eventually find him. His heart began to pound when, all of a sudden, up ahead in the void, he caught sight of one of the locations where he had planted a spirit immortal stone. Immediately, he unsealed the stone and its aura. As soon as the aura spread out, rumbling filled the air. The black beetles surrounding Meng Hao went crazy. Eyes crimson, they turned to the world outside the landmass and charged forward, Meng Hao in tow. Once again, a set of ruins was destroyed and consumed. Another of the black beetles consumed the spirit immortal stone, and a ghost eye appeared on its back. Then all the beetles returned to the landmass. Meng Hao once again began to scurry about, collecting medicinal plants. Any time the black beetles detected him, Meng Hao would unseal one of the spirit immortal stones. It was in this manner that several days passed. Meng Hao had gotten quite familiar with the routine and had already harvested more than 70 types of medicinal plants. Also, after having practiced his roar on numerous occasions, it was now almost exactly the same as the black beetles. "I've struck the jackpot this time," he thought excitedly as he crawled toward a turtle spirit flower. Suddenly, all of the black beetles around him suddenly began to stir in agitation, and even roar. They also began to lift their heads and look off into the sky, their eyes cold. Meng Hao stared in shock, and without even thinking about it, joined the beetles in their roaring. As soon as he saw what they were looking at, his eyes went wide with shock. Far off in the distance, the previously placid void was now disturbed by ripples. The ripples spread out like waves on the surface of a pond, and in the middle of them all could be seen a figure, shooting effortlessly through the void, as if merely walking. It was a woman wearing a long pink gown. Her features were beautiful, and although she didn't appear to be very old, there was a slight ancient air to her. She held a lantern in her hand, which shed light all around her as she walked forward. She seemed to be a very cautious sort, and as soon as she arrived, she looked around to make sure nothing was too suspicious in the area before relaxing a bit. Almost as soon as the woman appeared, the black beetles, along with Meng Hao, roared and flew toward her aggressively. However, as soon as the black beetles got close, she lifted her lantern high above her head and then opened its side to reveal the candle holder within. Resting on top of the candle holder was a tiny white branch, currently burning and letting off flickering firelight. The woman didn't pause for a moment. She quickly sliced open the tip of her finger and splashed a drop of blood onto the flame. When the blood hit the flame, it turned into a cloud of smoke which spread out toward the incoming black beetles. In the blink of an eye, the smoke had surrounded all of them, including Meng Hao. Instantly, the beetles around Meng Hao stopped in place, seemingly in a stupor. Meng Hao gaped in shock until he realized that the smoke apparently had no effect on him whatsoever. Although it had spread out very quickly, the light quickly began to die down. After a moment of calculation, Meng Hao was sure that it would only last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. The next thing he saw was the pink-robed young woman looking very pleased with herself as she sped down toward the land mass below. She landed on the ground, sending smoke billowing out wherever she went and causing the beetles that flew up to fall into a coma. She proceeded along carefully and began to harvest medicinal plants. "Stealing my business?" thought Meng Hao and was instantly enraged. One of the things he hated most in life was when people stole business from him. Earlier, he had been scared out of his mind to harvest medicinal plants in this area. He had used more than 10 spirit immortal stones, and even spent several days pretending to be a bug, and in the end his effort had allowed him to pick about 70 medicinal plants. However, this young woman only used a lantern and was able to harvest 10 plants in one shot. That was something Meng Hao just couldn't accept. "I hate cheaters. This wench is a cheater." Enraged, Meng Hao gritted his teeth as he watched the young woman quickly harvest medicinal plants. Finally, he shot forward. The smoke that had been used to put the black beetles into a trance had absolutely no effect on him. The instant he flew into motion, the young woman turned toward him and gaped in shock. As she looked over, Meng Hao performed the best possible black beetle roar that he could imitate, a roar that was remarkably true to life. Almost in the same instant that Meng Hao's roar echoed out, because of its incredible similarity to the actual call of the black beetles, the dazed black beetles in the smoke suddenly awakened and began to join him in roaring. "Curses!" thought the young woman, her facial expression flickering. How come one of them wasn't affected? Glaring at Meng Hao, she backed up, then performed an incantation gesture with her right hand. Not only did she crush the tiny white tree in the lantern, she also bit her tongue and spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Meng Hao's roar was causing more and more of the black beetles to awaken. They began to fly out of the smoke, radiating savagery and murderous auras as they charged toward the young woman. Even Meng Hao had never imagined that he would be able to awaken the black beetles in this way. There were even some of them who appeared to approve of him, and began to fly in circles around him, as if indicating that they wished to follow his lead. Because of this, Meng Hao now stood out quite a bit among the sea of insects. In fact, he almost looked like one of their bosses. Meng Hao's heart was thumping, but he felt quite pleased with himself. As for the young woman, he wasn't worried that she would be in any danger. After all, this was the ruins of immortality. The way that she had stepped out from the ripples, the way she did, left Meng Hao with the impression that she was in the early ancient realm. Presumably, she would have her own methods of getting away if necessary. He had no plans to kill her. His only goal had been to scare her and prevent her from stealing away his business. At the moment, it seemed that his plan had succeeded. The black beetles were swarming toward the young woman from all directions. However, it was then that the white branch the young woman had crushed transformed into white smoke. After absorbing the young woman's blood, it spread out around her like a shield. Even as the black beetles closed in on her, the white smoke spread out, and the woman vanished. However, as the smoke dissipated, something else became visible: a black beetle. Much attention to detail had been paid in the materialization of this black beetle. In terms of both physical appearance and aura, it looked exactly like the real black beetles. In fact, it was hard to tell whether or not it was a materialization or real. Meng Hao stared in shock. The incoming army of beetles also gaped in astonishment. However, considering that they weren't very intelligent, they had no way to understand what had happened. Meng Hao watched, furious, as the young woman in black beetle form quickly became part of the army of insects. Soon, everything calmed down, and Meng Hao continued to glare over at the young woman as she carefully crawled around on the ground looking for medicinal plants. "What a disgrace," he fumed inwardly. "She's obviously a cultivator, and yet she abandons all dignity to turn into a bug and look for some worthless medicinal plants. Is that the kind of thing a cultivator does?" He truly felt that this young woman was completely shameless. Despite what he was thinking, Meng Hao continued to do exactly what he had done before, crawling among the sea of insects to the nearest medicinal plant and quickly harvesting it. However, as he crawled along, he suddenly realized that he was being followed. Behind him were a few of the beetles who had started following him after he had woken them up. That made Meng Hao stick out even more than before. Now he had a small entourage of beetles that looked almost like imperial guards. Actually, they made it much easier to harvest medicinal plants. At this point, there was quite a bit of distance between Meng Hao and the young woman. Not only were they not interfering with each other's efforts, but the young woman actually had no way of knowing that she had a competitor among the sea of insects. Meng Hao, though, was as angry as before, and furiously harvested the medicinal plants with increasing speed. If things had continued in this way for long enough, with neither of them interfering with the other, then considering the vast amount of medicinal plants in the area, Meng Hao might not have considered it stealing his business, and could potentially have accepted the situation. However, the young woman's methods were somewhat heavy-handed, leading to several occasions in which the black beetles were stirred up. That, of course, affected Meng Hao. As more time passed, the black beetles were aroused more and more often. There were even some situations in which Meng Hao almost found himself in danger. In fact, with every outburst among the black beetles, some of the beetles would then start to patrol the area, forcing Meng Hao to stop his work. The increasing severity of these interruptions didn't seem to bother the young woman at all. However, Meng Hao was getting to the point where he couldn't take it anymore. He waited until the black beetles calmed down, then turned and sped toward the area where the young woman was working. Gradually the two of them neared each other, and eventually, both of their eyes came to fall on the same patch of divine spirit grass. Finally, the young woman sensed that something strange was going on. She looked at Meng Hao, and instantly recognized him as the black beetle that had discovered her presence earlier. The moment she laid eyes on him, she clenched her teeth, then let out a threatening roar. Meng Hao's black beetle followers immediately roared back and looked fiercely at the young woman. Feeling he had no other choice, Meng Hao got a bit closer, and then transmitted, "Is there any way you could possibly be a bit more careful when harvesting the medicinal plants? Maybe not cause such a reaction from the beetles?" As soon as she heard his words, the young woman in beetle form looked over at him in shock and disbelief. Why, you're an insect demon," she said hoarsely, looking aghast. An actual insect demon. Her initial reaction was not to assume that Meng Hao was a cultivator like herself, but rather that he was an insect that had transformed into a demon. Of course, it wouldn't be proper to blame her for having this reaction. In truth, Meng Hao's disguise was simply too effective. From her perspective, he really was one of the black beetles. Her own ability to transform into a black beetle came from a naturally developed power of her own. It was something that, in all of the 9 mountains and seas, only bloodline members of her clan could do. Other divine abilities of transformation could not possibly deceive the black beetles. She had never seen anyone do anything like what Meng Hao was doing, remaining undercover within the sea of insects. Furthermore, based on his appearance and the fact that he had an entourage of guards, it made it so that there was no way she would ever think that he was a cultivator. In her opinion, any cultivator who could possibly entrench himself among the black beetles, and even achieve a position as a boss, well, that type of cultivator would be simply too heaven-defying. "You're the insect demon," retorted Meng Hao angrily, glaring at the young woman. "Everyone in your whole family is an insect demon. Listen, I got here first, so if you want to harvest medicinal plants, fine, but at least do it a bit more carefully. Stop stirring up all the bugs. Doing that isn't helpful for either of us." Meng Hao clenched his jaw in helplessness. The young woman was capable of harvesting the plants, and obviously wasn't going to leave. Plus, if they started fighting, then it would be impossible for him to continue to do his own harvesting. The young woman stared back at him in shock. After looking closely at Meng Hao for a moment, she finally was starting to be convinced that this black beetle boss was actually a cultivator like herself. To her, it was almost impossible to believe. "You're really a cultivator?" she asked. Inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, meeting a cultivator here was a lot better than meeting an insect who had transformed into a demon. At this point, her eyes began to glow with coldness. "Well, it doesn't matter if you're an insect demon or a cultivator, or whether you got here first or not," she said coldly. "All of these medicinal plants belong to me. Leave immediately. If you dare to fight with me over them, then even if you are an insect demon, I'll turn you into a squashed insect. And if you're actually a cultivator, then I'll turn you into a corpse. And as for me stirring up the insects, well, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Now, get the hell out of this place." Killing intent flickered in the young woman's eyes as she promptly ignored Meng Hao and then closed in on the same medicinal plant that they had both been heading for to begin with. "What a blockhead," thought Meng Hao, his eyes shining with a cold light as he too sped toward the same medicinal plant. In the blink of an eye, the two of them reached the plant. It was at this point that the young woman suddenly flashed, transforming into 3 separate beetles. She rushed forward at top speed to snatch the medicinal plant. However, Meng Hao was very familiar with how to harvest medicinal plants, and despite the fact that there were 3 of her, she was simply too slow. In a flash of light, he quickly harvested the plant. "Are you looking to die?" she cursed, her eyes glittering with killing intent. She suddenly spit out a blob of smoke which rapidly spread out to cover the area around them, including Meng Hao. At the same time, the aura-changing transformation of the black feather was sent into chaos because of the smoke. As soon as the aura was disrupted, the surrounding black beetles buzzed into action. Even the few that had been following Meng Hao before suddenly turned ferocious and flew straight toward him. Meng Hao's face fell. He had never imagined that the young woman would use tactics like this. Now that he clearly had the aura of a cultivator and could no longer conceal himself, Meng Hao had no choice but to fly away. As he did, the ground began to quake as tens of thousands of black beetles flew up, stared dead at him, and then charged toward him, causing a droning sound to fill the air. The young woman in beetle form backed up quickly, her eyes gleaming with a pleased look. Inwardly, she was laughing coldly. Meng Hao eyed the young woman coldly. The properties of the smoke just now had left him shocked. It clearly had the ability to dissolve the effects of his transformation. So, he thought, it was because you already had a magical technique that could interfere with my transformation that you attacked so decisively. You really want to kick me out of this place? Huh? Well then, let's just see who can kick the other person out first. Laughing coldly as the black beetles closed in on him, Meng Hao made a grasping motion. Instantly, a spirit immortal stone flew out of his ring of holding, which he then tossed in the young woman's direction. As the black stone whistled through the air toward her, the young woman stared in shock. A moment later, it landed right in front of her. At the same time that the spirit immortal stone appeared, its aura surged out, sending the black beetles into a mad frenzy. Rumbling filled the air as the beetles that had been chasing Meng Hao roared viciously, then changed directions. There were also many other black beetles from other locations on the landmass that began to charge toward the spirit immortal stone, eyes bright red. The young woman's face fell. She could never have predicted that Meng Hao would use a tactic like this to turn the tables on her. Although her aura was not something that would stir up the beetles, because of the black stone in front of her, she was now the center of a huge maelstrom. What kind of stone is that? She thought. It's driving the ghost eye beetles crazy. Well, it must be some kind of treasure, which means he can't have very many of them. At the most, he might have a handful. All I have to do is evade these crazy beetles for a bit, and wait until he goes broke. The young woman clenched her teeth, backed up, and spit out another glob of smoke, which then surrounded her. It was true that the spirit immortal stones were treasures, and that he didn't have an endless supply. He only had about 1,000,000 of them. As soon as the beetle form young woman spit out the mist and backed up to avoid the incoming beetles, Meng Hao laughed coldly. As he hovered in midair, he waved his right hand, sending 2 more spirit immortal stones flying out in the young woman's direction, cutting off her path of escape. As soon as the spirit immortal stones appeared, the black beetles went crazy. Massive amounts of beetles flew up into the air, at least 40 to 50,000 of them. They filled the sky and covered the land as they shot toward the young woman. Her eyes went wide as she saw the mass of frenzied insects. By now, she was thoroughly convinced that these treasures had to be extremely rare. So, gritting her teeth, she once again fell into retreat. In her attempts to evade the black beetles, she was even forced to use greater teleportation. I just can't believe that he has many more of those things, she thought to herself, taking a deep breath. Although she began to laugh coldly, she was actually quite shocked by the black stones. Next, Meng Hao began to throw out more spirit immortal stones. This time he threw out 5. As they fell, the young woman's body flickered with light as she just barely managed to escape. The land shook as vast amounts of black beetles flew up in all directions and then charged in the young woman's direction. Although her heart was pounding, the young woman looked over at Meng Hao, a cold smile twisting her lips. How many more could you possibly have? Meng Hao answered by tossing out 10 more spirit immortal stones, instantly putting the young woman in a very bad position. However, she maintained convinced that Meng Hao couldn't possibly have many of the stones left. Just wait until you run out of those things. With all these bugs around, you'll be the one to meet a dismal fate. Gritting her teeth, the young woman continued to tell herself that all she had to do was hold on a bit longer, and then she would win. After all, she could easily conceal her aura from the beetles, whereas Meng Hao would be incapable of doing so. Because of that, She was certain that all she had to do was endure the commotion caused by the spirit immortal stones, and she could secure victory. He's going to run out soon. He definitely doesn't have more than a few dozen left. She clenched her jaw as she constantly was forced to evade the crazed beetles. However, because of the sheer number of bugs in the area, she was soon completely bedraggled. Meng Hao hovered in midair, the area around him completely devoid of black beetles. He looked down at the shocking amount of bugs down below, and the teleporting young woman, and then waved his hand, causing 5 more stones to fly out. Then 5 more, and another 5. Over the space of only a few breaths of time, Meng Hao threw out more than 40 spirit immortal stones. Each one incited a virtual riot among the black beetles, and caused the young woman's face to fall even more. Impossible! How could he still have more? The young woman anxiously evaded the bugs. To her, the spirit immortal stones were exactly like weapons, shooting toward her across the lands. She had actually considered trying to grab them and put them in her bag of holding, but the crazed looks of the black beetles caused her to hesitate. She was worried that if she grabbed one, the beetles might very well rip her to shreds. All she could do was evade. As for Meng Hao, though, as he continued to throw out the spirit immortal stones, he was essentially controlling the black beetles, forcing them to chase down the young woman with deadly intent. Damn it! Damn it! She thought, terrified and beginning to feel regret that she had so rashly tried to drive Meng Hao away. If they had cooperated, then she wouldn't be in any danger whatsoever. Time passed. 10 more stones. 20, 30, 40. Blood oozed out of the young woman's mouth as she continuously evaded the black beetles. By now, she was glaring up angrily at Meng Hao as he continued to chuck spirit immortal stones at her. His supply seemed endless, to the point where her confidence was beginning to waver. Just how many of those stones does he have? As she watched the seemingly endless amount of spirit immortal stones being thrown at her, her scalp gradually began to grow numb. That was especially true when the available places to teleport to in escape grew fewer and fewer. Soon, her eyes began to widen with disbelief and astonishment. Impossible! She cried hoarsely. She almost didn't dare to believe what she was seeing, which was 300 spirit immortal stones flying through the air toward her like arrows. I've got plenty of these spirit stones. Meng Hao cried out, sounding very overbearing. Inwardly, he was quite proud that he was so rich as to be able to use spirit immortal stones to smash his opponent. It was a very domineering feeling. Although it had been a bit impulsive to throw out more than 300 of the stones, the current volley filled the sky as they shot toward the young woman. As a result, the ground shook, and innumerable black beetles flew out. There were some who were similar to the immortal realm or the ancient realm. Terrifying ripples spread out in all directions, as more than 100,000 beetles filled the sky. The young woman was terrified and shocked. Never in her wildest imaginings could she have envisioned an object which would provoke this kind of reaction from the ghost eye beetles, nor a situation in which Meng Hao would have so many of them. Hundreds of spirit immortal stones spun through the air. 100,000 black beetles were in a complete frenzy, roaring, their eyes bright red. They even fought amongst themselves as they charged toward the young woman, who was now certain that she was about to be ripped to pieces by the shocking onslaught. But then she clenched her jaw tight, and her eyes shone with determination. As the black beetles bore down on her, she was suddenly surrounded by mist. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from being a black beetle into a cultivator. Then, she waved her hand toward the lands beneath her, launching a violent attack. It was hard to say what divine ability she used to attack, but it caused an enormous tree to materialize beneath her. It was fully 3,000 meters tall and conical, with the tip being located at the very bottom. As she waved her palm down, the tree began to descend. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the land below like a gigantic nail, piercing down into the ground. Massive rumbling could be heard as the gigantic nail-like tree sank down into the ground. Next, a piercing howl could be heard coming from down below, as everything seemed to collapse. Countless medicinal plants were destroyed as the roar echoed out, shaking everything in the vicinity within the ruins of immortality. Meng Hao's scalp went numb as he saw the lands below transform into a gargantuan black beetle. Apparently, the nail-like tree had stabbed directly into its body, causing it to emit an ear-piercing howl. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Hao flew high up into the starry sky. As for the 100,000 black beetles, the howl seemed to drive them to their senses. They all turned, ignoring the young woman and flying directly toward the huge nail-like tree. The pink-robed young woman's face was ashen, and she was gasping for breath as she chose to do just what Meng Hao had done. Fly away. Two beams of light shot away off into the distance as the enraged howl echoed out. The intensity of the roar as it pierced into Meng Hao's ears actually injured him. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his cultivation base began to tremble wildly, forcing him to stabilize it. The young woman staggered a bit, blood spraying from her mouth. Her eyes were filled with terror as she looked back at the medicinal plant garden landmass and muttered something. As for what exactly she had muttered, Meng Hao couldn't hear. His heart was pounding as he sped along. The young woman, aware that she had provoked a disaster, also sped along, face pale. The sound of the howl echoed about, causing innumerable ripples to spread out. The land shook, and cracking sounds could be heard. Huge fissures spread out in all directions, each one of them hundreds of meters wide, filled with mysterious, glowing light. There were also wisps of mist that rose up from the fissures, as well as frost that spread out across the ground. At the same time, a droning sound could be heard, which grew stronger and more intense by the moment. Within a few breaths of time, innumerable black beetles flew up out of the fissures, turning the army of 100,000 beetles into an army of hundreds of thousands. They seemed to blot out the sky above. They flew out, roaring, transforming into a sea of insects that resembled a gigantic, pitch-black hand that shot toward Meng Hao and the young woman. From the look of things, the beetles wouldn't stop until the two of them were dead. When Meng Hao saw the vast amounts of black beetles flying out of the fissures, his scalp went numb. "This is all your fault," he yelled angrily. "I was just harvesting some plants. Why'd you have to try to hog everything? If you hadn't, they wouldn't be chasing us right now." "This is just what I wanted," she replied, sounding a bit sarcastic. "What are you going to do about it? I want the ghost eye beetles to chase me. If you've got a problem with that, then go tell them about it." Meng Hao was extremely angry. As far as he was concerned, this young woman was being completely unreasonable. He snorted coldly as golden light flickered around him. His immortal meridians exploded with power, 123 of them, emanating 100% of their possible immortal power as he transformed into a golden rock. Flapping his wings, he picked up speed, shooting off into the distance. The young woman also used some unknown technique that caused her to blur as she increased her speed. The two of them whistled through the air. Although they were no longer on the medicinal plant garden landmass, the black beetles were still chasing them madly. Not only were the beetles not slowing down, more and more joined their numbers. A sea of insects like this, a tide of beasts, was something that would cause any cultivator who saw it to be shocked to the extreme. Rumbling filled the air as Meng Hao and the young woman sped onward. The black beetles seemed to have no plans to let them go, and continued to give chase, their roars echoing out in all directions. Meng Hao gritted his teeth and changed directions. When that happened, the sea of insects split, with one group following him and the other following the pink-garbed young woman. However, as soon as Meng Hao changed directions, the young woman's eyes flickered. Her body blurred even more, becoming nearly transparent. Suddenly, the beetles behind her seemed to lose track of her aura, then changed directions and buzzed through the air toward Meng Hao. "You want to fight with me? You're too inexperienced. From the moment I, Su Yan, awoke on the 8th mountain, no one's ever gotten the better of me. Now that I'm passing through the 9th mountain, there's no way I'll break my record." She looked extremely pleased with herself as the hundreds of thousands of black beetles chased Meng Hao. Eyes flickering, she chose not to depart, but to follow along. "Once he's on the verge of defeat, if I threaten him a bit more, He'll definitely hand over the medicinal plants he harvested earlier to save his life. Plus those black stones. I can definitely extort those out of him. Su Yan smiled resplendently. She was actually very beautiful, which was accentuated when she smiled. However, there was also a bit of crafty intelligence to her. That was especially the case because of the beauty mark next to her mouth, which made her even more entrancing. It was as Meng Hao sped away in flight that he saw Su Yan become transparent. The black beetles ignored her and began to turn their attention to him. Su Yan wasn't completely invisible. Her outline was still vaguely apparent. However, she didn't use this opportunity to flee. Instead, she followed the sea of insects, smiling. The expression on her face was something very familiar to Meng Hao. Profiting from my misfortune. Meng Hao's heart went black with hatred. That was one of his favorite things to do. But now the roles were reversed. He was now the subject of the machinations of others, which was something he simply couldn't accept. This wench is just waiting until I get tired from being chased. Then she'll try to extort things from me. She must have her eyes on my spirit immortal stones. When he realized this, he snorted coldly. Spirit immortal stones are essentially the same as spirit stones, he thought, grinding his teeth. For someone to try to rob his money was equivalent to targeting his life, and Meng Hao's eyes were instantly shot with blood. As he fled, a sea of hundreds of thousands of insects whistled through the air behind him. From the look of it, they would die before giving up, and if he slowed down even the least bit, they would rip him to shreds and devour him. That was especially true of the black beetles who were similar to the immortal realm or higher. They were incredibly fast and powerful, and were causing Meng Hao's head to ache. Even more nerve-wracking were the ancient realm black beetles. So, you want to profit from my misfortune, huh? Well, we'll just have to wait and see who wins in the end. Eyes flickering coldly, he lifted his right hand, within which appeared a spirit immortal stone. As soon as the stone appeared, the black beetles behind him surged forward, roaring, their speed increasing slightly. A strange light began to shine in Meng Hao's eyes as he lifted his left hand and performed an incantation gesture. Gradually, magical symbols began to appear, which began to cluster around his left hand. In the end, they completely sealed the spirit immortal stone. When that happened, the spirit immortal stone flickered in an odd way. Su Yan was still trailing behind the sea of insects, and when she saw this happening, she gaped in shock. Inwardly, she began to grow wary, and slowed down a bit in her flight. She had long since come to view the spirit immortal stones as something very strange, and considering that she didn't know what Meng Hao was doing, it immediately put her on guard. During the space of a few breaths of time, mysterious light began to shine up from Meng Hao's left hand. At the same time, the spirit immortal stone began to vibrate, and the magical symbols on its surface flickered with light. Demon Sealing 6th Hex. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with bright light. Then he squeezed his hand down hard onto the spirit immortal stone, causing brilliant beams of light to shoot out. Shockingly, he had imbued the spirit immortal stone with the 6th Demon Sealing Hex, life-death hexing. His expression that of determination. He flung the spirit immortal stone out, causing it to transform into a beam of light that shot into the sea of insects. It was just as if he were fishing for black beetles. Whichever black beetle got the spirit immortal stone would be consuming Meng Hao's life-death hex. Although the likelihood of success was not large, if he kept trying for long enough, he would surely succeed eventually. Light flashed as the spirit immortal stone appeared in the middle of the sea of insects. In virtually the blink of an eye, countless black beetles pounced on it, going wild in their struggles to acquire it. Soon, a rather large beetle managed to swallow it down, right in front of its countless compatriots, who glared at it covetously. It didn't take very long for the black beetle who had swallowed the spirit immortal stone to begin to tremble. After a breath of time passed, a boom could be heard as it exploded into pieces. The sight of it caused the Su Yan's face to flicker. Meng Hao frowned. However, he knew that the life-death hex's success rate was low, and would probably be even lower since he was using it with spirit immortal stones as bait. However, he wasn't discouraged, and continued to make further attempts. As he fled, he threw out more and more spirit immortal stones. Every time, a black beetle would consume it, then explode. However, the black beetles were as crazy as ever. Despite the possibility of dying, they still wanted to eat the spirit immortal stones. The pink-robed Su Yan continued to follow, watching with wide eyes and gaping mouth as Meng Hao used the bizarre, wondrous black stones. About 2 hours passed. Then, one particular beetle chomped up one of the spirit immortal stones that Meng Hao tossed out, and instead of exploding, its body began to shine with brilliant light and magical symbols. Finally, one particular magical symbol appeared which shot out toward Meng Hao, then merged into him, causing his face to light up with joy. In that instant, a tiny, illusory black beetle appeared in his mind. He knew that, with a single thought, he could cause that black beetle to die. It worked, he thought, licking his lips. He only had the first volume of the Laws of the Tao of Insects, which was basically an introduction on how to raise spirit insects. Meng Hao was already confident in the use of those methods. However, although he had looked into how to control the insects, when it came to a comprehensive understanding of the Tao of insects, he was quite lacking. In the end, though, that didn't really matter. He didn't need to study the control techniques. Since he had the life-death hex, he could essentially control them perfectly. Now that he had succeeded, he was much more confident. He was no longer anxious to flee, but instead allowed the sea of insects to get close to him, and continuously threw out spirit immortal stones. When Su Yan saw this, her heart filled with amazement. Although she couldn't see any signs which would lead her to the conclusion that Meng Hao could control the black beetles, she was still getting a very bad premonition. She was even starting to feel that, if she didn't take the chance to flee right now, she might find herself in serious danger. Just what kind of stones are those? They're so bizarre. She almost convinced herself to flee, but couldn't quite make herself do it. Gritting her teeth, she continued to follow, making sure she was fully on guard, even more so than before. Time passed. Several days later, Meng Hao had already tossed out more than 30,000 spirit immortal stones. By this point, he now had control of about 300 black beetles. He didn't summon them to his side, but allowed them to remain among the sea of insects. However, the rest of the 30,000 insects that consumed his spirit immortal stones all died, without a single exception. Gradually, the number of black beetles he controlled increased from 300 to 400, and then to 500. Of course, the number of black beetles that died also increased, to a total of more than 50,000. Finally, a rumbling cry rang out from the direction of the medicinal plant garden land mass, something that sounded almost like a summons. Moments before, having seen everything that she had over the past few days, Su Yan was completely shaken. She was even wondering whether or not Meng Hao might actually kill all of the black beetles. What kind of inhuman creature is he? She thought, heart pounding. She was really starting to worry that if she kept up the chase, something bad might happen to her in the end. From the moment she had awoken until now, she had never met a cultivator like Meng Hao, someone who seemed so mysterious and unfathomable that it filled her with dread. Just in the moment when she finally decided to leave, a roar suddenly arose from all of the black beetles, and they stopped in place. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Based on his connection with the 500 black beetles he had control of, he could feel that they were being summoned back by the gargantuan king of black beetles that existed beneath the medicinal plant garden landmass. It took only a moment for the insects to stop pursuing Meng Hao and retreat back to where they came from. Apparently, the death of the 50,000 black beetles caused their king to give up on the idea of killing Meng Hao. Almost in the same moment that the sea of insects stopped pursuing Meng Hao's eyes flickered coldly. He suddenly extended his right hand and began tossing out one spirit immortal stone after another. The black beetles were now hesitating. On the one hand, they had the enticement of the spirit immortal stones. On the other hand, they had the call of the beetle king. A buzzing sound filled the air as the sea of insects ripped into two parts, one of which followed the summons, the other of which, composed of tens of thousands of black beetles, charged madly after the spirit immortal stones. Su Yan's face flickered. She had never imagined that Meng Hao would intentionally provoke the sea of insects. However, after a relatively short period of time, the black beetles simply couldn't resist the repeated calls of the Beetle King. Meng Hao was only able to get control of a few dozen more beetles before they turned and headed back to the landmass. When that happened, Su Yan hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and turned to leave. She got a very strange feeling after having seen everything that Meng Hao had done. In addition, she had an even more intense premonition that something bad was about to happen. At the same time that the black beetles turned to leave, Meng Hao suddenly called out, "Come!" More than 500 black beetles stopped in place, then returned to fly around Meng Hao. All of the beetles had ghost eyes on their backs, making them look especially vicious. Su Yan, who was already some distance away, looked on with shock, and her mind spun. Earlier, she had felt as if something strange were going on, but she had never thought that Meng Hao would actually be able to control the black beetles. Heart pounding, she quickly did her best to escape unnoticed. Meng Hao's eyes flickered coldly. He had endured deadly pursuit for days, all the while being followed by the pink-robed young woman, who he knew was just waiting to take advantage of him. How could he possibly let her get away so easily now? My turn to be the bandit. He waved his right hand, using the life-death hex to cause more than 500 vicious beetles to suddenly fly directly toward Su Yan. Meng Hao himself descended to sit cross-legged on the back of one of the black beetles, from which position he stared coldly at the fleeing Su Yan. She was moving quickly, but the black beetles were by no means slow. 500 of them shot through the void, and from a distance, it almost looked like 500 ghost eyes, radiating mysterious light and sinister auras. How could this be happening? Thought Su Yan, her mind reeling. He can actually control the ghost eye beetles. According to the legends, these beetles are very difficult to bond. The only way to do so is to personally raise them from larvae, and even then you have to utilize special methods to have the slightest chance at success. In this age, though, the methods for raising them have long since been lost, and yet, he's actually controlling them. Most important of all, what he's controlling are not larvae, but full-grown insects. Su Yan almost couldn't think straight, and her face flickered with intense fear of Meng Hao. What she feared was not his cultivation base. She could tell that he was merely in the immortal realm. What she feared were his 500 black beetles. Now the tables were completely turned. Su Yan fled, and Meng Hao chased her. 500 black beetles soared through the ruins of immortality like a black windstorm. All of them were at least a half a meter long or so, and a few of the largest were more than 3 meters long. 500 black beetles made a small-scale sea of insects. Although you couldn't say that they blotted out the sky, they did cause everything to shake, and sent endless ripples out as they chased after Su Yan. If it were just a matter of black beetles, Su Yan would have numerous ways of dealing with them and escaping. However, she wasn't just being chased by black beetles. She was being chased by Meng Hao. Meng Hao sat cross-legged on one of the larger beetles, eyes flickering coldly. His gaze only continued to get colder as he looked at Su Yan. After all, she was the one who had ruined his plan to harvest medicinal plants. Not only did she attempt to steal his business, but she ended up making it impossible for him to even harvest the medicinal plants at all. Then she used the pursuit of the black beetles as a tool to try to kill him. Most unforgivable was that she had planned to take advantage of his misfortune to extort his wealth. It had been a long time since Meng Hao had been victim of such plotting. Not even that old fox Fang Shoudao aggravated him as much as this. Some people might prefer to treat women with extra tenderness, but Meng Hao completely ignored that. With a cold harumph, he extended his right hand and waved his finger towards Su Yan. It was none other than the 8th demon sealing hex. Even as Su Yan shot forward anxiously, she suddenly trembled. Her cultivation base completely stopped moving, and she screeched to a halt in midair. Next, Meng Hao's immortal meridians exploded with power, and his cultivation base surged. 123 blood demon heads appeared, roaring as they charged towards Su Yan. Su Yan's eyes widened, and she bit down hard on the tip of her tongue. Pain flooded through her along with cracking sounds as she broke free from Meng Hao's hexing magic. Then she turned, eyes flickering with fear, but more so coldness. Instead of trying to evade the 123 blood demon heads, she breathed in deeply, absorbing the power of heaven and earth. Then she lifted her right foot up and stamped it down violently, striding in Meng Hao's direction. That first step caused the void to tremble. Her second step caused everything in the area to shake. The third step caused fissures to crack the ground for 3,000 meters in every direction. Meng Hao's eyes widened with shock at the sight of this pink-robed young woman's divine ability. She took only 3 steps, but those 3 steps caused her energy to surge. Meng Hao's mind was sent reeling. Each of the steps seemed to trample upon his inner thoughts, causing his cultivation base to be thrown into chaos, and the flame of his life force to flicker. Next, it was with a completely icy face that Su Yan took a 4th step. Rumbling echoed out everywhere. When she took her 5th step, the entire world seemed to be turning inside out. Howling sounds could be heard in all directions. It was almost as if this area were turning into a different world altogether. Her 6th step caused the crashing sound of thunder to fill the area for thousands of meters in each direction, along with an archaic, ancient aura. Meng Hao's magical blood demon heads all trembled and were smashed to pieces by the surging energy. It was in that moment that Su Yan took her 7th step. 7 Hell God steps. Su Yan cried out the words as she took the 7th step. The void shattered, and massive roaring sounds could be heard. A huge foot appeared up above, emanating shocking energy. A boundless feeling of savagery buffeted Meng Hao as the foot stamped down toward him. The starry sky vibrated as Meng Hao looked up, eyes wide. Then, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and pointed toward the huge foot. Paragon Bridge. He let out a muffled growl as his 123 immortal meridians, as well as his 33 heavens, formed into the Paragon Bridge, which shot toward the foot. A huge boom could be heard as the bridge and the foot collided. In that instant, the void around them seemed to be torn asunder. Boundless echoes rang out as the savage foot shattered, layer by layer, transforming into innumerable motes of light that then faded away. The Paragon Bridge also trembled and collapsed into pieces. Meng Hao trembled, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. The pink-robed Su Yan's face was ashen, and blood also oozed out her mouth as she looked at Meng Hao in shock. She was in the ancient realm and not an ordinary ancient realm cultivator at that. She had her own Tao, analogous to a true immortal relative to the immortal realm. She was a chosen of the ancient realm. Despite having only extinguished 1 soul lamp, she was by no means weak. In her view, Meng Hao was only in the immortal realm, and even if he was at the peak of the realm, he was still much weaker than her. Before, she had merely feared his black beetles and his mysterious, unfathomable spirit immortal stones. Therefore, she attacked him, hoping to at least injure him, and thus be able to escape the black beetles. However, in their first true interchange, she found that the two of them were relatively evenly matched. That filled Su Yan with fear, and she instantly fell back into retreat. Meng Hao remained seated on the black beetle, eyes shining with a strange light at the fleeing Su Yan. Inwardly, his heart was pounding with anticipation, not because of Su Yan herself, of course, but because of her divine ability. Throughout his years of practicing cultivation, Meng Hao had acquired all sorts of divine abilities and magical techniques. Not many of them left him moved, or left him with a feeling that the technique was especially powerful. However, during the times he had fought with Wang Mu and Wang Tengfei, they had used magical techniques of the Wang clan which had left him shaken. In fact, because of those battles, he had even gotten the idea of trying to acquire some of those magical techniques. Unfortunately, the Wang clan of the 9th Mountain and Sea was one of the great clans, and to acquire their Taoist magics would be incredibly difficult. Just now, the divine ability used by this pink-robed young woman also left him quite shaken. What Taoist magic was that? It only took 7 steps to collapse my Paragon Bridge. Theoretically, it might have something to do with her cultivation base, or the fact that my understanding of the Paragon Bridge isn't complete, meaning I can't fully utilize it. However, that just goes to show that her Taoist magic of 7 steps has its own unique aspects. Meng Hao was lost in thought for a while as he chased Su Yan. Finally, he raised his right hand, performed an incantation gesture, and then pointed at her. That wave of a finger caused his 123 immortal meridians to materialize into a shocking flying rain dragon, which roared and beat its wings as it shot toward her in pursuit. Su Yan's face flickered as she saw the flying rain dragon bearing down on her. She gritted her teeth, performed an incantation gesture, and then placed her hands on top of her ears. Then she took a deep breath, using some unknown Taoist magic that caused the sounds of thunder to echo out. A huge wind kicked up, and Su Yan almost seemed to turn into a vortex that rapidly absorbed the power of heaven and earth. Next, she suddenly turned her head toward Meng Hao, opened her mouth and roared. That roar was loud enough to tear open the heavens and shred the earth. The sound of it superseded all other sounds in the world. It shredded the void, causing a massive wind to kick up. Meng Hao started to tremble, and his black beetles began to rock back and forth. Blood oozed out of his ears, and his mind vibrated so intensely that it felt as if his head was about to explode. That roar almost didn't seem to be coming from Su Yan, but rather a giant. It was filled with intense savagery, and an unparalleled domineering air that seemed to defy the confines of destiny. Roar! Sound waves transformed into an attack that blasted toward Meng Hao. The result was that he was physically lifted up and pushed backward. Su Yan coughed up a mouthful of blood. Clearly utilizing this divine ability of roaring came at a great price. Her face was pale white as she sped forward anxiously. "I just need to delay things a bit longer," she muttered to herself, pushing for more speed. "If I can build up enough speed, I can break out of this place." Meng Hao finally stabilized himself, wiped away the blood that had oozed out of his ears, and looked at Su Yan as she fled. His eyes began to shine with an even more intense light. "You can't escape," he said. "No matter what you say, I'm going to catch you." His eyes flickered coldly, and his heart beat with excitement. As far as he was concerned, this pink-robed young woman was a treasure trove of divine abilities and Taoist magics. It would be a big pain to try to acquire one of the Wang clan's divine abilities, but he would be equally content to get his hands on some of this girl's magic. The wave of a hand caused all 500 of the black beetles to let out a collective roar. Their eyes were red with madness as they charged forth. Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded with power. However, Su Yan was moving so quickly that she was already some distance off. Meng Hao snorted coldly and extended his right hand, within which appeared the lightning cauldron. His eyes flickered with a demonic glint as electricity danced about, and he vanished. At the same time, Su Yan had almost built up enough speed to unleash another Taoist magic. Her body was beginning to grow blurry, and ripples were spreading out into the void. It was almost as if a tunnel were forming, a tunnel which she was just about to break into. In that moment, however, countless sparks of electricity suddenly appeared all over her body. This development occurred too suddenly, and she could sense something happening that caused her face to fall. Suddenly, she vanished, and Meng Hao appeared in her place. Of course, their speeds were different, so the moment Meng Hao appeared, the void tunnel promptly closed up. At the same time, Su Yan reappeared in the spot Meng Hao had just been occupying, right in the middle of 500 black beetles. The moment Su Yan appeared, the 500 black beetles immediately roared and shot toward her, radiating explosive ferocity. Su Yan was shocked to the core, and an expression of disbelief and shock instantly appeared on her face. "That cauldron, how could it be here? Is your surname Wang?" Meng Hao's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he sent his cultivation base rotating rapidly. The essence of divine flame appeared, combined with the power of 33 heavens, to shoot directly towards Su Yan. The 500 black beetles all attacked with full force. In response, the shocked Su Yan performed an incantation gesture and waved her hand, causing divine abilities to shoot out. However, the ghost eyes on the backs of these black beetles began to glow, and were easily able to repel her attack, and even began to grow more ferocious. As Meng Hao closed in, the essence of divine flame caused Su Yan's mind to spin. She was getting very anxious, but her face filled with determination as she raised her right hand. Instantly, light began to shine out from the creases in her palm, causing 3 palm prints to begin to appear in the air around her, surrounded by rumbling sounds. However, before the palm prints could finish forming, the surrounding black beetles took advantage of the moment to attack. Su Yan fell back, blood spraying from her mouth. It was at this point that, some distance behind Su Yan, 2 beams of light could be seen shooting through the ruins of immortality. Apparently sensing the ripples of magic, they headed towards Su Yan and Meng Hao. Before the approaching figures could even be seen, a voice could be heard from them. "My master is Meng Hao. Do you hear me? Meng Hao. He's the ruler of the ruins of immortality, the lord of the 9 mountains and seas. I was just joking with you, all right? Why you're being so petty. Why are you trying to kill us? You can't blame me. Everything I did was taught to me by my master. Why don't you go looking for him, all right? How dare you attack us? Damn it. Lord Fifth is really getting pissed off. You just wait and see. My master definitely won't let you off the hook." Of those 2 beams of light, one contained a colorful parrot with a meat jelly in the form of a bell attached to its ankle. The bell continuously let out tinkling sounds which echoed about. The other beam contained a young woman. A grim expression covered her face, and blue veins popped out on her forehead. She actually looked a bit haggard, as if she were so aggravated she was about to go crazy. It was Li Linger. The parrot looked scraggly and somewhat gaunt as it flew through the air. Behind it was an enormous creature, tens of thousands of meters wide and terrifying to the extreme. It was like a giant sphere, covered with endless amounts of fur which drifted about. It had a single eye that stared out with boundless coldness. Occasionally, the fur which covered the creature would form into tentacles that would slash around, destroying anything they touched. Currently, this bizarre creature was chasing the parrot and Li Linger. Although the creature had a terrifying aura and was physically shocking to look at, it wasn't moving incredibly fast. It was almost as if it was in conflict with the natural laws that existed in the ruins of immortality, resulting in constant pressure weighing down on it. Therefore, as it moved along, it was surrounded by vaguely flickering light. "I was just messing around with you," the parrot cried angrily. "What are you being so vengeful for?" "Yeah, that's exactly right. He's being immoral. That's wrong. Just wait until Lord Third gets a bit more powerful. I'll definitely convert him." "Shut up. Shut up. Shut up," shouted Li Linger, who was on the verge of going crazy. Being around the parrot and meat jelly made her feel that her sanity was crumbling away. After being flung out into the ruins of immortality by Patriarch Reliance, she had spent her time exclusively with the parrot and meat jelly. They had cautiously made their way through the ruins of immortality, trying to figure a way out. At first, things had gone well. She could deal with the meat jelly's constant chatter and the parrot's extreme arrogance. After all, before giving a dog a beating, one still has to consider who its master is. Meng Hao had saved her, so, naturally, she had chosen to put up with his little pets. However, for some reason, the damned parrot seemed to have some completely perverted addictions. Li Linger had watched wide-eyed on several occasions in which the parrot, upon simply encountering creatures with fur or feathers, would suddenly act like a complete moron. Regardless of how powerful the creature it encountered was, the parrot would whoop with delight and speed excitedly toward it. What happened after that was an assault on Li Linger's eyes, and yet she couldn't help but gape. She almost felt like her head was going to explode, and everything she had always believed was toppled over. The most recent time it happened was when the parrot assaulted the gigantic sphere. Originally, that sphere hadn't even been moving. However, after several hundred rounds with the parrot, it got as mad as a hornet. The sphere-like creature couldn't take it anymore, and let out a roar that almost shattered Li Linger's cultivation base. They had fled immediately, but the sphere had apparently endured too much humiliation, and chased them in a rage. As they fled, they had sensed the ripples of magical techniques, and had surmised that they came from people. The parrot had then suggested they go in that direction, which they did immediately, preparing to plead for aid in this moment of disaster. Almost as soon as they got close, Meng Hao saw the parrot and Li Linger, as did Su Yan. However, Su Yan's attention was more drawn to the gigantic sphere following them. "Moon Eater," she breathed. Her face fell and her heart began to pound. The sudden appearance of the Moon Eater cut off her path of escape. In front was Meng Hao and his black beetles, and behind her was the Moon Eater. She was caught in a dragnet, and the result was that she lost almost all hope. Damn it! How could this be happening? There are only a few Moon Eaters in all of the ruins of immortality. Normally they just sleep, and wouldn't wake up even if heaven and earth collapsed. Even if they do awake, the natural laws are different, so they don't move around. What's going on? Why is this Moon Eater chasing those people? How could that woman and that parrot possibly have provoked a Moon Eater into such heights of rage that it would pursue them? Su Yan's scalp was numb. She was well aware of how terrifying an enraged Moon Eater could be. She was just about to try to flee, when Meng Hao blazed toward her with his essence of divine flame. Su Yan immediately performed an incantation gesture, causing a divine ability to appear to fight back against Meng Hao. It only took a moment for the two of them to be locked in a raging battle. As they fought back and forth, Su Yan suffered multiple defeats. Blood sprayed out of her mouth, and she realized that although she was well matched with Meng Hao, she was constantly distracted by the need to avoid the surrounding black beetles. This caused her to have several close calls. At the same time, the Moon Eater was getting closer and closer. The coldness in its eyes seemed capable of destroying any living thing that it encountered. Damn it! Her face flickered as blood oozed out of her mouth. She knew that she couldn't hold on very much longer, perhaps 10 breaths of time at most. Then she would be defeated. Gritting her teeth, her expression became one of incredible resolve. She allowed Meng Hao's essence of divine flame attack to slam into her, causing blood to spray from her mouth as she was seriously injured. However, she borrowed momentum from the attack to break out of the encircling black beetles, and then head directly toward the Moon Eater. As she sped forward, she extended her right hand, causing all of her blood to surge. Moments later, a strange, sweet odor began to emanate off of her. No cultivator would be able to detect anything unusual about that fragrance, but it instantly caused the Moon Eater to look over. All of a sudden, a huge opening appeared on its body that almost looked like a mouth. It looked completely savage as it opened up directly in the middle of the single eye, giving the creature 2 eyes. The mouth was filled with rows and rows of razor-sharp fangs, tens of thousands of them, glinting coldly. It almost seemed as if the creature's entire body was made up of fangs. The gigantic mouth breathed in, and Su Yan tumbled forward like a kite with its string cut, heading directly toward the Moon Eater. In the blink of an eye, she had flown past the parrot, as well as Li Linger, who were still gaping in sight after having caught sight of Meng Hao moments ago. Now, the two of them, as well as the meat jelly, watched as the Moon Eater opened its mouth. When they saw the innumerable ghastly fangs inside, their shock turned into terror. Meng Hao frowned. Su Yan appeared to be on the verge of being swallowed up by the Moon Eater. Even if he used the lightning cauldron to switch places with her, unfortunately, he would then be swallowed by the enormous creature. What a clever plan, he thought. He instantly realized what Su Yan was trying to do. She had obviously incited the creature into trying to swallow her up. Presumably, she had a way to get out of the creature's mouth even if it did swallow her. She was using this as a way to escape, and also to ensure that Meng Hao couldn't use his lightning cauldron. Well, you still won't be able to get away. Meng Hao was too entranced with Su Yan's Taoist magics. Despite the sudden turn of events, his eyes still flickered as he slapped his bag of holding to produce a nirvana fruit. This was not his nirvana fruit. It was the nirvana fruit of the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Meng Hao shoved the fruit into his forehead. Rumbling filled his mind as it sank down into him. At the same time, he felt something swelling up inside of him. Ruyuumble. As Meng Hao looked up, he could clearly sense his immortal meridians exploding with power, growing stronger as his cultivation base climbed higher. 33 heavens collapsed, transforming into boundless immortal light that poured over Meng Hao, transforming into an imperial robe. As Meng Hao hovered there in the void, he no longer looked like the immortal realm paragon. He was a step beyond that. He was the immortal emperor of ancient times. Li Linger's eyes went wide. She had observed the same thing happening before, although on a screen. Meng Hao was now bursting with a powerful energy that made him capable of killing even ancient realm cultivators with 3 extinguished soul lamps. However, this was her first time sensing what it was like in person, and it sent her heart pounding. Her cultivation base trembled, and her immortal meridians felt compelled to acquiesce to Meng Hao. Su Yan was terrified. She could never have imagined that Meng Hao would have a trump card like this. Her scalp was tingling as she pushed with everything she had to fly toward the Moon Eater. She was well aware that reaching it was her only hope. An indescribable energy rose up from Meng Hao as he stared coldly over at Su Yan nearing the Moon Eater. Face expressionless, he took a step forward. That single step took him past Li Linger and the Parrot. He then flicked his sleeve, causing a gentle power to push Li Linger and the Parrot backward, far away from the Moon Eater. His second step caused him to vanish and then reappear between Su Yan and the Moon Eater. Su Yan was now filled with hopelessness. She exploded out with all of the magical techniques and divine abilities she could muster. However, Meng Hao's hand snaked forward, shattering them all before, clamping onto her neck. His hand was icy, and as soon as it touched Su Yan, her cultivation base was locked down by Meng Hao's immortal power. "We don't have enough enmity built up between us for me to kill you," he said. "So be a good girl, and I won't slaughter you." Simultaneously, one of the Mooniator's tentacles shot toward them. Just when Meng Hao was about to dodge out of the way, the tentacle suddenly stopped moving. It was almost as if it had sensed something on Meng Hao, causing it to instantly shrink back. Meng Hao's eyes glittered, and he turned to look at the Moon Eater and its gaping maw, which was now only about 30 meters away. The Moon Eater was actually so terrified it was trembling, and it gradually began to back up. Slowly, its huge mouth closed. Within its solitary eye was a terror that caused Su Yan to be filled with astonishment. It was almost as if the thing were afraid of Meng Hao. Meng Hao's eyes shone brightly. Just now, when he had been on the verge of dodging to the side, he had felt something inside of him. The sealing mark placed on him by the white-robed woman when she had made him 13th in the echelon. The mark suddenly appeared on Meng Hao's forehead, flashing brightly. Meng Hao began to think about the white-robed woman's status as a paragon, and his heart trembled. Continuing to hold Su Yan with his left hand, he raised his right hand and made a dismissive gesture toward the Moon Eater. "Get out of here," he said experimentally, all the while preparing to back up if necessary. The gigantic Moon Eater was trembling visibly, and Li Linger, Su Yan, the Parrot, and the meat jelly were all watching with eyes wide. The Moon Eater almost seemed to nod in response to Meng Hao before backing up and disappearing off into the distance. Li Linger gaped at Meng Hao, hovering there clad in his imperial robes of immortal light, energy surging. He was almost like a paragon of heaven and earth as he waved his hand, causing an enormous, terrifying creature to back down. That image was almost like a scene from a painting, becoming something firmly implanted in Li Linger's mind, and would never go away. The Parrot blinked, and the meat jelly stared in shock. As for Su Yan, a complex expression suddenly appeared on her face regarding Meng Hao. "You're in the echelon?" The Moon Eater slowly faded away into the sky of the ruins of immortality. Meng Hao hovered in midair, the energy of the immortal emperor slowly receding. Eventually, the nirvana fruit emerged from his forehead, which he then put into his bag of holding. He also placed numerous restrictive spells onto Su Yan, sealing her so that he could throw her into his bag of holding as well. Before she disappeared, a cold smile could be seen on her face. However, the shock and other complex emotions in her eyes could not be concealed. Meng Hao ignored that, however. Next, he turned to face the Parrot and Li Linger. Li Linger subconsciously avoided his gaze. Her past impressions of Meng Hao still remained in her mind, and currently, her heart was filled with conflicting emotions, including confusion. She was very certain that, in the past, she had hated him to the bone. That was especially the case considering how he had humiliated her. When she had learned that it had been arranged for the two of them to be married, her initial reaction had been that she would rather die. She hadn't been able to even imagine how to handle being paired with Meng Hao as a beloved partner. To her, it would have been like a living nightmare. Therefore, she had chosen to flee the marriage. Of course, she had never expected that she would end up being rescued by the very person she was fleeing. Meng Hao could sense the conflict inside of Li Linger, and he looked away with a light sigh. He knew that she should have been back in the Li clan at a time like this. The fact that he found her being pursued by Ifatsi clearly indicated that she had left her clan. It was easy to guess why. Considering the imminent marriage alliance, the fact that Li Linger had left her clan indicated that she had chosen to flee, just like he had. There was no other conclusion that he could come to. It was at this point that the parrot cleared its throat. "Howie, why are you butting into other people's affairs?" it said, sounding as wise and proud as he could. That was Lord Fifth's beloved concubine. Lord Fifth wasn't afraid of it. It was just my way of getting it to come out of its shell. Well, now that you made it go away, well, forget about it. Just never mind. I guess it just goes to show that there was no destiny between us. Currently, the 500 black beetles were swirling around in the air around Meng Hao, and the drone of their wings echoed out in all directions. Because of that, Meng Hao still gave off the feeling that he was someone that shouldn't be provoked, despite the fact that he no longer emanated the energy of the Immortal Emperor. Each and every one of the insects in the small army had a ghost eye on its back, which emanated a sinister coldness. The bugs themselves had cold, emotionless eyes, causing a harsh aura to slowly exude. Even an ancient realm expert would feel fear when looking upon these black beetles. Meng Hao glanced back at Li Linger and asked, "So, that old turtle left already?" Before Li Linger could answer, the bell-form meat jelly attached to the parrot's ankle suddenly roared. "That old bastard is completely immoral, evil to the max. It deserves a horrible death. Lord Third solemnly swears an oath to convert it. That damnable old bastard of a turtle actually had the nerve to toss me aside and run off by himself. I, Lord Third, was a fool to take pity on it earlier and give it so much advice. Grr. Lord Third is so pissed off. That thing is shameless. Misguided. A complete bully." As the meat jelly raged, it was clear that it was infuriated at Patriarch Reliance, and even felt that it had been subjected to a great injustice. Hearing the meat jelly raging, the parrot then chimed in, "That's totally right. That bastard pushed things too far. Damn it." However, the parrot went a bit further, going on to make a declaration of a further aspiration. "Next time I see it, Lord Fifth is going to make sure it knows how awesome I am. I'm going to turn it into one of my beloved concubines." Ignoring the two buffoons, Meng Hao's body flickered as he moved to a nearby black beetle and sat down cross-legged. After glancing around, he looked back at Li Linger and then cleared his throat. "Fellow Taoist Li," he said, "I think there have been some misunderstandings between us in the past." Li Linger looked up at him. The word misunderstanding caused her to think about many things, especially Meng Hao's multiple usages of his palm. When she thought about that, she still felt humiliated and angry. She could almost sense a lingering numbness and pain in her buttocks. "However, I did rescue you, right?" Meng Hao continued. "Although, you still owe me some money." Li Linger frowned. "That's because you forced me to write a promissory note," she said, word by word. Right. Well, the process isn't important. We're talking about karma, so you definitely owe me money." When he saw the look on Li Linger's face in response to this, Meng Hao quickly added, "But don't worry. You don't need to pay me back anymore." Based on Meng Hao's personality, it took quite a bit of effort for him to force those words out. "Look, neither of us have it easy in life, so why make things harder for each other? Our clans want an alliance, and they're willing to sacrifice us to get it. It seems obvious that the only reason we ran into each other here is because we're both trying to get away from that marriage. In that respect, I think we're both in the same boat. A bright glow appeared in Meng Hao's eyes as he continued. Look, I rescued you. I also happen to know that I'm quite handsome, and a lot of girls like me. For example, take that wench that I captured earlier. She made a move on me too, but I turned her down. Then she tried to do all sorts of evil things to me. Stuff like that can't be forgiven, Meng Hao said, without even a hint of shame coloring his face. It was a good thing Su Yan couldn't hear what he was saying. Otherwise she would have been so angry that blood would have sprayed out of her mouth like a fountain. Although, he continued somberly, fellow Taoist Li, you must not under any circumstances continue to misinterpret my feelings. Trust me, nothing's going to happen between the two of us. I have absolutely no intention of pursuing you. Besides, I'm already married. The two of us just aren't suited for each other. In response to these words, the parrot stared, the meat jelly blinked, and Li Linger gaped in shock. She had never, ever seen someone praise themselves with such a straight face. You! She cried, eyes wide. Seriously, he said, taking a careful step backward. We're not suited for each other. Fellow Taoist Li, I know that the image of me surging with energy earlier definitely left you with a deep impression of me. However, you really need to control yourself. Don't let yourself fall for me. Women must learn to conduct themselves with dignity in life. The two of just aren't meant to be. Don't worry, Meng Hao, Li Linger growled through clenched teeth. If I had to choose between you and a pig, I would choose the pig. You really mean it? Said Meng Hao, his eyes shining brightly. You, Meng Hao, Li Linger, always follow through on my word. Li Linger was feeling very vexed. Meng Hao was making it seem like she couldn't wait to marry him. That was even more the case when, in response to her words just now, Meng Hao appeared to be sighing with relief. That caused Li Linger's rage to flare even hotter. Meng Hao then let out a hearty laugh. Smiling, he waved a finger at a nearby black beetle. Fellow Taoist Li, now that our misunderstandings have been straightened out, I'd like to express my condolences. Come, have a seat on this bug. I'll escort you safely out of the ruins of immortality. When Li Linger heard this, her fury burned uncontrollably, and she looked at Meng Hao with gritted teeth and said, Condolences? Meng Hao, are you even able to talk without being crass? What the hell do you mean, condolences? Don't tell me you actually believe that I, Li Linger, thought of you as the love of my life or something. You think that you refusing me necessitates condolences? Meng Hao scratched his head and sighed, his expression one of helplessness. Very well, then, I rescind my condolences. What do you mean you rescind your condolences? Li Linger felt like she was about to go crazy. No condolences, he replied quickly. Even though I refused your expression of love, even though I crushed all the good feelings you had toward me, even though from now on, all you'll be able to do is gaze at me silently from a distance. Despite all that, I really offer no condolences. All right? Happy? Li Linger threw her head back and howled. She gripped her hair in both hands and tugged it hard. It was almost like it was impossible to talk to Meng Hao without going absolutely crazy. Trembling, she thought about everything that had happened since she had left the clan, and the grief that welled up from her heart caused tears to flow out. She said nothing further. She simply sat down on the beetle's back, tears rolling down her cheeks. Meng Hao didn't say anything more either. The parrot and meat jelly looked at each other, then began to whisper back and forth. Occasionally, they would look over at Meng Hao and Li Linger, and the meat jelly's expression would be one of puzzlement. In contrast, the parrot's was one of worldly-wise understanding as it apparently explained certain matters to the meat jelly. The meat jelly nodded its head several times empathetically. Everything quieted down. The black beetles buzzed along as Meng Hao escorted Li Linger off into the distance. Because of the beetles, their journey through the ruins of immortality went along with few hitches. Meng Hao would look around occasionally and, based on his past experiences in the ruins of immortality, was able to gradually lead them out from the depths of the ruins and toward their border. Several days later, The broken remnants of the ruins of immortality grew more and more sparse. Not far off in the distance, the border was visible, and beyond that, a sea. It was not a true sea, but rather a body of dense mists that grew so thick that they eventually sank downward, forming into a sea of mist. Meng Hao was able to sense that at its very depths, the mist was so thick that there might actually be a true sea there. This place was none other than the Ninth Sea. Meng Hao's eyes glowed brightly as he stood up on the black beetle's back. The entire army of beetles didn't slow down a bit. They continued to speed along, getting closer and closer to the border. However, it was at this point that, all of a sudden, a person appeared out of thin air up ahead. It was a woman, wearing a white robe, and when she stepped out of the void, it seemed as if the entire ruins of immortality went dark. It was like the whole world, including all the light of the stars, was gathered on her person. Even the Ninth Sea off in the distance went still. This woman seemed to be matchlessly supreme, as if in front of her, even natural law would cease to operate. She hovered there quietly, looking at Meng Hao. As soon as he laid eyes on the woman, Meng Hao's mind rumbled. He instantly sent a message to the black beetles to stop moving. However, he didn't actually need to do so. All of them were trembling and didn't dare to approach the woman. Meng Hao offers greetings, Senior, he said, quivering, clasping his hands and bowing very deeply. This woman was the same one who had placed him in the echelon, the female paragon. In that instant, the parrot ducked its head like it was trying to hide, and it looked scared. The meat jelly was uncharacteristically silent, and didn't even open its mouth. Li Linger could sense the terrifying aura emanating out from the white-robed woman, and immediately stood up and gave a curtsying bow. The woman's gaze passed from Meng Hao and Li Linger to come to rest on the meat jelly. I recently recalled a matter from the past. Do you still remember me? The meat jelly quivered. No. When it responded, its voice was archaic but light. When it spoke, Meng Hao couldn't help but think that something was wrong. He had never, ever heard the garrulous meat jelly only speak a single word. The white-robed woman remained silent for a moment, looking at the meat jelly with a complex expression, as if she were recalling the past. Meng Hao wasn't sure why, but for some reason it almost looked like an expression of bitter resentment. All of a sudden, Meng Hao's scalp began to go numb, and he subconsciously looked over at the meat jelly, then back at the white-robed paragon. He had hoped that he had been mistaken, and that there was not really a look of bitter resentment on her face. And yet, when he looked back at her, he was even more certain than before, causing him to blink. After a moment of silence, the white-robed paragon slowly asked, "Is it that you don't remember, or that you're not willing to admit it?" "Don't remember," the meat jelly replied, its voice hoarse, but lacking the slightest trace of its usual long-windedness. Years ago, there was a cultivator whose name was Lei Daozi. He was a lightning cultivator and one of the 9 emperors. He was known as the Lightning Emperor. Did you know him? The white-robed woman expression grew more and more complex as she looked at the meat jelly. Sometimes she remembered things clearly, other times things were a blur. However, recently, she had began to recall many things about the past. Never heard of him. The meat jelly's voice was as ancient as ever, and yet, now seemed to contain a hint of pain. The white-robed woman looked deeply at the meat jelly for a moment, then sighed and softly said, "If it weren't for the great catastrophe, he was the most likely to have become the 4th paragon. Back then he and I had an agreement." Too, the meat jelly maintained its silence, saying not a single word. The white-robed woman closed her eyes for a while, and when she opened them again, they were looking at the parrot. Her expression was one of revulsion, and in response, the parrot lowered its head even further and glanced around furtively. From Meng Hao's perspective, the parrot looked very nervous, perhaps even scared. Finally, the woman turned from the parrot to look at Meng Hao. Her voice cool, she said, "Well, you're doing well. Once you enter the ancient realm, you will definitely become part of my plans." Finally, she turned to leave. Meng Hao was not a newcomer to the world of cultivation. He was used to schemes and counter-schemes, and knew not to take everything people said at face value. Therefore, it was obvious to him that something was going on beneath the surface here. Clearly, she had only paid perfunctory attention to himself and the parrot. The true reason she had shown up was because of the meat jelly. It almost seemed like she had only shown up to ask it those few questions. He had long since known that the parrot and meat jelly had extraordinary backgrounds. However, he could never have imagined that they were wrapped up with the white-robed paragon. As for the meat jelly, apparently, its past involved some inspiring and tragic tale. Just when the white-robed woman was about to leave, she suddenly stopped in place, looked at Li Linger and said, as she peered over, and her eyes filled with a strange gleam, "You look just like," she murmured softly. She waved a finger, causing Li Linger to involuntarily fly through the air to hover in front of the white-robed woman. "Are you willing to practice cultivation under me?" she asked, her tone serious. Li Linger stared in shock. Based on how Meng Hao had treated and talked to the woman, she could tell that there was something unfathomably mysterious about her. As she hesitated, she looked over and happened to see the shocked look on Meng Hao's face. With a cold, inward harumph, she ceased any hesitation and clasped hands toward the white-robed woman. "Junior is willing." The white-robed woman nodded slightly, then turned. As she did, a cloud appeared beneath Li Linger's feet, which carried her alongside the woman as she left. Li Linger looked a bit apprehensive, but when she turned and saw Meng Hao's astonished expression, she suddenly felt a great sense of contentment and glared into his eyes. Meng Hao truly was shocked and had the feeling that he had been neglected. The fact that the meat jelly had a mysterious background was one thing. However, he had practiced cultivation to the level of becoming the immortal realm paragon. When he absorbed the nirvana fruit, he could even reach the level of the immortal emperor. And yet, from what he could tell, Li Linger seemed to attract even more attention from the white-robed woman than he did. And then there was the peasant become king attitude she exuded as she stared at him hatefully. It was as if she was trying to convey that when they met again in the future, their relative positions would be very different. Rolling his eyes inwardly, he clasped hands and bowed deeply to Li Linger, a solemn expression on his face, as if he couldn't hold back from expressing his condolences to her. "Linger, I apologize. It doesn't matter if you have a new position. I still can't take you as a wife. I'm already married, and you and I just don't suit each other. I wish you all the best, and hope that you can someday find your own happiness." Meng Hao sighed, and his eyes shone with an expression of condolence. As soon as Li Linger heard his words, she trembled. "Shut the hell up, Meng Hao!" Glaring at him, she gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. With that, she ignored Meng Hao and followed the white-robed woman off into the distance. After they disappeared, sighs of relief could be heard coming from the mouths of both the parrot and the meat jelly. "Now that was scary," Lord Fifth exclaimed. "So, the old demon granny has gotten some of her memories back." It patted its chest with its wing, as if it had just survived some harrowing experience. "Thankfully, it seems that she only got some of her memories back. Not a lot," the parrot murmured. "Otherwise, she wouldn't have just looked annoyed when she saw me. She would have plucked me and roasted me for dinner." It seemed truly surprised to still be alive. The meat jelly let out a long sigh, after which its face lit up with excitement and it said, "How is my acting? Ha ha ha. Meng Hao and you old pigeon, tell the truth. Was Lord Third's acting good or not? Huh? Good or not? Ha ha ha. Hey, I almost forgot that we had a bet. Lord Third wins. Lord Third's acting ability is incredible. However, it seems a bit wrong and immoral. Pigeon Fifth, don't you agree?" Now that the meat jelly was speaking, it blabbered on, apparently having held its tongue for far too long earlier and was now looking to make up for it. "Your acting is worth a fart," said the parrot, smacking the meat jelly. "You almost gave it all away. You said way too much. Next time, remember then when you talk to the demon granny, you should only say one word." Meng Hao stared at the meat jelly in shock. The meat jelly had now reverted to behaving like it always had in the past, and from their dialogue just now, It seemed that it and the parrot had been betting with each other about something. Meng Hao felt a headache coming on and wasn't sure what to say to the two ninnies. However, he couldn't forget the lightning emperor that the white-robed woman had mentioned. He looked thoughtfully over at the meat jelly, but didn't ask any further questions. On many occasions in the past, he had tried to pry out information about their past, but to no avail. He had gotten used to that. Finally, he sent out his divine will, causing the black beetles to speed forward. Several hours later, Meng Hao, along with the 500 or so black beetles, and the incessantly bickering parrot and meat jelly, all emerged from the ruins of immortality. They hovered in the starry sky, and out in front of them was the ninth sea. Thinking about everything that had happened recently, Meng Hao turned back to look through the ruins of immortality in the direction of Planet East Victory. His eyes then gleamed with determination as he turned and headed toward the ninth sea atop his black beetle. The Nine Seas God World will most likely finally give me all the rewards I earned during the three great Taoist societies' trial by fire. A thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes as he mused about it. The three great Taoist societies had all agreed to accept him as a disciple because of his being in the echelon, and had also expressed the intention of giving him some good fortune. He also knew that he wouldn't be spending a lot of time in the Nine Seas God World. After picking up his prizes, he would practice cultivation for a bit, and then head to the other two great Taoist societies. The good fortune they will provide me is most likely something to help me get to the ancient realm as quickly as possible. His eyes glittered. According to what the white-robed paragon had said, it wouldn't be until he stepped into the ancient realm as a member of the echelon that he would figure into her plans. As for the ancient realm, he had his own path to tread. Absorb the nirvana fruits, he thought with a frown. After leaving Planet East Victory, he had tried to absorb the nirvana fruits on multiple occasions. However, he couldn't permanently fuse with any of them, not even his own nirvana fruits. Actually, not even Feng Wei had been able to stay fused with his nirvana fruits for very long. That was something he had been able to sense during their battle. Meng Hao maintained his silence as he got closer to the ninth sea. Occasionally he would pass traveling cultivators, but when they saw him and his 500 black beetles, they would fearfully avoid him, not daring to get close. He didn't want anyone to recognize who he was, so he used the black feather to change his appearance. Therefore, nobody who saw him had any idea that he was actually the preeminently famous Meng Hao of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. As he neared the ninth sea, he gradually heard crashing sounds like that of ocean waves. Up ahead, the sea of mist roiled unceasingly, and an indescribably boundless energy shook everything in the starry sky. Meng Hao didn't waste any time. Occasionally, he would attempt to absorb the nirvana fruits, and he occasionally brought Su Yan out of his bag of holding. He would try to have casual and friendly conversations with her in the hope of convincing her to give him some of her Taoist magics in exchange for her freedom. However, Su Yan would only look at him derisively and make piercing, uncompromising comments. After several attempts, it was clear that no matter what line of reasoning he attempted, Su Yan would never agree. Finally, he had no more patience. Waving his hand, he covered her with restrictive spells, sealing her completely, whereupon he stuffed her into a bag of holding. I bet that if she goes through a bit of suffering, she won't be so uncooperative. Unless absolutely necessary, Meng Hao didn't want to use soul search. That was a very vile method, and there was no sort of unresolvable enmity between the two of them as of yet. The best outcome, and his first choice, would be for her to cooperate and hand over some of her Taoist magics. Several days later, Meng Hao, atop a black beetle, finally entered the border region of the ninth sea. That black beetle was the only one he kept outside of his bag of holding as he looked out at the mists of the ninth sea, a strange gleam in his eyes. The ninth sea seemed boundless, almost completely without end. Mist stretched out as far as the eye could see. Everything seemed damp, leading Meng Hao to the conclusion that there really was a huge sea at the bottom of all the mist. Such a huge sea, he breathed. Back in the Fong clan, he had seen a map of the 9 mountains and seas, and was aware that if he passed all the way through the 9th sea, he would end up in the region of the 8th mountain. The 9th mountain and sea is not the end of the road for me. As he looked off into the distance, his heart filled with lofty aspirations. On his path of cultivation, he wanted to be free and unfettered. He wanted true freedom and independence. Heaven could not block his path, and earth could not obstruct his way. He patted his black beetle, which let out a roar as it transformed into a black beam of light that shot into the mists of the ninth sea. Almost in the exact moment that he entered the ninth sea, countless eyes suddenly snapped open, both in the mists that surrounded him and the blackness of the depths of the sea. Those eyes belonged to numerous sea beasts and sea demons that inhabited the ninth sea. Normally speaking, they did not have conflicts with cultivators, but as of this moment, for some reason they all opened their eyes and roared, and their expressions were that of murderous intent. It was as if there was something about Meng Hao's aura that roused all of the sea beasts and sea demons of the ninth sea into a rage. Almost in the same moment that the sea beasts and sea demons opened their eyes, some of the sea beasts closest to Meng Hao began to charge toward him through the mists of the ninth sea at top speed. As they sped along, they caused the mists to seethe, and faint rumbling sounds to echo out. Meng Hao sat on his black beetle, bursting with lofty aspirations. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he looked up ahead into the mists. Without any warning, a roar exploded out, and the mists surged away from him as a huge seal burst onto the scene. The seal was fully 9 meters long with razor-sharp teeth. It almost looked like a dog one, except that it had no fur, only scales. It sped out of the mists toward Meng Hao, bursting with energy comparable to the immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Its eyes were filled with incredible killing intent, as if it simply couldn't live under the same sky as Meng Hao. Meng Hao gaped, flabbergasted. This was his first time ever visiting the ninth sea, and as far as he could remember, he had never offended anyone from here, unless you counted Fandonger. The sudden appearance of this seal was completely unexpected, causing him to frown. A fishy aroma blasted into his face as he glared back coldly at the seal. When it was less than a meter away, seemingly on the verge of latching its jaws onto him, his right hand snaked out and clamped onto the seal's throat. The seal let out a whimper as it screeched to a halt. It struggled violently, but no matter how it howled, Meng Hao's vice-like grip did not budge in the least. By now, his fleshly body strength was at the very peak of the immortal realm, meaning that only a handful of people were qualified to force him to use magical techniques. Most enemies in the immortal realm would be easily crushed by the power of his fleshly body alone. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with coldness as he squeezed down with his hand. Cracking sounds rang out, and the seal spasmed a few times before its meters-long body went limp, its neck having been crushed by Meng Hao, and its soul completely exterminated. As it died, it glared at him with a look of vicious madness. He frowned and loosened his hand, allowing the seal's corpse to drop down into the sea below. It was at this moment that, all of a sudden, more roars could be heard as more sea creatures began to charge toward him from all directions. In the blink of an eye, he was completely surrounded by dozens of sea beasts. There were all sorts of creatures, each one completely vicious-looking. As soon as they appeared, they shot through the air toward Meng Hao, staring at him with madness and hatred. There were even the ripples of magical techniques emanating out from them, causing heaven and earth to rumble, and the ninth sea to seethe. Meng Hao's frown deepened. Something definitely felt off. With a cold harumph, he lifted his right hand, causing his 500 black beetles to emerge. They instantly spread out toward the sea beasts, causing buzzing sounds to fill the air. In the blink of an eye, roaring filled the air as the sea beasts and the black beetles began to fight. However, no matter what the sea beasts did, their divine abilities were useless against the black beetles. When they bit viciously at the black beetles with their sharp teeth, not even a scratch was left behind. In contrast, the beetles chomped at them voraciously. In the space of only about 10 breaths of time, the entire area was stained red with blood, and nothing remained of the sea beasts except for corpses. What was left behind of their bodies was quickly devoured by the black beetles. It was a bloody scene, but when it came to scenes of carnage, Meng Hao had seen much worse. Something like this wouldn't cause him to feel ill at ease. However, the frown never left his face. He proceeded along, sending the black beetles ahead of him. In the short span of a few hours, numerous sea beasts from the Ninth Sea attacked him with reckless abandon, almost as if they were insane. First it was a few at a time, then a few dozen at once, then hundreds attacked him simultaneously. There was even a sea dragon that rose up with them from the sea floor, roaring, filled with madness and hatred as it tried to consume Meng Hao. This isn't because of Fandonger, he thought, killing intent flickering. The black beetles slashed at the sea beasts in a frenzy, causing miserable shrieks to ring out. As for the sea dragon, which was over 30 meters long, Meng Hao simply stepped forward and punched its head. It instantly began to fall apart into pieces, after which its body shattered. Soon Meng Hao's mind was trembling. He was now surrounded by seething fog, and as he sent out his divine sense to scan the area, he could tell that almost 1,000 sea beasts were charging toward him. Some of those sea beasts were pitch black and humanoid. Based on their aura, it was obvious that they were not ordinary sea beasts, but rather something exceptionally vicious. When they looked at Meng Hao, it was with towering hatred. If that were all there were to it, it might not matter. But gradually, Meng Hao began to sense that it wasn't just the sea beasts who hated him. It was almost as if, for some inexplicable reason, the Ninth Sea itself was trying to expel him. Off in the distance, Meng Hao saw even more sea beasts charging toward him from all directions. Nobody truly knew how many of them existed in the boundless Ninth Sea. However, he could tell that if things didn't end soon, he would become embroiled in a huge battle, and would continue to attract the attention of even more terrifying sea beasts, which caused his scalp to go numb. If a creature appeared that was similar to the latter stages of the ancient realm, he might very well die. Damn it! What's going on here? He thought, sending the black beetle flying upward, away from the surface of the sea itself. Behind him, more than 1,000 sea beasts flew out in pursuit, roaring. It was at this point that he retrieved a command medallion from within his bag of holding. Raising it high above his head, he cried out at the top of his lungs, "Disciple Meng Hao has returned to the Nine Seas God world and requests an escort from the sect." As his voice echoed out, he crushed the jade medallion. Ripples immediately spread out, carrying his voice echoing out into the depths of the sea. By now, the swarm of attacking sea beasts was very close to him. Meng Hao was no pushover. Naturally, he couldn't simply ignore so many sea beasts. Snorting coldly, he caused his immortal meridians to explode with power, then lifted his left hand, summoning tens of thousands of mountains and sending them crushing down toward the sea beasts. However, it was at this point that a cold voice suddenly echoed out from the bottom of the sea. "You're Meng Hao." Even as the voice rang out, rumbling could be heard, and the surface of the sea parted as a figure appeared. He stepped out to hover on the mist above the sea. It was a man, but he had a very strange appearance. His skin was pitch black, and although it was not covered by scales, he did have a golden fish scale on his forehead. He was clothed in the garb of a disciple of the Nine Seas God world, just as Fandonger had been the first time Meng Hao had seen her. As soon as he appeared, he glanced around at all the sea beasts, resulting in them instantly stopping in place. Then they backed off and then vanished into the waters. Meng Hao scanned the area with divine sense and could tell that although they had calmed down, they hadn't actually left. Furthermore, their eyes were filled with just as much hatred as before. "Many thanks for getting me out of trouble, fellow Taoist," Meng Hao said, sighing with relief. He clasped hands and bowed toward the man. "Sir, I am Meng Hao, ordered by the 3 great Taoist societies to come to report for duty at the Nine Seas God world." From the look of it, this man was not a cultivator, but rather some being that was somewhere between a sea beast and a human. It had cultivated some unique magical technique that allowed it to take human form. Seemed like a demon, and yet was different from demons. The man stared grimly at Meng Hao, hatred flickering in his eyes, as well as revulsion, all of which he seemed to be fighting to control. "Come with me," he said coldly. An instinctual killing intent seemed to rise up within him that he intentionally suppressed as he turned and flickered toward the bottom of the sea. Meng Hao's face darkened. He didn't care much about sea beasts, But as for this being that was neither a human nor a demon, he didn't understand why it hated him and wanted to kill him. After all, he had never done anything to offend the ninth sea. Remaining completely on guard, he watched as the man headed down into the sea, then collected his black beetles, and followed along with a cold harumph. The two of them proceeded along in single file, not talking, moving at top speed. Meng Hao could sense even more types of sea beasts as they neared the sea floor, and all of them seemed to view him as an enemy. Why exactly are they acting like this? He thought. Gradually, they went deeper and deeper, until Meng Hao's face finally flickered with shock. The pressure weighing down on him as he went deeper only continued to grow more intense. However, his cultivation base automatically rotated to push back against it. The pressure was not because of some sort of sealing magic, but rather pressure that simply pushed down from the ninth sea itself. Because of that, his cultivation base was restricted, much the same as if he had been carrying something very heavy. At the same time, magical techniques that would be easy to unleash on the surface would be much harder to use here. The deeper they went, the greater the pressure. Meng Hao was shaken as he realized that his cultivation base had already been reduced to about 70% of its normal level. Finally, his eyes started to glow with excitement as he suddenly realized why the Nine Seas God world was so terrifying. If you spent long periods of time practicing cultivation there, then when you went out into the outside world, your cultivation base would explode up and be even more powerful than before. The three great Taoist societies really are incredible. There have to be special reasons why they have survived for so many years. Even just the special benefits provided from practicing cultivation here are enough to make the cultivators of the Nine Seas God world much stronger than those of most other sections. At this point, he stopped fighting back against the ninth sea, and instead focused all of his efforts on enduring it. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, the man led them to a place that Meng Hao found completely shocking. Here, at the bottom of the sea, was a land mass. It was not the seafloor, but rather floated in the middle of the waters. It stretched far out into the blackness, making it impossible to see where it ended. It looked enormous, like the fabled undersea palace of the Dragon King. Ornamental rocks could be seen everywhere, placed next to sprawling buildings. Bizarre and exotic flowers could be seen, as well as mountain ranges and even rivers and cities. There were innumerable cultivators, flying around in beams of light. Sea dragons could be seen swimming about, causing the entire world to overflow with the sensation of life. 9 golden gates marked the entrance to the sect, and erected above the top of the foremost gate was a sign with 4 words. Nine Seas God World. This was the Nine Seas God World, one of the 3 great Taoist societies of the Ninth Mountain and Sea. It had existed for tens of thousands of years, stretching back into ancient times, seemingly eternal. Apparently, it had existed for as long as the 9 mountains and seas themselves. People who practiced cultivation here for a significant amount of time, and then left for the outside world, would experience an explosive rise in their cultivation base. In all of the Ninth Mountain and Sea, the only sect which was so amazing that they could practice cultivation in the Ninth Sea itself, and even lower their sect to the bottom of the sea, was the Nine Seas God world. Because of cultivation practices like that, it was no exaggeration to say that it was a God world. That was even more so when you considered the power of heaven and earth which existed there. In all of the Ninth Sea, this location had the most terrifying concentration of it. In addition, the deeper you went in, the more boundless that energy became. Meng Hao's mind trembled. He had been to many sects, but none of them had left him as shaken as he was now that he was looking at the Nine Seas God world. He looked at the land mass spreading out in front of him like a continent, and he saw not just cultivators but other bizarre beings. They had humanoid bodies, but they were clearly another type of life form. Each one had a life force that was reminiscent of a sea beast. Meng Hao's eyes flickered as he realized that these were unique demonic cultivators of the Ninth Sea. They were not true greater demons, but had transmogrified during the course of their cultivation, gradually assuming their current appearances. Even more shocking to Meng Hao was that the Nine Seas God world actually floated some distance away from the bottom of the sea itself, separated by a mass of pitch-black darkness. The further down one went from there, the greater the pressure was, and the more energy of heaven and earth could be found. It could be said that to cultivators, the pressure exerted by the ninth sea made this place like a holy land for cultivation. Nine seas God world, he murmured, eyes shining with a strange light as he sensed the vast majesty of the place. He could feel the pressure from the ninth sea, and the fact that his cultivation base was limited to 70% of its normal power. His eyes slid across the 9 glittering gates that marked the entrance to the 9 Seas God world. Above the main gate were the words 9 Seas God world, and as for the other golden gates, they were actually more like stone steels than actual gates. Furthermore, upon the surfaces of those golden gate stone steels were packed with names, each one of which glittered with golden light that was visible to all cultivators in the 9 Seas God world. The names formed a list, and on each of the stone steels the list included 10,000 names. On one of the stone steels, Meng Hao saw Fan Donger's name, and it was listed in the 94th position. Next to the golden characters that made up her name, a string of text could clearly be seen. It said, 24,000 meters down, 54 hours. There were many other names that had the number 24,000 meters next to them, with a variety of different times. Other name lists could be seen on the other stone steels, as if these were records of various trials by fire. Meng Hao's heart began to pound. The Golden Gate stone steels reminded him very much of the Medicine Pavilion and the Pill Pavilion back in the Fang clan, as well as the stone steel he had seen in the ancestral land. The names all belonged to disciples of the 9 Seas God world, and their presence here indicated great honor and glory for those disciples. A strange light began to gleam in Meng Hao's eyes as he followed the cold-eyed man, who completely ignored him as he led the way into the sect. Occasionally, they would encounter disciples of the 9 Seas God world. When they saw the man leading the way, they would smile and nod, and then their gazes would turn to Meng Hao. Some of those people were demonic cultivators, and when they saw Meng Hao, they would gape in shock. But then, just as quickly, their eyes would be shot with blood, and murderous auras would surge up from them. Meng Hao frowned as he followed the cold-faced man into the 9 Seas God world. Almost as soon as they set foot onto the land mass, it seemed like all of the demonic cultivators in the entire 9 Seas God world, regardless of what they were doing at the moment, simultaneously looked up and stared at Meng Hao. Very quickly, killing intent rose up in their eyes, as well as towering rage and disgust. There were tens of thousands of these demonic cultivators, and the feeling of having them all stare at him was something impossible to describe. Meng Hao's face flickered, and his eyes went wide. That was especially so when he realized that some of the demonic cultivators had ancient realm cultivation bases. When their cold gazes of hatred fell upon him, his heart began to pound. If that were all there were to it, it might not be a big deal. But suddenly, streams of divine sense shot out from many of the residences that were visible, filling Meng Hao's heart with terror. From the look of things, the tens of thousands of demonic cultivators were just barely able to keep themselves under control. In sharp contrast, the human cultivators of the 9 Seas God world were looking curiously at Meng Hao. Immediately, people began to recognize him. That's Meng Hao. I heard that he was accepted as a disciple by all of the 3 great Taoist societies. In the Battle of Planet East Victory, virtually the entire 9th Mountain and Sea saw him rise to prominence. He's the immortal realm paragon. The cultivators all wore different expressions. Some were surprised, some wore cold looks, and others looked derisive. However, regardless of the various cultivators' expressions, when they sensed the strange behavior of the demonic cultivators, they were all shocked. The strange feeling of disquiet in Meng Hao's heart continued to grow even more intense. He was more on guard than ever as the cold-faced man led him through the air across the 9 Seas God world. As they wound their way deeper in, the killing intent and ferocity of the demonic cultivators only continued to grow stronger. It was around this time that, all of a sudden, a cold snort echoed from among a group of demonic cultivators, followed by a bright beam of light that shot toward Meng Hao. It was a middle-aged man, extremely handsome, with a fish scale on his forehead. He wore a white robe and had 2 red horns growing out from his forehead. He radiated a powerful, murderous aura, and moved with incredible speed. As he closed in on Meng Hao, he extended his right hand, causing ripples to spread out that formed into 9 flying swords. In the blink of an eye, the 9 flying swords took on the appearance of 9 crimson loaches. They roared, expressions vicious as they shot through the air. As for the middle-aged man, he had a murderous aura and an explosive cultivation base. The power of immortal meridians emanated out, not quite 100. Nevertheless, they had at least 90. Upon seeing him attack, the faces of all the other demonic cultivator disciples of the 9 Seas God world flickered with even more killing intent. As for the demonic cultivator who had escorted him thus far, the man hesitated for a moment, but didn't berate the other demonic cultivator or attempt to block his way. He acted almost as if he didn't see, proceeding along as if he didn't care whether Meng Hao was able to catch up or even got killed. Meng Hao frowned and backed up by several paces. He waved his hand, causing a chain of mountains to appear and block the 9 loach swords. "Fellow Taoist, what's the meaning of this?" he asked as he backed up. He really didn't want his initial entrance into the 9 Seas God world to be marked by conflict with the cultivators here. His opponent didn't say a single word in response. He smiled coldly, as if he believed that speaking to Meng Hao would sully his own mouth. He performed an incantation gesture, and the air behind him rippled as a huge red hand appeared. Shocking ripples spread out as the hand shot toward Meng Hao. The man's cultivation base exploded with power. Despite being suppressed somewhat due to being in the 9th sea, it was still incredibly shocking. His killing intent was also incredibly intense. "Fellow Taoist," said Meng Hao, falling back further, his frown deepening. "Please inform me as to exactly what has happened. If you want to try to kill me, you must at least give a reason." However, the middle-aged man didn't slow down at all. He advanced, waving his hand, causing the scale on his forehead to glitter. Instantly, he was surrounded by over 1,000 fish scales, all of which glittered with cold light as they screamed toward Meng Hao in the form of a windstorm. "Scale slaughtering," the man said coldly, his killing intent continuing to rise up. Apparently, he wanted to slice Meng Hao into tens of thousands of pieces. Meng Hao was so enraged that a smile broke out on his face. After arriving at the 9th sea, he had instantly been treated as an enemy, for inexplicable reasons. Then he got to the 9 Seas God world, and the demonic cultivators there treated him even worse. To put it rather bluntly, Meng Hao was the type of person to defy laws and principles, even of the heavens. His was the Tao of freedom, something that could not accept outside fetters or grievances. Although he was retreating from his opponent, that opponent was not holding back, and was instead more intent on killing him. "Give them an inch and they take a mile," thought Meng Hao, his face darkening. He stopped moving backward, and instead took a step forward. He allowed the fish scales to close in on him and to slam into his body. Clanging sounds could be heard, and numerous disciples of the 9 Seas God world stared in shock as the fish scales did absolutely nothing whatsoever to Meng Hao. In fact, many of them shattered under the backlash of striking him. Meng Hao's eyes glowed coldly as he took 3 steps forward. A massive windstorm sprang up, and as the 9 loach swords closed in on him, he lifted his right hand and struck out with a palm. The 9 swords immediately began to tremble. "Scram," he said calmly. That one word transformed into 9 claps of thunder that sent the 9 loach swords spinning away, after which they exploded. An unmatchable energy exploded up from Meng Hao, causing his opponent's face to fall. Blood oozed out of the man's mouth as he was forced backward by the energy attack. However, he clenched his jaw and once again performed an incantation gesture. At the same time, Meng Hao snorted coldly, waving his right hand to summon a blood demon head. Although his cultivation base was somewhat suppressed, he was still incredibly powerful within the immortal realm. He waved his hand, causing the blood demon head to roar, a roar which caused the blood of many surrounding cultivators to shiver beyond their control, as if it wanted to rush out of their bodies. The ferocious blood demon head shot forward toward the middle-aged man, who instantly fell backward, his facial expression flickering as an intense sensation of deadly crisis rose up in him. He had the powerful feeling that if he was even the slightest bit too slow, he would be dead. Unfortunately, his speed obviously didn't match up to that of the blood demon head, which was instantly on top of him. The man's expression was despondent, and his eyes glittered with hatred as he screamed, "Why haven't all of you attacked yet?" Immediately, a dozen or so of the surrounding demonic cultivators stepped forward, cultivation bases surging as they attacked the blood demon head. There were even more who let out bellows of rage and shot toward Meng Hao. Fully 100 demonic cultivators all attacked simultaneously. Killing intent was like a flood that exploded out, causing that area of the Nine Seas God world to seem like it had descended into a chaotic riot. All of the non-demonic cultivator disciples of the Nine Seas God world looked on with flickering faces, and some began stepping forward to stop the fighting. However, Meng Hao unexpectedly smiled, a smile filled with killing intent. He opted to stop trying to figure out why all this was happening. After all, his opponent had tried to kill him, and therefore things were now simple. That man would die. This was Meng Hao's chance to establish his place in the Nine Seas God world. His eyes flickered coldly as he suddenly raised his hand, within which appeared the lightning cauldron. Electricity danced, and a huge boom could be heard as he suddenly switched places with another of the demonic cultivators next to his middle-aged opponent. The man's face fell in shock and alarm as Meng Hao reached out and tapped his finger toward his forehead. That single finger surged with a murderous aura, and it was obvious that if he touched the middle-aged man, he would be instantly killed in body and soul, dead beyond the shadow of a doubt. At that point, an enraged voice shouted out from off in the distance. "How presumptuous!" Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, almost as if he hadn't heard the voice. His finger continued to descend until it landed on the man's forehead. A boom rang out, and the man trembled violently. His meridians were shattered, and his body exploded into a cloud of gore. Meng Hao waved his hand, dispersing the blood, then turned to face the newcomer. "Do you mean that I'm being presumptuous? Or that he was?" he asked coldly. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, someone being attacked by a crowd of demonic cultivators killed his opponent with precision and determination. The surrounding cultivators of the Nine Seas God world looked on with shock, and the demonic cultivators' eyes narrowed. Everyone was astonished by Meng Hao's lightning-like attack. For countless years, never had a Nine Seas God world disciple been attacked and killed within the Nine Seas God world itself. Even during the insurrection caused when the G-clan sleeper cells revealed themselves among the forces of the three great Taoist societies, all they did was sow chaos. As for Meng Hao, although he was technically a disciple of the Nine Seas God world, the other cultivators hadn't approved of him yet, and essentially viewed him as an outsider. His methods were vicious and he attacked to kill. Then he simply waved away the resulting cloud of blood, leaving the cultivators of the Nine Seas God world completely stunned. When Meng Hao turned and spoke, his words echoed out into the ears of everyone present. All disciples, both demonic cultivators and regular disciples, could clearly hear them and could sense the domineering arrogance within them. They sounded like words designed to defy laws and principles, even those of the heavens. As of that moment, everyone was left with a deep impression of Meng Hao. At the same time, a bellow of rage echoed out from off in the distance. Meng Hao's eyes were cold as he watched a black-robed old man approaching. He strode through the air, bristling with rage, cultivation base surging. Shockingly, an enormous illusory image could be seen behind him. The image was that of a sea dragon, pitch black with 4 razor-sharp talons. Its whiskers were long and floated around its head, making it look especially vicious as it glared at Meng Hao with cold eyes. A wild wind kicked up, disturbing the energy of heaven and earth in the area. As for the old man, at first glance he looked like a cultivator, except that on his forehead was a black fish scale. Furthermore, 2 black, coiled horns grew out of the top of his head, which radiated a flickering glow that made him seem terrifyingly powerful. "You ruthless rascal! How dare you act presumptuously in the Nine Seas God world?" he said, his voice ancient and thunderous. The sound of his voice turned into massive pressure which crushed down toward Meng Hao. Even more shocking, soul lamps began to swirl around him, 5 of which were extinguished. That's Elder Haisheng. Greetings, Elder Haisheng. The old man's appearance on the scene immediately energized the demonic cultivators, all of whom offered greetings. The old man ignored them and focused completely on Meng Hao. As he approached, killing intent swirled around him, a will of hatred that seemed to ooze out from his bones, as if he couldn't bear to live under the same sky as Meng Hao. As he closed in on Meng Hao, he didn't hesitate for even a moment. Ignoring the surrounding demonic cultivators, he stretched his right hand out and made a clawing motion. The sea dragon behind him roared, then shot past him, flying gracefully toward Meng Hao and then slashing at him with its claws. It was a vicious attack filled with killing intent, clearly designed to rip him to pieces. The claws even seemed to embody natural law, as if they could borrow from the power of the ninth sea itself. It transformed into a sealing mark which caused everything in the area to shake. The seafloor quaked, and boundless ripples spread out. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly as a sense of crisis filled him. Shockingly, he transformed into a golden rock, which let out a piercing cry as it shot toward the sea dragon. Moments later, the rock and the dragon collided, and a huge boom echoed out. That one interchange caused Meng Hao in golden rock form to spit out a mouthful of blood, increasing his speed rapidly to evade the first slash of the sea dragon's claws. As he retreated, the sea dragon swept its mighty tail toward Meng Hao, ripping the air violently as it neared him. If that tail strike landed on Meng Hao, it wouldn't matter that he had a true immortal fleshly body. If he wasn't killed, then at the least he would be seriously injured. After all, this was the attack of an ancient realm cultivator with 5 extinguished soul lamps. All of this takes some time to describe, but occurred in only a brief moment. The tail, filled with bursting power, was just about to slam into Meng Hao. Meng Hao, face grim, transformed back from a golden rock into human form, then waved his right hand. Instantly, buzzing filled the air as 500 black beetles appeared in front of him, using their backs to form a huge shield. Boom! The tail smacked into the black beetle shield, which trembled violently and then collapsed into 500 parts. However, despite being dispersed by the blow, not a single black beetle was killed. With the help of the black beetles, Meng Hao retreated roughly 3,000 meters. Waving his right hand, he caused the 500 black beetles to swirl around him as the illusory sea dragon prepared a second slashing attack. The speed of the attack caused the surrounding disciples of the Nine Seas God world to gasp. They could never have imagined that Meng Hao, who had an immortal realm cultivation base, could fight back against the attack of an ancient realm elder. The black-robed old man frowned, and his killing intent grew more intense as he advanced again. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he glared at the old man. His ancient realm cultivation base was not ordinary. However, they were still at the bottom of the sea. If they were outside, he would be even more powerful. Meng Hao had his speculations that if he successfully absorbed his own nirvana fruits, the explosive power of his immortal realm cultivation base might be strong enough to fight back. However, that would only be if the ninth sea wasn't suppressing his cultivation base. His eyes glittered, and as the pressure from the old man crushed down on him, he snorted coldly. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward, then spoke out, his voice booming, "Presumptuous? I, Meng Hao, am a conclave disciple of the Nine Seas God world. After returning to my own sect, I was inexplicably attacked. You, an elder, didn't even stop to inquire about who was in the wrong, but instead attacked with deadly force. And you say that I'm presumptuous? The person I killed was the presumptuous one. I'm a member of the Fang clan, a disciple of all of the 3 great Taoist societies. He wanted to kill me? I bet he was actually an agent of the Ji clan. I heard that not too long ago the Ji clan had sleeper cells in the 3 great Taoist societies that sowed a lot of chaos. That man must have been a cultivator of the Ji clan. He attacked me impulsively, and then even called on a bunch of accessories to aid in his treason. Killing me would earn him a lot of credit in the Ji clan. Killing me would destroy the reputation of the Taoist societies. Killing me would accomplish his mission. Meng Hao's words were as sharp as daggers. With each sentence he spoke, he took a step forward, taking every opportunity to embellish his words, causing his voice to ring out loudly in all directions. When the surrounding demonic cultivators heard his words, they were instantly enraged and began to shout out angrily. You're shameless. Slanderer. He wasn't a G-clan agent, and we definitely aren't accessories to treason. Their killing intent grew even stronger, as if they wanted to chomp Meng Hao up and swallow him. Some of the more irascible ones clenched their fists and began to walk forward. As for the ordinary cultivators, they looked hesitant. Quite a few had already pressed down on jade slips to notify elders within the sect. The disturbance was also attracting the attention of disciples from other areas in the sect, who were now flying over to watch the events play out. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, but inwardly, he was laughing coldly. When it came to battles of wit, he had never been defeated. Not in the Violet Fate sect, not on planet South Heaven as large, and not in the Fong clan. It would be impossible to say how many people would instantly describe him as sharp-tongued. If you're not from the G-clan, then why would attack me as soon as you saw me? He retorted, glancing around coldly at all the infuriated demonic cultivators. Then he turned to the black-robed old man and coolly said, "And now you even have an elder joining you. It's a classic case of the big bullying the small. Elder Haishang, could it be that you want to start your own version of the torture chamber right here? You want to use the greater power of your ancient realm cultivation base to kill me? That's because you?" The demonic cultivator's eyes went bright red, but before they could finish responding, Elder Haishang gave a cold harumph, and his expression became incredibly dark. Meng Hao was speaking very loudly, causing his voice to boom out in all directions and attract a lot of attention. Elder Haisheng wanted to attack him, but didn't dare to be so obvious. Therefore, he could only secretly wallow in his fury that Meng Hao had blocked his previous 2 attacks. When he spoke, his voice was like thunder, pushing down oppressively on everyone in the area. It doesn't matter what happened. Killing people here cannot be tolerated. Men, arrest him and take him to the sect court to be held accountable. Elder Haishang could see that the crowd was only growing larger, making it impossible for him to attack Meng Hao again. He knew that, as of now, it would be impossible to kill him. Inwardly, however, he was laughing coldly. He looked at Meng Hao, flicked his sleeve and thought, "I might not be able to kill you this day, but I will most certainly humiliate you. Your reputation among the disciples of the 3 great Taoist societies will be ruined. Furthermore, this will ensure that all other powers in the 9 Seas God world know that our demonic cultivator horde and you are irreconcilable enemies. With the demonic cultivators taking the initiative, more and more people will be unable to suppress their ill feelings, causing more trouble for you. That way, you will only find yourself facing more and more enemies in the 9 Seas God world. Eventually, it will even reach the point that even the grand elders and patriarchs who do approve of you will one day be unable to protect you. In the end, you'll definitely die here. That is the only way to give vent to the blood enmity that exists between us. That is the only way that we 9 Seas God world demonic cultivators can ease the stench of your vile aura. And if you want to know the reason why, well, too bad. I'm not going to tell you." Elder Haisheng's face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were shot with blood, causing Meng Hao's heart to sink. Meng Hao was still trying to figure out why all of this was happening, but he couldn't be certain. What exactly was it that had caused such deep-seated enmity between him and the demonic cultivators? Is it the spirit immortal stones? Or perhaps me being part of the League of Demon Sealers? Or maybe me showing up here threatens the interest of some unknown party? An old foe of the Fong clan. Meng Hao felt a headache coming on. Even after pondering the matter from every angle, he was still perplexed about the situation. After Elder Haisheng finished speaking, 7 or 8 disciples flew through the air toward Meng Hao, killing intent seething. Meng Hao's eyes glittered coldly. He had already started killing people, so he didn't mind killing a few more. Although, If he could get some more promissory notes, that would be even better. Since they're not going to provide any explanation, he thought, I'll just force them to owe me more money than they'll ever be able to pay back. Furthermore, I can't believe that this disturbance has gone unnoticed by those old fogies of the Nine Seas God world. They have to know what's happening. He was irritated, and seeing how much the demonic cultivators wanted to kill him, he found the whole situation to be very annoying. Don't you worry. As long as you do what I say, I won't kill you, he said coolly. Lifting his left hand, he caused tens of thousands of mountains to crush down from above. Of the 8 demonic cultivators, 3 were female. They were extremely beautiful and charming, as it seemed most female demonic cultivators were. Despite the murderous looks that currently warped their faces, they were extremely attractive. Although they all had various body parts that clearly belonged to sea beasts, that wasn't distracting, and if anything, enhanced their beauty. The rest of the male demonic cultivators were all equally handsome. Currently, all 8 of these demonic cultivators were now closing in on Meng Hao. His eyes glittered as he waved his right hand, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as the mountain-consuming incantation materialized into the form of a mountain chain which crushed down onto the incoming cultivators. The 8 demonic cultivators were prepared, however. Echoing booms rang out as they performed incantation gestures, causing immortal chi to surge out. Each and every one was in the immortal realm, although none were true immortals. They were all false immortals. They fought back against the mountain chain with divine abilities and magical techniques, as well as with their dharma idols. Booms rang out in all directions. All of these demonic cultivators were at the peak of the immortal realm. It was with cold harumphs that they fought back against the mountain-consuming incantation, causing the mountain chain to collapse. Furthermore, they arranged themselves in a magical formation, allowing them to swap locations and increase the power of their divine abilities. In the blink of an eye, the mountain-consuming incantation's mountain range collapsed into pieces. The 8 demonic cultivators continued to charge forward, led by a beautiful woman who had no scales at all and looked almost exactly like a normal cultivator. The only difference was that she stood inside of a gigantic shell that was far larger than her own person. She moved with incredible speed, nearing Meng Hao, eyes flickering with killing intent. She lifted her hand to reveal, shockingly, a beautiful pearl, which was emanating glittering light. "Solidify," she said. Although her voice was beautiful, it instantly caused the surroundings to grow colder. The glittering light of the pearl emanated strange power as it threatened to lock down Meng Hao. His eyes shone with a bizarre light as he lifted his right hand in response, then pointed up into the air. A writ of karma. Instantly, black and white light appeared on his hand, which transformed into threads that shot out. Simultaneously, karma threads appeared over his head. Almost as soon as the karma threads appeared, Meng Hao took a step forward. Instantly, he was directly in front of the shelled female demonic cultivator. Her expression flickered as Meng Hao's hand reached out to tap her forehead. The woman's face fell as an intense sensation of crisis rose up in her heart, and her shell rapidly snapped shut to protect her. However, Meng Hao snorted coldly, which shook her mentally and sent her cultivation base into chaos. The shell stopped in place, and Meng Hao's finger shot into the shell like lightning to land directly onto the female demonic cultivator's forehead. It was a light touch, but it was enough to bind her karma threads. He lifted his hand up and tied the karma threads that no outsider could see into a knot, linking them together. The knot then turned into a brilliant light in the middle of his palm, which was then transformed by the magical technique into a promissory note. The female demonic cultivator's body trembled, and she felt as if something inside of her had been taken away without her volition. Shocked, she tried to retreat, but it took only the blink of an eye for Meng Hao to wave his hand, causing a wild wind to sweep over her. Her body was beyond her own control as she was grabbed by Meng Hao, sealed, and stuffed into his bag of holding. It worked, he thought, falling back and taking a moment to examine the demonic cultivator he had just captured. His eyes rapidly began to glow even brighter. Demonic cultivators are great. I can sell them off as pets or even mounts. Anything people will buy. Their entire bodies are treasures. I could carve out random chunks if I wanted and refine them into chi and blood medicinal pills. That giant shell also has a demon heart. Excellent. Excellent. This is much better than all that seafood from the Milky Way Sea. Meng Hao appeared to be delighted. As far as he was concerned, if the demonic cultivators viewed him as an enemy, then he might as well treat them as seafood. All of a sudden, he felt intense regret. Damn it! I shouldn't have killed that one earlier. Even in his moment of pain, his body flickered to appear in front of one of the other demonic cultivators. This time, it was a man whose back stuck out so far it almost looked like a camel. Actually, it was no hump, but a turtle shell. Shockingly, this demonic cultivator had started practicing cultivation as a turtle. I hate damned turtles most of all, Meng Hao murmured. The demonic cultivator's face fell, and Meng Hao extended his right hand. A writ of karma appeared again, along with intense rumbling sounds, as he forced ties of destiny. The demonic cultivator trembled and tried to flee, but Meng Hao instantly caused a huge hand to appear and snatch toward him. The star-plucking magic rotated as he grabbed the man, sealed him, and stashed him away. He moved with incredible speed, following the same pattern. In a very short period of time, he had captured 4 demonic cultivators. This scene caused the surrounding disciples to stare with wide eyes. What is he doing? Oh, I remember. This Meng Hao has a strange hobby of getting people to write promissory notes. He even created a divine ability that can force people to be tied to him via karma. He just captured junior brother Jin and junior sister Shui. As for the demonic cultivators, when they saw what was happening, they were enraged. Roars of fury could be heard as dozens of them charged toward Meng Hao. Apparently, Meng Hao's actions spurred all of the demonic cultivators into a rage. After the first dozen charged him, they were followed by hundreds more, all of whom flew into the air straight toward him. Elder Haishin's eyes were bright red, as if new hatreds were being piled onto old ones. Gritting his teeth, he was just about to attack when, all of a sudden, he stopped in place and remained silent. Even if he didn't attack, there were hundreds of demonic cultivators attacking. Even though they were all false immortals, there were hundreds of them attacking at the same time, an attack that even an ancient realm cultivator would be forced to avoid. Energy surged, shocking magical techniques were unleashed, and killing intent filled the area. Meng Hao might be powerful, but the sight of it caused even his scalp to tingle. He grabbed a 5th demonic cultivator, and then began to back up. The man struggled and howled, but Meng Hao quickly sealed him and continued to retreat. Boom! The place he had just been standing in shattered. Ripples spread out, and hundreds of demonic cultivators continued chasing Meng Hao with frenzied attacks. Damn those old farts from the 9 Seas God world, Meng Hao thought. Why haven't they shown up yet? He backed up under the onslaught of hundreds of maddened demonic cultivators, sure that the old bastards were currently watching the spectacle from the sidelines. I killed someone before, and they still didn't make an appearance, he thought as he backed up. Finally, he snorted coldly. Well, I was in the right. If something really bad happens, the old fogies will have to take responsibility. In that case, I'm going to force them to show their faces. Eyes flickering, he raised his right hand, within which appeared the lightning cauldron. He might fear the combined attacks of all of the demonic cultivators, but in truth, Meng Hao wasn't the least bit frightened of fighting outnumbered. In fact, as long as he was careful, such large-scale fighting was the best type of battlefield for him. Electricity danced, and a rumbling sound could be heard as he vanished. When he reappeared, he was right in the middle of all the demonic cultivators, having switched places with one of their number. In the moment that he fully appeared, and before anyone could react, he reached his hand out and shoved out forcefully. A demonic cultivator whose body was half covered with scales had its karma tied up, and was captured. Next, the flash of lightning could once again be seen, and Meng Hao disappeared. He showed up in another location, causing the demonic cultivators to roar in frustration. Meng Hao was like a loach, virtually impossible to pin down. No matter how much force the demonic cultivators used in their attacks, they were never able to keep Meng Hao in one place. Of course, in all the chaos, Meng Hao received some injuries. Blood oozed out of his mouth, and yet, his eyes shone as brightly as ever. Often, it would only take one flash of light before he had captured yet another demonic cultivator. 10, 15, 20. Not much time passed before Meng Hao had captured over 30 demonic cultivators. Finally, there was someone who couldn't endure the situation any longer. A cold snort echoed out from the very depths of the Nine Seas God world. It was accompanied by heaven-shaking, earth-rocking pressure. A pressure which changed natural law and caused the entire Ninth Sea to seethe and roar. When that sound echoed out, Meng Hao's face fell. Shocking pressure rumbled down as a giant finger materialized in midair, which then pushed down toward Meng Hao. Essence aura also roiled out. Dao realm. Meng Hao's eyes went wide. He had absolutely no way to fight back against the terrifying might of the Dao realm. However, almost as soon as the finger appeared, a dry cough echoed out. At long last, the old-timers from the Nine Seas God world couldn't sit still any longer. The dry cough echoed out to cover everything, transforming into a mighty pressure that prevented all of the demonic cultivators from attacking. An old man appeared out of thin air. A single step forward, and he was in front of the giant finger that was pushing down toward Meng Hao. He waved his hand out to touch the finger. Rumbling echoed out in all directions as the hand and the finger made contact. The finger trembled and then faded away. As for the old man, he staggered backward a few paces, his face a mass of white and red lines, as if his qi and blood were in chaos. "Elder brother Wu, there's no reason to act thus," said the old man. Meng Hao immediately recognized him. It was none other than Ling Yunzi. He wasn't the only one to appear. He was followed by 7 or 8 disciples of the Nine Seas God world, including Fan Donger. She looked coldly at Meng Hao, inwardly rejoicing at his misfortune. As soon as Ling Yunzi showed up, all of the disciples of the Nine Seas God world clasped hands and bowed. Even the black-robed elder Hai Sheng bowed his head. At this point, a cold and ancient voice echoed out in all directions, replying to Ling Yunzi. "He killed a member of my demonic cultivator horde." "Meng Hao didn't attack first," answered Ling Yunzi slowly. "In fact, he evaded twice. Any member of the sect who attacks a conclave disciple has committed a grave offense that cannot be absolved even if they are killed in the counterattack. Even if he had not died, he would have been immediately expelled from the sect." "I didn't see any of my demonic cultivators attack of their own initiative," replied the cold, ancient voice. "I just saw this kid killing my people. Furthermore, he captured 33 disciples of my demonic cultivator horde. Shouldn't he immediately set them free?" This time, Meng Hao didn't wait for Ling Yunzi to respond. He wasn't worried about causing a huge ruckus. After all, he was the crown prince of the Fang clan, and was a disciple of all of the 3 great Taoist societies. If the Nine Seas God world allowed anything unfortunate to happen, it would cause a massive conflict within the 9th mountain and sea. Therefore, full of confidence and courage, he flickered to appear next to Ling Yunzi, then cried, "Those 33 seafood dishes owed me money, huge amounts of spirit stones. They can't pay me back, so they sold themselves to me to pay off the debt. I have proof." Even as he spoke, he lifted up his hand, within which were a stack of promissory note formed by a writ of karma. Ling Yunzi gaped in response to Meng Hao's words. The other disciples of the Nine Seas God world behind him also stared with wide eyes. Fan Donger gasped. The other cultivators in the area felt their jaws drop and their minds reel. All of that was because Meng Hao had said the words, "seafood." Simultaneously, the surrounding demonic cultivators' eyes went bright red, and their desire to kill rocketed up, transforming into a tempest within the Nine Seas God world. "He actually dared to call us seafood? He must be killed. Kill him now. I haven't eaten a cultivator for a long time, and I want to eat him." Roaring sounds raged up into the air, echoing out in all directions. Meng Hao laughed coldly, and his expression was the same as ever. His words had been uttered intentionally, of course. He did not believe for a moment that if he spoke politely, the demonic cultivators would suddenly stop viewing him as an enemy that needed to be killed. For whatever reason, they hated him and wanted him dead, a situation that didn't seem possible to resolve. Therefore, since he didn't have the power to fight back physically, he would use fatally destructive words as his weapon. Sometimes, the power of one's words were of more use than the strength of one's cultivation base. For example, calling the demonic cultivators seafood dishes was something that no other person would dare to do. In fact, because of the history and roots of the Nine Seas God world, it was most likely a term that no one had even thought to associate with the demonic cultivators. However, Meng Hao said it, and the words echoed out for everyone to hear. On many occasions, a single sentence, or even just two words, can completely change the situation. A perfect example was this very moment, in which the non-demonic cultivators of the Nine Seas God world were looking around with strange expressions on their faces. Normally speaking, they viewed the demonic cultivators as fellow sect disciples, but right now, when they looked at them, they couldn't help but think about seafood. Lies upon more lies, raged the ancient voice. Massive killing intent bore down, materializing into a huge hand that rumbled down toward Meng Hao. From the look of it, that hand was capable of completely crushing the entire land. As it descended, the air shattered, and natural law collapsed. It was as if the fury of the heavens were crushing down, causing Ling Yunzi's face to flicker. At this point, a soft sigh echoed out as an old woman appeared in midair. She waved her finger toward the huge hand, causing the hand to collapse, whereupon it transformed into a huge tentacle. A muffled grunt echoed out, but the tentacle didn't fade away. Instead, it swerved around the old woman and continued on toward Meng Hao. The old woman did nothing to intervene this time. She merely said, "Enough, junior brother Wu. You know how important Meng Hao is. Don't force me to damage our friendship." As she spoke, a stream of divine sense shot out from thin air. Although no physical body was present, the aura of the Tao realm appeared, radiating intense pressure. The threatening nature of the aura was plainly evident. This aura merged with those of the old woman and Ling Yunzi, creating a towering energy that swept out in all directions, causing all the surrounding regions of the Ninth Sea to seethe. Almost as soon as the stream of divine sense appeared, a second stream of divine sense also exploded out from within the depths of the Nine Seas God world. This divine sense radiated a sense of madness and ferocity, and was filled with demonic qi. This was clearly a Tao realm demonic cultivator. However, even with that divine sense merging with that of the cultivator named Wu, they were no match for the old woman's faction. Things weren't over yet, though. Almost as soon as the Tao realm aura appeared, two more Tao realm auras appeared from two different directions. The streams of surging energy actually formed into four factional powers. The tentacle paused in midair, as if they all were now in the middle of a standoff. The surrounding disciples of the Nine Seas God world looked on with flickering faces. Neither demonic nor non-demonic cultivators could ever have imagined that they would be witnessing a shocking scene like this. There were only a few disciples who watched with glittering eyes. Clearly, they were already aware of the complex nature of the relationships between the various factions within the Nine Seas God world. Meng Hao's eyes widened. This brief probing on his part had already revealed the depth and caliber of the Nine Seas God world. I can't believe they have 7 Tao realm experts. They definitely deserve to be one of the 3 great Taoist societies. Meng Hao's mind trembled. He could now see that the faction represented by the old woman was the strongest within the Nine Seas God world. That was also the same faction which had insisted on accepting him as a disciple. After a long moment, the archaic voice echoed out from within the tentacle, cold and filled with killing intent. "We can forget about the person he killed. If he just hands over my disciples that were captured, and kowtows to admit his wrongdoing, then we can put the matter to rest." The old woman frowned. As far as she was concerned, handing over the captured demonic cultivators would be fine. However, the matter of kowtowing to admit fault was a bit excessive. She was just about to open her mouth to respond, when Meng Hao began to laugh. "Put the matter to rest? After arriving in the Ninth Sea, I was hunted murderously by numerous seafood dishes. Then I arrived at the Nine Seas God world, and even more seafood inexplicably attacked me. There was even one seafood dish which tried to kill me. After I killed him, an old seafood dish shamelessly used his ancient realm cultivation base to try to murder me. After that, a whole army of mini seafood dishes joined forces to attack me. Then in the end, in an unbelievable turn of events, a Dao realm expert actually tried to make a move on me. Even I have limits to my patience. You think you can just put the matter to rest? Like hell we can put it to rest. Meng Hao's wording was sharp and incisive, his voice cold. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding disciples frowned. Many of them believed Meng Hao to be ignorant of the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. His voice didn't match up at all to that of an almighty member of the Dao realm. As for the demonic cultivators, they began to chuckle coldly, believing Meng Hao to have vastly overestimated himself. "Screw off. You don't qualify to speak in this situation," said the ancient voice, which echoed about like thunder. Even though Meng Hao stood next to Ling Yunzi, blood began oozing out of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth due to the vibrations of the voice. However, his expression was one of ferocity as he threw his head back and laughed. "I'm not qualified? I'm the crown prince of the Fang clan, and in the future I'll certainly be the clan chief. The Fang clan has Fang Shoudao, the Earth Patriarch, along with Patriarch Xianxia, and the first-generation Patriarch. In the Battle of Planet East Victory, they cut down Dao realm experts as easily as slaughtering chickens. You want me to kowtow to you? That's like having the whole Fang clan kowtow to you. Even if I did kowtow, would you dare to accept it?" His words echoed out like thunder into all ears. Even the owner of that ancient voice, who had not appeared in person, but remained hidden in secluded meditation, was speechless. He could afford to disregard Meng Hao, but he couldn't afford to disregard the Fang clan. That was especially true after the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan put on such a display of might in the Battle of Planet East Victory, and had even cowed the Ji clan into retreat. How could he even compare? This Dao realm expert had personally witnessed the first-generation patriarch on the attack, and it left his scalp numb and mind spinning. Suddenly, the legends about the Fang clan's first-generation patriarch all seemed to rise up into his mind. He was from a generation of fierce experts, a contemporary of Ji Tian. According to the legends, in the Great War in which Lord Ji became the heavens, the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan was the #1 killer, bathing the entire Ninth Mountain and Sea in blood. However, Meng Hao wasn't finished yet. "By the way, I'm not just a disciple of the Nine Seas God world. I'm also a conclave disciple of the immortal ancient Taoist rite and the sublime flow sword grotto. Did you ask the immortal ancient Taoist rite and the sublime flow sword grotto whether or not you could mess with me? You want me, their conclave disciple, to kowtow? That's the same as having the entire immortal ancient Taoist rite and the entire sublime flow sword grotto kowtow to you. Well then, let me ask you the same thing as before. If I did kowtow, would you dare to accept it?" As Meng Hao's words echoed out, Ling Yunzi stood there silently. As for the old woman, she smiled slightly. She had been planning to interfere in the matter, but now, it seemed there was no need to do anything. Her eyes glowed with amusement as she watched Meng Hao. As for the old Dao realm expert who represented the demonic cultivator horde, he continued to hesitate. "Do you think your crappy seafood horde is the only power structure among all the 3 great Taoist societies? You think I don't qualify? Well then let me ask you, who does qualify? If you don't give me an explanation right now, do you really think that the Fang clan, the immortal ancient Taoist rite, the sublime flow sword grotto, and these elder patriarchs of the God world couldn't completely wipe out your seafood horde?" Meng Hao's voice grew clearer and clearer, his wording sharper and more incisive. All of the surrounding disciples were gasping, and the faces of the demonic cultivators fell. As of this moment, Meng Hao was now the center of attention of all of the Nine Seas God world. He stood there, jaw tilted up, his domineering will raging for all to see. "You know what? I don't even need to call on all those people to help. If you say the word kowtow one more time, how much are you willing to bet that I won't crush this jade slip and summon the first-generation patriarch of the Fang clan himself to slaughter you where you stand?" With that, Meng Hao held a jade slip aloft for everyone to see. His words immediately caused an uproar. Not only did the faces of Ling Yunzi and the old woman flicker, so did the faces of the two Dao Realm patriarchs from the demonic cultivator horde. The other two almighty Dao Realm experts from the other power factions were equally shaken. As of this moment, Meng Hao's words were absolutely the most powerful weapon he could possibly wield. I know you're probably wondering if I'm bluffing. Well, let me explain it to your sorry ass. My first-generation patriarch personally gave me this jade slip, and then promised to appear at my side at any time, because I'm the successor of the one-thought stellar transformation. I'm also the only one in the Fang clan to ever successfully concoct the first-generation patriarch's 3 holy pills. Plus, I did something that almost no one else has ever done. I corroborated the Tao on my own, and I opened the maximum possible 123 meridians. And in fact, I'm also in the echelon. Meng Hao listed out one fact after another. The result was dead silence that lasted only for a moment before complete tumult took over. For all the years that the Nine Seas God world had existed, Meng Hao was the first person to ever excoriate a Dao realm expert. Furthermore, his venomous words were like a sharp sword. Anyone who heard them would feel their mind rumbling. Meng Hao had decided he might as well go all out with his words, in much the same manner as he had killed the demonic cultivator earlier. He wanted to firmly establish his position among the various factions in the Nine Seas God world, with their complex relationships. He didn't just want to unnerve the ordinary disciples. He wanted to awe the almighty Dao realm experts. His words contained nothing truly secret. The Dao realm experts could easily do some investigating and confirm the truth of what he was saying. One of the reasons he wanted to establish his position in this way was that he did not intend to stay in the Nine Seas God world for very long. Therefore, the more domineering he could make himself, the easier and smoother things would be. Instead of starting out by being bullied, he would unsheath his sword, making himself a giant mass of bristling spikes. As far as whether or not people believed everything he said, that didn't matter. The important thing was that they knew that he was important to the Fang clan, the immortal ancient Taoist rite, and the sublime flow sword grotto. That would be enough. Amidst the uproar, the tentacle up in midair suddenly vanished. A cold harumph echoed out, but was accompanied by no words. The 2 Dao realm auras from the demonic cultivator horde vanished. In that moment, the 2 other almighty Dao realm auras from the other 2 factions stared deeply at Meng Hao, and then slowly faded away.